here, but I hope you don't have that kind of issue. But then you can still work in the drizzle. All right, thank you very much for being here. Good afternoon, and thank you, Yemisi Oloye, for liking the live, and everybody, main click. Thank you everybody for liking the live and for sharing as well. Um, Before I go deep into it, please, if you're on TikTok, kindly click on the heart icon. Romeo Black, thank you. Kindly click on the heart icon, join the team, drop a gift, drop a heart to me. Just drop something because these things help the live to get on the FYP. By the way, if you're on YouTube, on Facebook, FYP just means for you page. So there are certain things that TikTok sees that for some reason the algorithm pushes the live based on some of those things. Okay, so please let's share the live. Also, if on YouTube, like the live stream and also share as well. I'm going to have to join on another device. Hope everybody has had a great week so far. It's been an interesting week here, but I hope you've had a great one as well. All right. I know one here story. Gbati nko ma fejo pa mi o. Simple yes or no. All right. So let's just share. Let's just spend like the next couple of minutes to quickly share the live on different platforms. All right. Thank you for joining us on YouTube and on Facebook as well. We're glad you're here. All right. So I'm also trying to share. I'm seeing some people come in. Mayor Paps. Thank you. Please, again, if you're on TikTok, kindly click on the heart icon beside the name. And please join the team. That reminds me, I want to share this thing on TikTok. Sorry, not simply on Telegram. Rambo. Did I say Telegram? I meant Twitter. So please share on different platforms, so. Okay. Rambo. Just setting things and make sure we're good. Then we'll dive right into it. All right, good afternoon once again. Thank you very much for joining us. It's good to have you here. So today's Friday. It's been a beautiful week so far. We've had an interesting ride. Um, Monday, last Monday, we continued with the conversation on Victor Banjo, which we started about 2 weeks ago, and we were able to conclude on Wednesday. And of course, we concluded with a very, very, very emotional episode where we talked about his trial and execution, and was sad, and actually took it slow, well, for a little bit before then I went ahead to watch some Yoruba quiz program, But yeah, that was how we started the week. We ended on Wednesday. Victor Banjo caught in the storm. We ended that series on Wednesday after 11 episodes. All the videos, by the way, are on YouTube. So please, if you are interested, kindly find those videos on the YouTube page or YouTube channel. The channel is called Busui Oris or Busui Oris Works. Okay. By the way, that's also the handle on Twitter, Busui Oris or Busui Oris Works. Then on Thursday, which was yesterday, we had the news, and then we had questions and answers, and most of the conversation yesterday was about Yoruba history, Oduduwa, why is our father, why we call him progenitor, the structure of Ife, what made him tick, why do we revere him so much in Yoruba culture. 1 second, guys. So we did all of that yesterday, and I thought we had a great time. It was very good to spend the time with you. And then today, we're going to begin a new series. So yesterday we talked about different topics, titles. We talked about the Williams Commission report, the issue of state creation, But I think, one of the things I said, a while back was that when we're done with, we'll do a little history, we'll discuss some of our works, and then we'll move to something else. So what I think will work is, so since we want to talk about state creation, we might as well start with our thoughts on state creation, and then from there, we can then go into the Williams Commission report. When it comes to the issue of state creation in Nigeria, I think it's probably the most important because it was a very significant period in Nigeria's history, and one would have expected that the decisions made as far as state creation was concerned was based on the yearnings of the minority between 57 and 1958. But then some things happened. We'll get to all those things much later. So today we're going to begin a new series, and so we're going to start with the topic "Awo on state creation." I was going to call it regionalism, but I felt in order to expand it and to connect it with what we're going to be looking at immediately we're done with this particular topic in the series. So I said, let's call it Awo on state creation, because we're going to be talking about states creation, the history of state creation in Nigeria, what was done, who stopped what, who helped who, and all of those things. So that's what we're going to do later today. But before we get into that, like our custom is, we'll begin with the news making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours, and then we'll go on from there. Okay, so I think we start with something quite funny. I saw this, I saw it yesterday, right? Yeah, I saw it yesterday. I found it quite interesting. And I think we should start with that before we get into other things. Give me a second, please. It was an exchange between the President of America, President Donald Trump, and president of Liberia. I found it quite interesting. So please take a listen to this. Oh, sorry, guys. The other account is out, so let me bring it back in. All right, so let's begin with the stuff with the president. Well, what happened essentially was he was at the table, he spoke, and then the president said, "Oh, that's very good English. Where did you learn to speak that way?" Which is, again, Americans are some of the most ignorant people on earth. Like, I mean, not that they are more ignorant than any other group, but considering how developed it is, they seem to know very little about anywhere else outside the 50 states. Some of them don't even know anything about Puerto Rico. But just so the Liberian president is responding to Trump's insult, and then so I want to just take a listen to this, and then we'll move on to Nigeria stories.
I never thought yesterday's exchange with Trump shocked and angered me. I never thought I would be insulted like this in an international setting. I understand his arrogance. He impatiently asked for speed up many times in the meeting, but he pretended to be surprised even though he knew that English is our official language. Discrimination and prejudice against our country is too great. Seems to have tacitly agreed that African countries should not have language skills and that we should not have development. But he was disappointed. We have our own long history and culture. We receive education on our own land and master the official language of English. This is normal, but Trump, as a leader of a country, deliberately repeated praise to me with a racially prejudiced attitude. The sarcastic tone and ignorant sense of superiority made me feel extremely disgusted. This is too arrogant. I believe that if Trump cannot learn to respect every country, he will sooner or later become an international laughingstock. Yesterday's...
All right. Just wanted to play that because I felt for him, but also I don't like the fact that I don't like that response. It shows weakness. The world doesn't really care about sub stories, but it is what it is. All right, moving on from there, I'd like to play something from the what's his role now? He works with the federal government, something in the Ministry of Finance or something like that. Tawoye Daily. So there was an interview he granted a while back. I'd like to play something from that, and then we'll move on to other news. Take a listen, please.
And I said that we're going to stop over 60 government agencies.
By the way, he's the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. His name is Taiwo Oedele. He celebrated his 50th birthday, I think, a couple of weeks ago. So please take a listen to him.
So I went on TV and I said that we're going to stop over 60 government agencies from collecting taxes and levies. I had no idea the enormity of what I said. So my family got a death threat. They did the security assessment, and the estate where I built, the house I sweat to build over a period of more than 10 years. I had to pack out of my house, rented a place in a secret location where I live now with, I'm not the kind of person that wants anybody carrying gun to follow me around. So I had to accept that I have mobile police protection and all of that. So it's not been easy. My wife, I said the other time on one of the TV stations that my wife, because I come from a very strong Christian family. My wife fasts every evening, and I'm not joking, every night. So she doesn't sleep, and it affects her quality of life, her ability to work the following day. But that's the only thing she knows how to do. My mom is close to 80 years. So she heard in the news that some people were attacking me, the phone was not working and all of that. And my mom started fasting. and I'm an old woman, and then she developed ulcer, you know. So there's this bit of sacrifice that people don't see. And that's why I keep encouraging people that if you really want our country to be better, when you see honest and competent people who want to help, don't discourage them.
All right, so we have him to thank. And again, when you see honest people and competent people who are willing to work, to not discourage them, that's actually quite nice. All right, moving on very swiftly. 1 second, guys. Please don't stop tapping if you're on TikTok. Also, if you're on YouTube, please like the live stream. Thank you very much. Okay. So this is from the Tribune newspaper, or Tribune Online, they call it these days. APC chairmanship, Yahya Bello's posters flood FCT. Ahead of the July 24 National Executive Committee meeting of the All Progressives Congress to take a position on the substantive national chairman of the party, former Kogi Governor Yahya Bello may have decided to throw his hat into the ring. Our reporter cited on Thursday posters of the former Kogi Governor on the busy Airport Road in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. A party source revealed that the APC NEC may resolve to hold a national convention in December to produce a substantive national chairman for the party. Sounds more like a joke to me, but it is what it is. Ade Royal. Thank you. All right, let's move on to other news. This one is from the National Security Advisor, Nouri Badu. He has this to say to cyber criminals. Please take a listen to this.
Strengthening controls against crypto-enabled crime, strengthening national capacity for cyber resilience, increasing the number of SIM3, in short, certified auditor in Africa by 4 etc. Building resilient cybersecurity infrastructure for a safer digital future, countering terrorist use of internet and tackling disinformation, extremism, and restoring national cultural values on digital platforms. And we are doing that. We don't talk, but many things are happening. Even the big ones, those who used to take us for granted, whether you call them Binance or whatever you call them, they don't come here again. No more. We'll protect this place and we'll fight you if you are a bad man, wherever you are. All those you see in the digital platform, whether you call them TikTok, whether it is, we will be there for you, we'll confront you. We will never allow you take advantage of what you have, mess us up and turn us into a garbage. No, we'll fight. These achievements reflect a new era of political will, like I told you earlier, clarity of vision, and institutional coherence under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He knows these things like you. He follows it. He takes more than 2 hours a day in this space where all of us are. He knows it. I must especially thank the entire cybersecurity ecosystem for their tireless contributions and collaborative spirit.
All right. Moving on from there, moving on from that, we're going to listen to the interview that was granted by Reno Mokri, where he talked about what the president has done so far, and then we'll listen to other things about the president as well. So this is Reno Mokri on Arise TV, and he has this to say about the economy and also about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Please take a listen to this.
performance, whether you like it or not, your opinion doesn't matter.
No, it's not about my opinion. Yeah. I try not to express opinions. I try to make analytical assessments.
And so if you're making analytical assessments, I just gave you points to note. Our debt has gone down from 113 billion to 97 billion. Our GDP is growing at 3.84. We had 2 recessions under Buhari. We are seeing growth under Tinubu. Look,
well, I mean, it's the same party.
It doesn't matter.
It's the same APC
it doesn't
party.
matter.
So telling me about Buhari, it's the same group.
APC,
it's the same party.
APC was not a party.
Well, you
APC,
were just arguing that he brought
Can I finish?
Buhari into office.
Yes, but APC is not a party. APC is a coalition. That's why APC
is a party.
No,
it's
APC,
a party that was formed by different parties.
Can I explain to you better? APC is a coalition. It is not a party. There were legacy parties built on ideology that formed the APC. All those legacy parties, they don't really agree together. The Congress for Progressive Change has a different political and economic ideology from the ACN, the Action Congress of Nigeria. So, ideologically speaking...
So why are they together?
Yeah, that's why it's called a coalition. It happens in England. I schooled in England, you schooled in England. We have
it's an APC party.
It's a coalition.
That's what it's called.
It's a coalition. Now, the ideology behind Bola Tinubu is not the same ideology behind Buhari. And we are seeing progress with Bola Tinubu. Since 1989, when he was in the Social Democratic Party. That's why it is very difficult for you to make a distinction between Bola Tinubu and Waziri Atiku Abubakar because they have the same political ideology. They are both SDP people. And don't forget that this Waziri Atiku Abubakar was the presidential candidate of the Action Congress of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu's legacy party that became a member of the coalition.
Indeed. Before we go, let's talk a little bit about you. What do you actually do now? I know we've introduced you as a political commentator, social media influencer, author. Is that what puts food on the table, or do you have a secret job that you do in the UK in the wee hours sort of of the morning, a sort of 9 to 5 job, or you don't do that kind of grunt work?
I have the most paid subscribers of anybody in Africa. Nobody on the continent of Africa has more paid subscribers than me on X, which is formerly Twitter.
So you're a social media influencer.
Can I finish?
I just needed to be clear.
If you interject, I can't be clear.
No, so go ahead.
So even if I don't do anything, if I just sleep and wake up, today, I'm earning something like maybe close to $1,000, even if I just sleep and wake up. That's why I have the luxury.
Well, I'd like to be you.
Oh, well, that's why I have the luxury to travel all around the world. This year, how many countries have I been to? I've been to 18 countries. Tomorrow, I'm going back to California. From California, I'm going to Ethiopia. From Ethiopia, I'm going to Seychelles. That's why that's why I can say the truth to anybody, because I have a consistent legal income flow, and nobody can muzzle me.
Indeed. And what about the reports that you're about to be made an ambassador by the Tinubu government? Is that a fact, or is that shrouded in mystery?
I don't know anything about that. I deal in facts. I don't deal in reports or rumors.
Yeah, but I mean, have you heard about those reports?
I read it in the newspapers just like you. I read it just like you.
Rita, it's great to see you. Great to see you in person, rather than all this internet business from London.
And just before I go, encourage Nigerians, please dress in made in Nigeria apparel. Everything I'm wearing from head to toe is made in Nigeria. That's the only way we're going to build our economy.
Well, tell that to the government, because they're driving around in foreign cars. You see what I mean? And yet cars are made in Nigeria.
Yes, cars are made in Nigeria, and then we're seeing that this administration... So
all right, that was the end of the video. Moving on very swiftly. There's an interview with Garba Shehu on TVC, and he has this to say about what Boss Mustafa, said on the same channel about the president. So please take a listen to this.
The launch yesterday is already cutting some controversy, especially the statement made by the former Secretary to the Government of the Federation, who mentioned that it was his recommendation that culminated into your appointment as spokesperson. He specifically mentioned that President Buhari already had about 12 million plus votes before the 2015 coalition, and that the merger only added 3.2 million to him. That's being read as an attempt to downplay President Tinubu's contribution. I'm sure you're following all of the headlines that followed this morning. Do you agree with that reading?
No, 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 absolutely no. Look, let me see. There's a lot of mischief in these things and sensationalism on the part of journalists. The speech by the former secretary to the government of the Federation is currently running on YouTube, and listen to it. He did not at any point mention Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In fact, in some of the stories that I have seen on TV are so downright condemnatory of President Tinubu, that he had done nothing of substance to support Buhari in 2015, that he played no role in all of that. That's absolute rubbish. The thing Boss Mustafa was trying to point at is that statistically and arithmetically, this is how the votes were assembled. And I've seen someone from the presidency, although he didn't speak in a manner that was angry, trying to say, well, the primary was won because Tinubu had come in. And I was saying to myself, these two gentlemen, Boss Mustafa and the guy from the president, one is saying this is 6, the other one is saying this is half a dozen. It's the same story. Buhari himself had said many times, I ran once, second and third times, I did not get it. It is the merger that we had that brought all of us together that made me win the presidency. And to be fair to Bruce Mustafa, if the reporters who casted these nasty headlines would go back to what he said about 3 times, what I'm going to say may create controversy. The merger was formulated for Buhari presidency. It was formulated to prosecute Buhari presidency. What's to that effect? So it is not in doubt that partners came together and put together a party that was now in a position to challenge PDP after 16 years and won the election. Nobody is denying anybody any role.
I agree with you to an extent.
It's also important that sometimes we moderate the language in which we speak as politicians. I'm not saying this of Boss Mustafa. I'm saying
yes,
some of the people that run around politicians, everyone had played a role in accordance with the positions that they held at that time. We won the election, and we ran government for 8 years, and our party won yet again, and we're in office. We hope for another 8 years.
All right. Let me read to you what Boss Mustafa actually said, and I'm going to be reading from the cable. Boss Mustafa, former secretary to the federal government, SGF, says the opposition parties, which were part of the merger that formed the All Progressives Congress, APC, in 2013, contributed only 3 million votes to the 15.4 million secured by former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2015. Excuse me. The parties involved in the merger are the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, Action Congress of Nigeria, ACN, and All Nigerian People's Party, ANPP. Speaking in Abuja on Wednesday at the launch of Garba Shew's book, according to the president, Lessons from a Presidential Spokesman's Experience, the former SGF admitted that the coalition building paved the way for the first democratic defeat of an incumbent ruling party in Nigeria's history. I'm just going to jump straight to the things he actually said. President Mustafa noted that, quote, President Buhari's integrity, national stature, and disciplined messaging were central to the breakthrough. In the 2003 elections, it was the Obasanjo-Buhari contest where Buhari recorded 2.7 million votes. In the next elections, he got 12.7 million votes. In 2007, it came to 6.6 million, then back to 12.2 million in 2011, he said. Though the CPC had only 1 state, the ACN had 6 states, and the AMPP had 3 states. When you sum up the total votes that gave us the presidency in 2015, the aggregate was 15.4 million. So basically, we brought to the table after the merger, outside the Buhari 12.5 million votes was 3 million. Now, I mean, we all know exactly what that sounds like. It sounds like you're trying to downplay what the other person did, regardless of what Garba Shehu is saying here. It's actually a downplaying of what he did. But here's the crazy part. If you have 1 billion votes in Nigeria, you must have 2/3 of the seats. It's not about the number of votes. It's about how many states. How many states did you get those votes? So if you got 12 million votes and it's just in the north, you still cannot become the president. It's not just about the majority in terms of figures, it's also about majority in terms of states. What they're doing right now, I think everybody's just angry with the whatever coalition they're building, but it is well with them. I don't know what it's all about, but everybody will be all right. All right. So while Reno, the video I played earlier was Reno on Arise. Reno was also on channels. I think I should play that before we continue with some other news items. So please take a listen to Reno or Mockery again.
That it makes it seem as if our debt has exploded.
Are you saying that Tinubu government did not borrow any money?
Tinubu government has borrowed money, but they've also repaid money. So, for example, we were owing the IMF. We are no longer owing the IMF at all. What we are actually paying to the IMF right now is what they call drawing rights. A drawing right is just like if you have a MasterCard. If you have a MasterCard, even if you pay your American Express or your MasterCard off, you're still going to be paying a yearly annual fee as a member. So our total indebtedness to the IMF has been paid, and it's actually there on the IMF's...
So the question that a lot of people will be asking is that you want to paint it as though Tinubu government is not getting any. They are actually.
Yeah, they're getting loan. It's just like what the governor of Zamfara said to you. People are leaving the PDP. People are joining the PDP. Yes, this government is taking loans, and this government is also paying loans. So the government is paying more loans than they are taking. That is why our debt has reduced.
So let's ask ourselves the question. Just remember, okay. Let's ask ourselves the question. What currency do we produce?
What currency?
In Nigeria, in what currency do we produce?
We produce in the Naira.
In Naira.
Yeah.
So if we are going to convert and pay any debt, are we not going to take that same Naira to convert it to dollar to pay our debt?
That doesn't make sense. If you're taking a domestic debt, then that's when that happens. Because you're taking a domestic debt in Naira.
But when you're paying, whichever currency that you take the debt, you are paying in that currency.
Yes.
But so, I am saying to you, your earnings is mostly in what? In your local currency.
Well,
your wealth.
If you look at our earnings, that's not quite accurate. You see, you have to understand, a lot of people don't realize this. Only 15% of Nigeria's GDP is oil and gas. However, oil and gas is more than about maybe something like 75% of our foreign exchange earnings. So we are earning in dollars. For example, even if you're going to the port, the Nigerian Ports Authority, the Nigerian Ports Authority is earning in dollars. So we have a lot. We're earning in dollars. But the point I'm trying to make, Seun, let's not complicate things for your audience. If you borrow from a Nigerian bank in Naira, you pay back in Naira. If you borrow or from France or from the Bretton Woods institutions in dollars, you pay back in dollars. As at today, our total indebtedness has actually reduced. It has reduced from $113 billion to $97 billion. Peter Obi came to your program and lied. That was a lie. It was an economic sabotage to Nigeria.
All right. We'll move from there to another interview by Seun on channels where he discussed the role that the president played in the election of former President Buhari. This is a former member of the House of Representatives. His name is Farouk Adamu Aliyu. Please take a listen to him.
Understanding of what you make of Boss Mustafa's statement from that yesterday's book launch.
Seun, and good evening, Nigeria. Good evening, Nigerians. My senior brother, Boss Mustafa, certainly got it wrong because probably, I can't even remember where he was that time. If people can remember very well, my own face from 2001 to date, I'm one of Buhari's faces, people that have stood by and for him all through up to the time he finished the presidency. And moving forward to 2014, former governor of Ekiti State was the was the chairman of the convention committee, and each presidential candidate at that time, aspirants, Muhammad Buhari, I was Honorable Farouk Adamu Aliyu, who was his representative on that committee, so I was his returning officer. There is Honorable Greg from Imo State, who represented Atiku Abubakar. There was Honorable Mai Angua who represented late Samda Isaiah. I can't remember the person who represented Kwankwaso. Now, at that time, I can confess to you and to all Nigerians that, yes, it's true that we've all along come with the 12 million votes or even more for Muhammadu Buhari. But did we ever win the election? I mean, like, were we declared? In certain instances, 2011, we thought we won, you know. But something happened, we were not declared. But officially, we were not declared. Buhari was not declared as the winner. Let me tell you that that time, Kano State, when Kwankwaso was the governor, led by, I mean, his team was led by Ganduje. And in Jigawa, I remember very well, some members from Jigawa State, some from Kano, in most part of the northwestern part of this country, did not vote for Buhari at all. That was even how Kwankwaso became second. And I was one of the people whom Fashola, he's alive, you can ask him. Fashola gave me an aircraft to bring delegates from Jigawa and Kano State to help vote for Buhari. And it was Tinubu who rallied all the southwestern votes for Buhari, all of them. But I can confess to you the northwestern part of this country, where Buhari came from, or comes from, did not vote for him all along. So Tinubu played great role in Muhammad Buhari's emergence as the candidate. Anybody who tells you that probably does not know history. And as I said, my senior brother, Boss Mustafa, certainly was not in that equation. And you see, unfortunately, there are so many of these Buhari converts whom were not with us, were not with Buhari. I don't want to mention names, but most of them who happened by accident or fate became what they became. And they're trying to deconstruct history. It is not true. Tinubu assisted, contributed, helped winning the election because he followed us to campaign all over the country. You know, so, I mean, and I don't want these kind of issues to be brought about between Buhari and Tinubu because there are no issues. Buhari has said it. Tinubu has said it. So why whip these sentiments that are not there? So I'm confirming to you, and if anybody can challenge me that I was not a returning officer in Lagos, let him come out and speak to you to tell you that it's not the truth. And if anybody can also come and say, I have not been one of the people around Muhammad Buhari from the day he started. There is nothing in this country that we didn't go through. The traversities of intimidations and so on. And I went through referendum. I keep saying that. The only member who went through referendum, to recall, all because of my association with Muhammad Buhari. So where are all these people? Where were they when?
No, I like Brother Femi.
All right. Farouk Adamu Aliyu talking about the president's role in the emergence of former President Buhari as winner of the last election, of the 2015 election. All right, so having said that, I want to do one more thing before I change the topic. We're still on the news, but there's some things that happened in the last couple of days. But before I do that, so I watched this yesterday. The Vice President Shetima, he was at the same book launch where Boss Mustafa made that statement. His own statement was quite interesting, and I felt I should share with you. So please listen to him. He has something interesting to let us know. Take a listen.
Not the one who hides with the curious elephant. I want to commend you for the courage to forgive all those who are.
Is it clear enough? Because I really want you to hear what he has to say, but I want to be sure it's clear enough. Can you hear what he's saying? We'll move to something else.
Because of their public.
It's not clear now. All right. So in that video, talked about Jonathan's role and how they were going to remove him from power, and they spoke with different people to get him out. But the Attorney General at the time stood for him, and then Tambuwal as well spoke up for him, saying that the president will not be able to to get him impeached or get him removed from office. But of course, it's sweeter if you hear it from him directly. So you can maybe search YouTube. For some reason, I don't know why this particular clip is not clear. But yeah, let's move quickly to the federal government's response to the United States' idea of deporting Venezuelans to Nigeria. All right, so please take a listen to this. It was an interview on Channels TV with Yusuf Tuga. So I think you will get the whole thing here. Please take a listen.
Countermeasures are being prepared to mitigate such fallout.
Excuse me. Sorry, that may not necessarily. What the issue of tariffs may not necessarily have to do with us participating in BRICS. You have to also bear in mind that the U.S. is mounting considerable pressure on African countries to accept Venezuelans to be deported from the U.S., some straight out of prison. It will be difficult for a country like Nigeria to accept Venezuelan prisoners into Nigeria. We have, in the famous words of, I don't know if you know the U.S. rap group called Public Enemy. If you do, then you'll remember a line from Flavor Flav, a member of the group, who said Flavor Flav has problems of his own. I can't do nothing for you, men. We have enough problems of our own. We cannot accept Venezuelan deportees to Nigeria, for crying out loud. We already have 230 million people. You will be the same people that would castigate us if we acquiesce to accepting Venezuelans from U.S. prisons to be brought.
Are we under pressure? Are we under pressure from the Americans, from the U.S.?
These are some of the discussions that have.
Diplomatic or trade countermeasures are being prepared to mitigate such fallout.
But with us, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga. If you'd like to speak on this, when it's time to bring everybody up, please feel free to comment on all of this. All right, before we go on, I'm going to play something from an interview with BRF about the president. So I'm just putting everything out there. Whatever you want to speak on when you come, just speak whatever you want to speak, and then you talk about that, okay? So let's take a listen to this.
I know him as Ashwaju. I knew him as Uncle Bola many years ago when I was a much younger lawyer, when he was treasurer of Mobile Bookshop House at CMS, before Mobile moved to Lekki. So I met him through his nephew Wale, and Wale was a youth corper who came to serve out his youth corps year in the law firm where I was an associate. We became friends, and you know, Friday nights when we were broke, we needed money to go clubbing. We said, let's go and see Uncle Bola, he will give us money. He always worked late. So if you pass Bookshop House around 8 o'clock, his floor was the only floor where you will see light. So that's how I knew.
Reading or something?
Working.
Was working.
And those things are part of his MO till today. Long nights, short days. So my experience beyond that was that he's worked me all his life, really. Either do this legal issue for him, or when he invited me, I said, look, you have to leave that law firm. I need help in my office. Lai is going to run for governor. Lai Mohammed, the current information minister, was the first chief of staff. So I took over from him just about 6 months before election. And since then, it has been really back-breaking work. I think the more interesting side is the number of times he sacked me and the number of times I resigned.
He sacked you?
Oh, yes. Now, he always sacked me. His ADC, who is now the Oniru of Irulan, Bola, he sacked everybody. You're fired. And then 10 minutes later, chief of staff, please come. I said, but you just fired me. He said, yes, don't worry. Go and do this for me. I'll fire you again. But, you know, it was such a taskmaster, if you like. And but I think there's some stories that I remember. Let me say this. I was saving it for my memoirs, but let me say this. When Governor Ladoja was removed as governor in Ibadan by an apparently illegal impeachment process, it was to Lagos that he came, and I know, and I will say no more about that part. But let me also say that on Sundays I used to play football, and Sunday was like my day off when he would not call me. I remember my phone rang after playing soccer on Sunday, and it was the ADC, and he said, the boss wants to speak to you. And he said, when he came on, he said, look, Tunde, I'm sorry, I know this is your day off, I need you. Yemi, that's the current vice president, the attorney general, was in camp. I think they were doing something. He said, just bring your constitution, bring your law books, I need you to research something for me. When I got there, what he said to me was, are we just going to fold our hands and let a governor in Nigeria be impeached and nothing will happen? And I said, but he's in opposition, it doesn't matter. What can we do? Call your colleagues. And it was in his house, in that body law, that a group of us lawyers sat down, prepared the court documents. I will keep the name of the lawyer who went to file it. With security, we gave him at 4 a.m. to go to Ibadan the following morning, from 11 in the morning. And it was that case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And Ladoja was returned back to office before he finally lost in the re-election. That wasn't his cause. That was an opposition governor. But that is the man, the champion of oppressed people. So when some people are now trying to rewrite history and say he's fighting Buhari, no. He's empathizing with people who can't get money. He's empathizing with people who need fuel.
All right. So that was from the interview I read yesterday. I was able to get the video, so I thought I should play so you can actually hear the former governor say that. There's one more video I'm going to play before I read some things, and then we'll move on from there, from this sort of things, all right? It's actually from the President Obasanjo. Please take a listen to his own thoughts on you know who. I mean, whatever he says, you get it. Umbo. Take a listen to this.
We got a letter from America in June 2006 listing a number of people to be investigated. Atiku was one of them. Atiku was one of them. That letter went straight to EFCC. It was just shown to me because they will not be able to investigate my number 2 without my saying, okay, if we get this letter from America, so be it. And I could not, in good conscience, ask my number 2 to be investigated. But the Americans wrote and asked, among others, that he should be investigated. And that we cannot rule out. So at that time, politically, I needed to carry him along. Politically, I needed to carry him along. But I don't know whether he can go to America now. Do you know? I'm asking you.
I know he travels.
To where? I'm asking you, do you know?
I know he travels.
To where?
All right. So that's the president, the former president, talking about his deputy at the time. Okay. So apparently a young man is said to have been the highest, the student with the highest score in the last jam that was written is called 375. And everybody, a lot of people are saying all kinds of things about it. And I'm going to spend some time on this and also on something else, His name is Chinedu Okeke, and he apparently scored 375 in the last election. Now, normally, you're supposed to celebrate this kind of feat and be happy that a young man would do, so well. Until we discovered that he's actually a medical student at University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And also, there is a note from JAMB, which is what I want to read actually on this particular matter. All right, so let me read to you what JAMB put out as a press statement. Chinedu Okeke, a tale of emotional blackmail. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has been compelled to address a series of misleading narratives circulating on social media. These narratives reflect a troubling trend where certain individuals elevate themselves to the status of demigods in institutional matters, often defending wrongful actions instead of advocating for integrity and accountability. As a regulatory agency, JAMB operates on the foundation of facts and data, not emotions. In the case of Chinedu Okeke, a candidate from the 2025 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, the facts are straight, clear and different from what has been portrayed by some interests out there. Firstly, it is inaccurate to assert that Chinedu Okeke hails from Anambra State. All available records indicate that he is from Amo Ward of a local government in Lagos State, where he sat for the 2021 UTME, as he then claimed in his details filled with NIMC. Based on this, he gained admission to study medicine and surgery at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and is currently in his 4th year. Imagine this one, writing an exam with young kids. All right, let's continue. A review of his student records from the university has not yet contradicted this information, and as it were, raises significant questions as to why a 400 level medical student would suddenly pivot to study mechanical engineering in 2025 while still enrolled in his original program, especially given the inconsistencies in his personal claims which should form his identity. What kind of institution would JAMB be if it did not maintain accurate records to verify candidates' claims, which in instances of doubt we must seek adequate explanations? At JAMB, a candidate's identity is established through the National Identification Number, NIN. We do not modify or add to the information provided by candidates. Hence, there should be no dispute regarding their identities. The assertion that JAMB retrieved incorrect details from Chinedu from the National Identity Management Commission in 2021 is unequivocally false, aimed at fabricating a defense for his case. The evidence suggests that Chinedu altered his records as filled in 2021 prior to registering for 2025 UTME, a fact confirmed by even his own advocates. To prevent the propagation of such baseless claims, the board has partnered with NIMC to ensure the integrity of candidate data. It is profoundly disappointing that individuals, for reasons known only to themselves, would resort to defaming an organization fulfilling its legal obligations at every opportunity. Moreover, these online advocates have been actively reaching out to Chinedu's parents to extract emotional narratives rather than factual clarifications, neglecting to seek information directly from the university. As of now, the university has not stated anything to the contrary. Once we receive such information, we will promptly notify the Medical and Dental Council to consider delisting him. Until that is done, the board will continue to treat Chinedu with all the dignity he deserves as a bona fide student of one of Nigeria's tertiary institutions. As a statutory agency, JAMB remains committed to its mandate of ensuring that no candidate exploits loopholes for personal gain. The facts are clear. Chinedu took advantage of Lagos State's quota in 2021, thereby obstructing the admission opportunities for other deserving candidates from the state. Furthermore, he attempted to manipulate his details with the NIMC to unjustly claim representation from Anambra State in 2025. The board will not be swayed by the antics of attention seekers, as it diligently performs its duty to ensure that our future leaders are truly deserving in both learning and character. We are not engaged in witch hunting. Rather, we refuse to allow candidates who aspire to leadership roles act in ways that are unbecoming. When a nation trivializes illegalities, it breeds a future fraught with potential criminality. Am I surprised? Not one bit. The people supporting him are the same people that support Mesoma. And you guys don't understand that this culture is this thing is real. Kids. I mean, there are many things inside our store. The fact that he claimed to be from Lagos State. I don't know how Chinedu is from Lagos State. Chinedu Okeke. But now he's from Anambra State. When you come up, we'll talk about it. We'll move to something else. If you notice, I'm not dwelling on many things because there are quite many. So I want everybody, when people come up, maybe if you have anything to say about anything, about any of the topics, then we'll discuss it. But it's just a shame that kids already understand. And the sad part, the saddest part, is not that these children are doing something bad. That's not the sad part. The sad part is adults supporting them because they are from the ethnic group. That's the trouble. And it's a pattern. It's not a one-off event. It's not a one-off event. You are from two different states. Don't be like, say, your mama. It is where. All right, so this is going to be the last set of stuff we're going to listen to. Then I'll read the letter that the King of Ga wrote yesterday. So this is about the old Ghanian issue. I hope this will be the last we speak of it. I really hope so. But so some Ghanaians sent some videos. I think they got it on TikTok, so they sent it out. Send them out, I should say. Good morning. God no go shame us. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. I already mentioned one. Thank you. Good to see you. All right, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. So let's get into this. They want to have duplicates of benefits at our expense. Exactly. I'm actually tempted to talk about this thing. People have to raise, I don't know, how do people raise children? There's no account. See, this accountability problem is not when they become agbalagba, from when they were kids. That's why you notice the pattern. You saw it in Mesoma, you see it in Chinedu, you see it in, I don't want to mention the other names, you see it even in the people in politics. It's a cultural thing. And we should know this thing as Yoruba people so that we don't allow people to, say, you are a tribalist, you are a bigot. No. I'm only telling you, what you are doing. Moving away from that, I think I should let me read something from Reno before I move on. Well, on that matter, before we go to Ghana. All right. Nigerians bring tribal state. This is from Reno Mokri. It says Nigerians bring tribal sentiments and emotions to everything rather than focusing on the facts which cannot lie. That is the major factor against our development as a nation, not corruption. How can you justify a 400 level medical student taking a school leaving university entrance examination like JAMB? There are 16-year-olds taking these exams. There are 15-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, kids just coming out of secondary school taking the exam. But if somebody in 400, why would you not pass? In fact, 375, you should have 475 over 400. You are in university now. You already know these things. Anyway, let's continue. It can be understood if he did this in his first year, but when you're in your fourth year of a medical course, you are obviously at an advanced stage of your education and cannot compete fairly with school leavers in a JAM subject like biology. You will definitely have an unfair advantage. Obviously, this young adult in his mid-20s will be competing unfairly with teenage school leavers who are mostly under 16. That is why, even in sports such as football, basketball, boxing, and so on and so forth. Anyway, let's not go deep into it. But all this, one of the reasons I'm trying to, because what I'm about to say is about Igbo too. People say, oh, is it because he's Igbo? Why don't you say, is it because he did something wrong? Like in that culture, don't they don't they speak against evil? Like, should we keep quiet because he's Igbo? I don't get it. Let me read a bit from this thing. The UTME, you are generalizing, Oga. Kendo, it's a cultural problem from your side of town. It's a cultural thing. Let me drop this thing for a second. The majority of the people agree with this kind of thing. It's either, even the ones who don't agree, they keep quiet. Do you see them talk about it? Everybody just keeps quiet. You are complicit. So when you say things like you're generalizing, what do you mean generalizing? This is it's not once, twice, three times. It's like everybody does it and everybody just says, oh, you can't touch him because he's from here. What do you mean I'm generalizing? You think this is generalizing? Okay. Look at the comment section. Just go online and look at what people from the Southeast are saying about a boy that should be punished for doing something wrong. Like, even if it's just, you shouldn't have done that. If all the elders in your town speak like that, you will have less kids. I mean, there's no part of Nigeria that is perfect. But when people do something wrong, like, why do you say, oh, you can't talk because, is it because he's from here? Is it because he's from there? Like, no, this is not generalization. This is factual. This is objective, what is the word I'm looking for now? I'm being objective about this. This boy is in his final, if he was studying economics, that would be his final year. He's a fourth-year student. What do you mean I'm generalizing? And everybody seems to agree with it. And if you say, if you're an Igbo person and say, oh, I don't agree with it, let me ask you, go through the internet and tell me how many folks from that part of town have said, oh, this is wrong. No, it can't be wrong. Why? He's their brother. Let me get back to this. The UTME examinations are designed to offer university admissions to school leavers, not university undergraduates. That is why it is called a matriculation examination. Please research the meaning of the word matriculation. It means to be freshly enrolled into a university. An undergraduate cannot matriculate. That is an abuse of the system. That is why the term matriculation is not used for anyone who is not a fresher. Would you want a person who is already an advanced boxer to fight your own child as an amateur boxer? That is unfair advantage. But rather than focusing on only the facts, Nigerians are incorporating ethnic sentiments into the discussion. Oh, it is because he's Igbo. He's been targeted since he's a Christian, and the JAMB registrar is a Muslim, which is, of course, senseless. Is that not what Peter Obi and Obi Ezekwesili did with Mesoma Echikeme? The one that actually got an app, downloaded an app from the App Store. This was just last year. Downloaded an app from the App Store, used the app. I mean, anybody can get the app. I even downloaded it and tried it. The idea is like, it's like what you use for pranks. Downloaded the app, gave herself scores, printed it out, talked about it. Jam says it's not in the system. Everybody wrote from the Southeast. It's because she's Igbo. How do you raise responsible children like this? The two of them almost caused ethnic tensions. Talking about Peter Obi and Obi Ezekwesili. The two of them almost caused ethnic tensions in Nigeria until it was established that Mesoma Ejike lied about her age and actually cheated on the JAMB examination. If Chinedu Okeke, a 400-level medical student, wanted to change courses, there were legal routes available to him, including a change of course and a university transfer. If these options are not to his liking, then he can explore the route of going to a private university. Public universities are subject to these rules because of limited spaces. Those are the standard procedures in Nigeria and abroad. And of course, the fact that he's even changing his identity at will it's terrible. One day you're from Lagos. How can you be from Lagos? Chinedu Kizeloroko Ghana, Okeke. You wonder why people have issues with you all over the place. Be shouting is generalization instead of you to fix up. You will never see them talk about what the person did wrong. All you'll be hearing is, why are you generalizing? Why are you because it's about what will make them feel good. I'm not here to make you feel good though. If you need someone that make you feel good, you need a comedian. I am not one. All right. So a Ghanian sent this. I think he got it from YouTube, TikTok apparently. People saying all kinds of things about Ghana, and trust me, you will hear again, this is a cultural thing. Do you have folks who are not like this? Of course. There are Igbos who are not like this, but like I always say, they're in the minority. One, they are quiet. Two. So number one, you are too small to be noticed. Then you are too quiet to be heard. So at the end of the day, you are sure too. You see everyone as being funny, which is a wrong mindset in analyzing things. Ogawabi Wasijare, let me play you this thing, and then you can listen to the what if that you're looking for. What if, you know the thing you have been writing, not once have you mentioned what the child did. That's how I know that you are not serious. Not once, in all the treatises and epistles you've been writing on this thing, not once have you mentioned what the boy did. All you are talking about is generalization. You are not serious. People need to be telling you the truth. Please take a listen to this fantastic submission from Kendo's brother.
Go and think maybe what most. Hold on, Aquado. You will talk now. This is not yeah, come on, man. We are not doing some competition here. Hold on. Let me finish and you talk. So if you like, you cry. I don't know. Maybe your government might hear you. If you talk from now to tomorrow, it will be very difficult for your government to listen to you. You know why? Because a lot of your banks that your government officials put their money into, those banks belongs to Igbos. We can decide to close those banks and your country will become bankrupt. UBA is one of the most popular banks you use in Ghana. It belongs to Igbos, Access, Zenith, all those banks you've seen. Go and look at the owners of the banks. It belongs to us. Then again, let's go to, go and use your Google. You have two phones. You can Google who's the owner of UBA. Then you look at his tribe, United Bank of Africa, who's the owner. And you type what tribe does he come from. You type who's the owner of Access Bank. You look his name, you type which tribe does he come from. Who's the owner of Zenith? You look his name and you type which tribe does he come from. So then go again and look at the phone you guys use. The most used phone in Ghana is Technophone. Technophone is still produced by the Igbos. Infinix, Itel, still produced by the Igbos. I don't know, like how you think you can fight such people? Is it fighting? You don't have the economic power to fight the Igbos. If you want to fight the Igbos, you will need an economic power, not by one rich man. Yeah, you will need a collective of very rich communities to fight them, because we are into your economy already. You know, financially financing a lot of, you know. Let me not go into details. So how can you fight the Igbos? Is it by going online and calling your government? Your government is not going to do anything, because your government is going to lose. A lot of things, a lot of importation in your countries, a lot of importation of goods coming to your countries. Those importations are run by the Igbos. If you don't know Igbos, your importation business in West Africa cannot really go successfully. Go and verify, go and ask questions. If you are not close to the Igbos business community, I don't think you're going to be able to import anything or to export and import as a business if you're not a government or official. So you should understand why your government cannot even come out to start to fight the Igbos. No, your government will not do that. No, if you cry from now to tomorrow, your government will keep mute, because a lot of their money, Tony Elumelu. Look at this idiot that Tony Elumelu denied being an Igbo man. This one is a Yorubamba. Anyway, I don't discuss Yoruba people. Yoruba people are very poor. Yoruba people should focus on building Ibadan. Ibadan, which is the capital of Yoruba people. Ibadan, people in Ibadan in Yoruba land don't even have a toilet. There's no toilet in Ibadan, you know. And okay, let me show you a video.
You know what? You said a whole lot. Can I make my point?
Hold on. You're going to make your point. I'm going to let you talk. See, I'm going to let you talk. Nobody's going to interrupt you. I promise you that. Yeah? But let me show you. I will show you one thing. Yeah? That the Yorubas are supporting. You know why the Yorubas are supporting you? The Yorubas are supporting you because we have bought all the land in Yoruba land. And we are proud of it. You know, if you sell your ancestral land, we're going to buy it. As Ndibo, he did not come to Ghana and he waged a war on Ghana people and took your land. He gave you money Igbo people gave you money with their hard-earned money from their business, and you took it, and you went and danced banku, you went and throw party, eat banku, eat 5 plates of banku, carry women and squander the money, and you want to come and tell us what to do in a land we bought with our money. You are wasting your time. Hold on. Let me show you why Yoruba people are crying. We have bought all the land in Yoruba land. And we'll still buy. We're going to buy all the lands too. So we have bought nearly all the land in Yoruba land. And now we want to extend in our land buying. So we go to Ghana. We bought a lot of land in Togo. We bought places in Benin Republic. As it stands, what we are planning to do is to buy the whole of West Africa. And we will achieve it. We'll buy it. And you will sell because you don't have the economic power. You know, we're done with Nigeria in buying those lands. Half of Abuja belongs to the Igbos. We bought everything. More than 70% of Lagos belongs to the Igbos. We bought everything, you know, and we'll keep buying. We have to extend to other West African countries to keep buying. And you sell, we will buy. And all you can do is to cry about it. All right, Akua, go ahead. Make your submission. Go ahead. Finish what you have to say.
Come on back like the dog you are.
Akua, go ahead.
Can I talk? Can I talk?
No,
yes, go ahead.
Ask this man one question, then he can go away.
No, please.
Hold on. Akua, you have 1 minute. You have 1 minute. Round up.
I have 1 minute after playing like 4 videos and ranting for 5 minutes.
That's stupid.
Okay, first.
Your father is the one ranting. Correct yourself.
First and foremost, listen. First and foremost, I allowed you lots to make your point. You said if Igbos go, Ghana's economy will collapse. Well, let me burst your bubble. The banks that you mentioned, there are 1 million banks in Ghana. And secondly, I don't know which economy that you think Igbos are running.
Shut up. Go ahead, Amos.
In my screen.
Amos, go ahead.
Igbos are running.
Nonsense. I want to ask.
Can you pronounce, speak proper English? Go ahead, Amos. Where are you from?
We doesn't care about the English.
Yes, we doesn't care. A few more things to hear. Let's take a listen to the others.
Someone from Yoruba land and someone comes to my city and I'm struggling. The person comes there, just within a space of 10 years. I will sell my father's land, my father's house to him, and then use 70% of it to do a wambe, and then use the other one to smoke, and then in 6 months I'm back to Manila. I will commit suicide. Because it has shown that I am useless. It has shown that I cannot have any good impact in this world. And that is what happens with greater percentage of people that live in Lagos. They don't even know where they are. They are like slaves. They are like slaves. Some of them, they don't even know their mother because of the nature of the cultural exhibition and phenomenon of Yoruba culture. They are promiscuous in nature that they don't protect family lineage. So the person that they call father may not even be their father. They are in their youthful age and they have seen exactly the same pattern of life that their fathers failed is manifested in their own life. So sometimes when you look at it, it's not really something I take too personally. I see it as a bunch of failures. So that's why you will see someone that is living in gutter, living in areas in Lagos. Lagos is a cesspit.
Gospel by Andy Igbo.
Yorubas, they're just fucking lazy. We the other Yorubas, they're just fucking lazy. We the Easterners will come down all the way from East and make money in Lagos. They will be there still begging us money for food. They don't work. You know, they don't work. Most of them, you know what I'm talking about. You know, they're just like that. Yoruba, they're just like that. You know, they don't like accepting their fault and they don't like working. Even in Lagos, we that come all the way from East, we met most of them in Lagos when we came. And we started doing well more than them. We started feeding them.
Just in case people want to join the...
Other Yorubas, they're just fucking lazy. we the Easterners will come down all the way from East and make money in Lagos. They will be there still begging us money for food. They don't work. You know, they don't work. Most of them, you know what I'm talking about. You know, they're just like that. Yoruba, they're just like that. You know, they don't like accepting their fault and they don't like working. Even in Lagos, we that come all the way from East, we met most of them in Lagos when we came. And we started doing well more than them. We started feeding them.
Kendo, you are this close to being blocked. Because to be honest, that's what will be better for you, because I think you're a blockhead. How can a sane person keep writing? It must be somebody else. It must be somebody else. It must be. Shafi, were you cursed to not ever take responsibility for anything in your life? You're listening to different voices sounding the same way, and you keep saying they are not Igbo, they are someone else, they are some. You can never take responsibility for anything in life. You are this close to being blocked. If you don't know what you just don't bother. Just watch. Since you're not supposed to say something wrong about your brothers, even if they are getting themselves inside trouble, it's okay. Like, don't worry about it. Just you don't want to condemn them. That's fine. That's your prerogative. But it's not your prerogative to come here and be typing nonsense in the comment section, please. Before I bring people up, a lot of people have been talking about how. By the way, somebody wrote it here earlier that Yoruba people got people to be ejected from Nigeria. 1 second. All right, that's some Yoruba people got in it and all that. So I got a hold of a book. By the way, shout out to Olamide who sent me that stuff. Eventually, I had to go look for the book itself this morning. So thank you for pointing me in the right direction. The book is called Nigerian Foreign Policy Under Military Rule, 1966 to 1999. Two of the actions undertaken between July 19 and November 1982 were the deportation by the federal government of Raymond Kodzo Okuzed, accused of defrauding some state government of 1 million naira, and the Reverend Victor Saki, who admitted that he had been sent by the Rawlings government to spy on Nigeria. 80 Ghanaians without valid papers and visible means of livelihood were deported in October, and another 53 were deported in November. The Ghanaian government protested that these were unfriendly acts, and in this case, the Ghanaians had been invited to the country by Nigerian employers. Excuse me. The final act that led to the massive deportations was an attempt by armed robbers to break into the residence of Vice President Alex Ekweme. Among those apprehended by the police were some Ghanaians who had their identity papers with them. The Nigerian government at once directed the Ministry of Internal Affairs to take immediate action against what it called the menace of the Ghanaians and other illegal aliens in Nigeria. You hear the name, you can make of that whatever you will, but this is what I'm going to say without going deep into that intentionally. You see, if they are complaining about you everywhere you go, and let me tell you something, the best of Igbos will either deny it or be quiet. And I'll say this, as terrible as it is to be quiet in the face of danger, it's better than denial. You can't deny everybody in your family just doing terrible stuff. You are telling people in their land that you own the banks, you're going to close it down. You said, Tony Lumelu, you are Jim Ovia. Even the one owned by I don't know, I think that Ag Mokwete is now from the southeast. Even the Tony Lumelu got suffered, the Jim Ovia. Some people say Igbo, some people say Igbo, but that's on them. Ika Igbo, I'm not Igbo, I'm Mika. That's on them. The point is that even if it's from your family, you are telling a person in his own country what you're going to do. Please, I may not allow Ghanaians to really get into it, because a couple of days ago, we had some Ghanaians come up, we put it out, and I started receiving messages, take it down. I was like, if you know you don't want your voice heard, if you know that if they record your voice and they put it out, you don't want people to hear it, please don't bother coming up. Like, it's a waste of, I can't believe I spent all that time editing a video, putting it out. The Ghanaian lady now sent me a message. I've been getting messages because you take it. And I said, what messages? Just feeling like, so I removed it because I don't want Wala. So if you don't want anybody to hear your voice, or you are, whatever it is for your whatever reason, don't bother coming up, okay? Just want to put that out there. By the way, let me just put it as a caveat. Every time you come up to speak, it is possible that your voice will be heard outside the live sessions. So just remember. So I don't like all this, please help us take it down. If it's up, it's not down. So if you're coming up, I'm saying it now. Anyway, you go everywhere telling them, threatening people in their own land. And then when people talk about it, fellow guys now say, he's not from us. It must be somebody else using Igbo name. Mesoma is also somebody else using Igbo name. Chinedu is somebody else using Igbo name. Everybody is not from your place. How do you change if you cannot even acknowledge something is wrong? That's what the issue is. These kids that you pamper and allow to keep lying, they're the ones that grow old and become nuisance in society. Just like we are saying right now. This one said that in Yoruba land, they're the ones that feed us. Meanwhile, the statistics from National Bureau of Statistics tell us that in this country, we have 6 geopolitical zones. The zone that needs help the most to feed on a daily basis, believe it or not, is the southeast, not even the northwest, not even northeast where there's Sambisa Forest, where they are fighting Boko Haram. It's the southeast. The statistics, people just wake up, tell themselves something to make themselves happy, then insult everybody in the process. It's amazing. It's amazing. So I'll bring people up, we'll talk about this, and then we'll move on to the topic of today. Today we'll be discussing our war on state creation. It's actually very fantastic. We'll be reading, let me just advertise, we'll be reading this book. Not advertising the book, we're advertising the session we're about to have. We'll be reading this book, right? Thought on the Nigerian Constitution by Obafemi Awolowo. And if possible, we'll also look at this one, the problems of Africa. He gave this speech at University of Cape Coast. Kwame Nkrumah, interestingly, was in Ghana. So maybe we'll have this as well. But from this, we'll be going to other books like Awolowo's autobiography and other things like that. So that'll be what we're going to get to once we're done with the conversation. So those who are sending their requests, I'm going to bring everybody up. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute yourself. They will bring up another set, and that will be all. So max 2 sets. Thank you very much for understanding. So let's have folks come. You can pick any of the news items that we've read out today. Please, if you come up, you're going to be timed. It's 2 minutes, and please, you're going to be measured. No matter how angry you get, if you raise your voice or you curse people out, you are down. Please. Please, I'm just saying it now. If you're angry, don't curse people out. Don't shake for anybody. Don't turn this place to, I want to get back at Igbo people. That's not what we're doing here. Speak to the issue, and then we can move on from there. Thank you very much. So I'm going to bring the first 5 people up. And also, don't come here to gaslight me. Don't come here and tell us what we heard, we didn't hear. Don't tell us that, it's noon at 2 a.m. I'm just saying the things that can make us take people down. God bless you as you shaking the vine. You shall get it. God bless you. All right. 1, 2, 3. You can get 2 more people up. So we're going to take 2 minutes each. Everybody, 2 minutes. Everyone is timed. Let's remember. And once you get up, please mute. Thank you very much. But please remember, I'm saying it now so that it doesn't look like people are being gagged or anything. Please, Adego, please mute. Thank you. Okay, when you wake up, you can come back, sir. Thank you very much. Because the way you are, is as if you are snoring. All right, we're going to start with Hamzat. Please take 2 minutes, sir. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Let me go straight. The problem, I think we have one simple solution. And my simple solution will be, let everybody relate with them the way they relate with others. What do I mean by that? Let's give them the level of privileges they give others in their region. Because in the western part, in the northern part, you are from anywhere, you can get state job, but you cannot get that in their place. For you to do business over there and make something out of it, then maybe you marry somebody from that place. And the truth is, they fail to understand. The region that is that you can easily deal with in the whole of Nigeria is the Igbo region. Example, simple law. Every buying and selling in the Southwest must be done by a Westerner. Just that law alone. Let's see how far it goes. Anybody that bears other name that doesn't sound from the West loses their job. Let's see how far it goes. Let them make the same law in their region, and let's see how far it goes. Who will be affected? All C of O's that doesn't bear the name of every region be withdrawn. Let's see who cries the most. I tell those who can, I tell them, you are playing on a gunpowder. You are the most less privileged, to be less easily to be dealt with. These laws will not really affect the Northerners. Let the Northerners do the same thing. They will not really be affected. You are the moving tribe. You move from one place to the other because you have nothing to sustain yourself with. So given the privilege, you don't have any reason to abuse that. Until when people begin to do such, I think they will learn from their mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly read something from I read this yesterday. The Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Ga Traditional Council, PO Box 42, Accra, Republic of Ghana. Press release by the Ga Traditional Council. The Ga Traditional Council has observed with dismay recent happenings in the Ga state surrounding an Igbo king by name Eze Dr. Chukwudi Jude Ihenetu, who has accorded himself King of the Igbos in Ghana. At an emergency meeting held at the Ga Traditional Council on the 9th day of July 2025, presided over by the President King Taki Teko Suru II, Gamanse, and all members, the understated were resolved unanimously. Number 1, the Ga Traditional Council dissociates itself from all the activities of the said Eze Dr. Chukwudi Jude Ihenetu. Number 2, the council has never recognized anybody or person as the king of Igbos within the Ga state. Number 3, recognition of persons and their induction at the Ga Traditional Council has always been conditional upon entry of one's name in the National Register of Chiefs. The Ga Traditional Council is a creation of statute. Number 4, Eze Dr. Chukwudi Jude Ihenetu should henceforth cease and desist from holding himself out as a king of the Igbos in the Ga state by way of performing any traditional activity. Number 5, all assigned paramount and divisional chiefs installed by Eze Dr. Chukwudi Jude Ihenetu should also henceforth cease and desist from holding themselves out as such within the Ga state. Number 6, all traditional and cultural festivities under the guise of importing Igbo culture presided over by Eze Dr. Chukwudi Jude Ihenetu in his capacity as King of the Igbos in the Ga state should cease forthwith. The Ga Traditional Council wishes to assure the entire general public that we Gas are a peaceful people and welcome all tribes, communities, and people of other nations into the Ga state on condition that they respect the Ga traditions and customs. Any person or persons who disrespect these directives with intent to disrupt the peace of the Ga state shall be dealt with by law. Our goodwill and respect for other tribes and people of other nations should not be taken for granted. That's from the Registrar for the President of the Traditional Council in Ghana. And let me not hear anything about some people. Don't let me hear anything. If you say it, you're out. Anything like Ghanaians are xenophobic, you are out. I don't want to hear any nonsense like that. Please, I'm begging you. Because you can't go to people's land and go and misbehave. Then when they act, you now begin to cry. This will happen. Excuse me. This is going to happen all over the world, by the way. It's going to happen everywhere. By the way, before the next person speaks, you see the clown in the comment section. If you don't want the Indibo in your region, call for division of Nigeria. Very simple. If I don't want Indibo in my region, how about if I ask you to have common sense? Which one is easier for you to develop sense or to break Nigeria? Why not do the easier part? Because apparently you don't have common sense. The person in the comment section, you don't think. You are moving everywhere and moving mad. You are saying they should break. So if they break Nigeria now, should they break Ghana because of you as well? Go to the next person. Mr. Martin, 2 minutes, please.
Good.
By the way, if you want to go back to your region, you can always go back. You don't need anybody to break anything. Get on the next bus all the way. Safe journey. God be with you. In Jesus' name, amen. Mr. Martin, please go on.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it has come to a point now that the nation has to be restructured because we can't keep on going with this. It has got to be the line has to be drawn out of it. I saw the way they are abusing Ghanian, calling Ghanian all sort of name. I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy with it. And it's not new. I saw the way they are doing to all kind of tribe around them. It's not going to. It's not something that we should welcome. You cannot be living in a community and be causing bitterness, hatred, fighting everybody. That community will banish you. This behavior has been going on for the past 60 years. It's not going to stop. I'm not saying that that's going to see any. I'm not seeing handing into it. Let's face the reality. They are not going to change. It's cultural things. They will tell you Igbo doesn't burn down for anybody. It's culture. It's arrogant. It's cocky. Pride. It's not culture that we should welcome in our society. I think Yoruba elite need to do something. I'm not happy with this thing. I saw when Nigeria had issue with South Africa. I saw all sorts of names they call South Africa on their land. Calling them, they are this, they are that, they are this, they are that. These are the behavior of these people. We want progress, we want development. We cannot have progress and development with this behavior. It doesn't build us, it destroys us. I want restructure of Nigeria and I won't stop about it. I won't stop about it. Without that, this shenanigan will not stop. If we give them maybe 6 months or 6 years to go and learn lesson in their region, in their area, maybe they will change. But see, mingle together, it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop, no matter how much you preach. This thing is not starting today. It has been for ages. Ages. These are the things that cause for
time up.
Okay.
Time up. Please wrap up. Your time is up.
These are the things that cause for WAR. When you are calling Hausa people, you are releasing music, you are gaslighting them. So the same thing they are still doing now. So this going to be forever. Nigeria needs to be restructured. Yoruba elite.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next person. That will be Kendo T. You have 2 minutes, please.
Okay. There are a lot of things I wanted to talk about, but what I will talk more of is I think the issue of Ghana. I went through several comments, especially those saying that I'm going to buy up the whole land in Ghana. When I actually asked them certain questions, I noticed they are not actually Igbos. Okay, there is a particular one I can even trace it out for you. There's a particular one I saw. The person is actually from Ghana. I've even seen someone even actually from Yoruba. So I don't know the reason why.
If you want to speak, please engage that other faculty. Speak to the topic. Speak to the topic. This is not the platform for what you are trying to do right now. This is not the platform for it. Meanwhile, while you're thinking about what you're going to say, let me play you a video.
What is his name? I learned Dr. Easy BBB. You are not even, I don't know where you got your doctor title from. Let me tell you, we are a nation of laws. You came into our country. I believe so strongly that every person on the African continent is welcome to our nation for one reason. I am a Pan-Africanist. I believe in the unification of our land as a one people. But until so, when you come to our land, which our forebears fought for, you don't come in and show us disrespect. And when you have shown us disrespect, and the people are calling on you to do the right thing, you don't begin to pull in the hate speech. Precisely. That type of hate speech. Then it's a video now. Bring it back and let me speak to him. Say that is xenophobic. So you are trying. Let me speak to him.
What is going on?
Good afternoon. By the special grace of God, I'm the chief of Igbo community in Ghana.
You are not a chief of Igbo. You are the leader of Igbo communities. You are not a chief. Stop calling yourself that. You are not, and you can never be. The Rimosi case is very assertive on that. You are not a chief, because there is no bloodline in Ghana here that you come from as a chief, as a royal. There is no ethnicity in our nation called Igbo. Now, when you happen like that, even when you are dead and gone, you'll be creating chaos between the Igbo communities on our land, because you will be willing it to your kid. Whereas when it comes to leadership of this nation, it is by election. So don't be calling yourself a chief of this, chief of that. You are a leader of the Igbo community. If they've elected you, shut up and be like that and stop this nonsense.
I had the same story. A lot of people have been calling me, sending me links from Ghana. He's called Amma Observer, and a certain guy also called Nitete speaking Ghana, and I'm speaking English. And I've been watching those links people have been sending to me. I ignored them. The reason why I ignored them.
See the exhibition of arrogance, as if he owns the people. My brother, you don't own anybody in this country. I'm telling you, we love our Igbo brothers, but don't begin to create these kind of divisions and arrogance. It will erupt a bad energy in the Ghanaian people. When it does, there will be tension. And I'm saying to the Interior Minister, if the actions of this guy is going to cause chaos between us and our Igbo brothers, deport him. Let him go to his country. If you have given him citizenship by registry, we can revoke that citizenship and take him to his land. Don't come and create any nonsense between us and our brothers from Nigeria. What is that?
Saying it's never true. How come a blogger will sit down to say that Igbo king in Ghana bribed Ghana Traditional Council for them to indulge?
So let's put it on record. Pause there. Let's put it on record. The Ghana Traditional Council has released a statement. You should stop calling himself like Igbo king. And I think it is in order. Thank you, the Ghana Traditional Council. You go pram for also issue statement. Minister of Interior, deport this guy. Deport him. Because he will create chaos between us and our Igbo brothers. Deport him. Deport him. We want to live in peace with our Nigerian brothers. We want to live in peace with our Yoruba brothers. Whether you are Igbo, whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Hausa, we want to, whether from Warri, wherever you are from, we want to live in peace with our brothers from Nigeria. Don't begin to bring this superiority complex over us. What kind of superiority complex is that?
Diaspora throne in Ghana. How can somebody who say that the Igbo chief in Ghana and all the Igbos are 419, that we used 419 system to bribe the council for them to induct us? First of all, that is a hate speech. Secondly,
okay, so hold on. So you see what he's trying to do. That is a hate speech. So he's trying to incite the brothers, the Nigerian brothers, for them to think that there is Ghanaians raising hate speech. Listen, this guy is a very dangerous character. We can't have him in our nation. He's a very dangerous individual. This is not hate speech. This is you disrespecting the people. This is you being in the face of the people. And the people are calling on you to stop being in their face. Stop imposing yourself on them. And you say it is a hate speech. Who the hell do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are? You come to our land, and when you are disrespecting us, we tell you that you are disrespecting us, and you say it's a hate speech. Which hate speech? Stop this disrespect. Our forebears fought for the land that we live on. Where were you when our forebears were fighting for our land? And you come in and we are telling you that what you are doing, you create tribal tensions. And you say it is hate speech. Who the hell do you think? What superiority complex are you suffering from? Now let's move on. Let me listen to him.
The entire Igbo community and the entire Nigerians.
No. Nobody is talking about the entire Igbo community. Don't make it about entire Igbo community. Don't make it about entire Nigerians. Make it about you and your arrogance. Make it about you and your superiority complex. Don't rope in entire Igbo community. Don't rope in entire Nigerian community. These antics and theatrics, we've gone past that nonsense. We don't have any problem with any Igbo. We don't have any problem with any Hausa. We don't have any problem with any Yoruba. We don't have any problem with any Nigerian living here legitimately.
Let him know.
No. But you can't come in and begin to suffer from superiority complex and say, I'm the king of Igbo and hate speech. Who the hell do you think you are? We are men, we are not cowards, we are not women. Now move on, let's listen to you.
She and Tete is saying what they don't know about. Number 4 is a hate speech that can even cause xenophobia.
Okay. You see. Mutaka, I think you must take cue. This guy must be deported. Honorable Mutaka, with the greatest of respect, deport this guy. So when he says xenophobia, said see was South Africa. Nigeria, Ghana force. Now this guy is drawing our minds that because we are calling him to order, then it is xenophobia. He's going to cause xenophobia. It is your reaction and the way you are getting in the face of the people that has the tendency of causing xenophobia. That you are suffering from superiority complex, my brother, and you better be one. We don't care. Listen. When you come to Ghana, you do what the law says. We are not. I'm not like Captain Smart who follows the money. It's about the money for. Don't do that nonsense on our lands. We love Igbos. We love Yorubas. We love Nigerians. I have a lot of friends who are Nigerians. Don't begin to use your superiority complex to cause chaos. Tell him. And it's about you. There's no xenophobia anywhere. It's about you and the way you are behaving.
Exactly. So tell him in the face.
If you're a leader, be a leader of the Igbo community. If you want to do your own meetings, do so. If at some point you want to do something nice to reintegrate all of them, do so. Don't come and this complex. We are going to build our own kingdom. We are going to build our own school, our own food, our own this. Then somebody was talking about Chinatown. When was the last time Chinese people said we are going to build our kingdom? If the Yorubas or Igbos want to live in a certain community, peacefully live there. It's your problem. Must you come and shove that in the face of the Ghanaian people? If your brothers want to buy lands and live in the same community, what has that got to do with us? But don't come and shove it in our face with this arrogance that we are going to build and name it after our ancestors. Did your ancestors fight for any land in Ghana? Now you want to name roads after them? We named road after Talewa by Balewa because he did something for Ghanaians. What has your ancestor done for Ghanaians? Stop this nonsense. Now let me call on our Nigerian brothers. Ghana, for you guys should not. Munja, nobody should use this as a means of hating on any Nigerian. Nigerians, as every human being, you find bad people in there. You find good people in there. And because Nigerians have the numbers, their population is very huge. So the likelihood that if you are finding criminals in Nigeria, you will find 10 criminals and find 1 in Ghana is high. Because their population is very huge. So if you meet Nigerians, the same way if you're looking for good people, you'll find good people, 10 good people in Nigeria, and you'll find 1 good person in Ghana because of numbers. So nobody should start tagging Nigeria for your criminals. Please, we are one people. Just that this person cannot create any tribalism. Mutaka, please look through his documents and if possible deport him. Let them re-elect somebody else to take over the leadership. Period. What is his name?
All right. So, Kendo, I want to believe that in this, it's about 10 minutes video that I just played. So I believe that in those 10 minutes, you must have thought about another thing you want to say. So I'm going to reset your time. Now speak to the man who is making himself the king of people and trying to create a kingdom for his people in Ghana. I don't want to hear that you've heard thousands of people who are not from Egypt or Israel or Igbo. I don't care about that. Speak to the topic. If not, you can respectfully just step down. All right, Kendo, so you have 2 minutes to do so. Thank you. Kendo, are you there?
Can you say what you said again? I did not hear you. My network fluctuated.
No, I said speak to the video you just listened to. And I don't want to hear about people who are not Igbos, who are acting like they are Igbos. Speak to the man that is doing what he's doing. Speak about the kingdoms being established outside your space. Speak about this expansionism idea and the need to have kings in the 21st century when people stopped having it centuries ago. Speak about things like that. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. You know, before you say we are doing something, you
Can anybody hear me? That is network.
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah.
You would at least tell me that there is history of me taking over somebody's land. And then once you say
Next speaker is Dark Poet. 2 minutes, please, Dark Poet. Please go on. I'm going to add 1 minute when it's time. Please go on.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon. Or almost evening. You see, like I said, we sometimes we hold on to hope that some things will change, but most times people never change. They try. Some do evolve, and some try to change, but most times, on most occasions, people never change. And since if we do a root cause analysis, what's the root cause of all this? It's not a surface thing. It's something that is ingrained in their psyche to talk like this and to speak like this, creating another kingdom in somebody's else. And another thing I'm looking at, don't you think the danger of creating that kingdom, because if you create it, you will have less numbers. If there's any issue, if there's any invasion in that small kingdom you create, you lose all those people that you thought you create the kingdom. This is just knowledgeable. Like I said, when you are not strategically knowledgeable, that is when you say you want to go and create, and then in 21st century strategy, that is when you say you want to go and create, and then in 21st century, you are creating a kingdom in 21st century. It's clear for us to hear. People that are somebody want to come and gaslight us. Let me tell you something. The people that are imposing there. In this set of Nigeria, the people that are asked to impose it, we've met them on the road. This set of Nigeria is the evil. Because you know how they speak. Somebody is met them on the road. You don't need to tell you that, oh, this is where this person comes from. You know how they speak. When somebody is speaking, they don't need to tell you that, oh, this is where this person comes from. You automatically know. The tonation, the dominant tonation is there. The ideology is there. Let them just speak. You can distinguish. We live an Omoluabi Ombola. The Hausa man is a timid man until provoked. Go and check. I've lived in northern Nigeria. They just want to pray their 5 times prayer daily, work on farm, build a married like 2, 3 in case they want to live their life and live in peace. But this particular person that wants to go and create a kingdom in the 21st century, I show you could do me now. And then end because I think because I'm not even angry anymore, because I'm expecting but all this talk up and down, it just baffles me. But like we said, all those ones that are calling for, oh, they are feeding us, they are doing this thing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dark Poet. Let me say something to what Kendo said. I didn't want to speak at the time because I don't want to get angry. It was just better for me to mute him and get him out. When Igbos talk to you, that's the person that was telling me earlier that I was generalizing. That's the person that said I was generalizing. He's the one that came up to talk. He had 2 opportunities to speak, and not one of those opportunities gave us anything sensible. But let me say something to this thing that they say. When he said, and I don't know if you heard him say it, he said, if you're going to tell us that we're trying to do something, at least you should show us in history if we've ever conquered people and taken their lands. Now, when you hear that, you feel like, oh, that's true. They've never conquered anybody. So why are you afraid of them? If you think that way, it's because you don't know the history. So let me say something, and Kendo, I hope you're seeing the comment section. I can't have you on this stage, by the way, but hopefully you can hear what I'm about to say right now. The reason you have never conquered anyone is not because of your magnanimity. It's because of your lack of capacity. You were never in a position to conquer. You were the conquered. You couldn't. Not that you didn't. You could not conquer. It is not altruism. You didn't do this because, oh, I'm just so benevolent, I don't want to do anything to hurt people. No, you were being hurt. And I'm not going to go deep into your history, but stop saying this nonsense where you have sensible people like we've never conquered before. That's because you could not do it. And now that you think you can, you're trying to do it with whichever way you think you can. The one who calls himself king is saying, oh, they have xenophobia. Everything is somebody else's fault. It can never be your fault. It has to be somebody else's fault. So let's make something very clear. This idea that you did not conquer anywhere, therefore nobody should talk about it. The reason you did not conquer anywhere is because you could not conquer anywhere, which was because you were conquered. Is that my opinion? No. This is history we're talking about. Do you want me to read your history? Kendo, if there's anything I don't like reading Igbo history on my platform. It's not like I don't read it or I can't read it, but I don't like to read it. Kendo, you had no common identity until colonization. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Is that my opinion? Let me give you two sources, not even serious books. Maybe you find this online. Look for English Igbo Dictionary. The one that was published in 1939. Look for that document. Look for the meaning of the word Igbo there. Then look for English French Igbo Dictionary. Look for the meaning of the word. I won't say it. If you find it in the Igbo Dictionary, you find it in that one too. When you are done, another stuff I'm going to recommend to you, the Willings Commission report of 1958. Look at the relationship that you had with folks in Ijo land and folks in Calabar. Just because people don't talk does not mean that you are all that. Stop being childish. What's all this? And we never did it, therefore. You never did it because you could not do it. And that's the problem. What everybody did, I've said it several times, the old unitary system of Irosi in 1966 was what Oduduwa did in the 11th century, in the 1000s. You are late bloomers. And you know what? Anytime you wake up is your morning, and that's fine. But don't come around throwing your weight around like you are all that. You're not. Say we didn't conquer. You did not conquer because I will say it a billion times. You did not conquer because you could not conquer. And the saddest part is that you still cannot conquer. With all due respect. And what you cannot get by conquest, you're not going to get by purchasing. Oh, I bought the land, therefore I own the place. Nibo. When you buy land, it doesn't give you ownership. It gives you the right of occupancy. You occupy that place for a particular period of time. You don't own the space. And that's why when you buy land and you apply for your C of O, what you get is not certificate of ownership. It's certificate of occupancy. You occupy the place. You have a right to be there. You don't have a right to come around and tell everybody, oh, I want to change the tradition of this land because I have bought the land. Money is not everything. Many of you are so poor. The only thing you have is money. Because you see online, say, didn't they just buy the land? After all, they bought the land. And so what? Were you supposed to be given the land free of charge? In this same Yoruba land, don't we have many Yorubas who have bought land? Don't we have Hausas who have been in Lagos for, you know what, there's a document, it's from Payne's Almanac. It's not here right now, it's inside. Payne's Almanac. It gave us, in the 1890s, there was a census of people in Lagos. Igbos were not there. Hausas were there. You're not the ones telling us all these things. It's you that you came yesterday that will be telling us, after all, I bought something. After all, I've never conquered anywhere. Therefore, you should not do something to me. Oga, after all, you have not conquered because you could not conquer. And the way you're acting, self, it shows that you cannot conquer. You can't even organize yourselves. And everybody is being gentle. You come around be gaslighting people. Say, all the people that said it were not Igbo. No, they're from my family house. Because my name sounds like Chinedu. What kind of nonsense is that? Something is wrong. It's bad. Anybody can make mistakes. Listen, guys, anybody can mess up. Any ethnic group can mess up. But you see, when someone from your home does something wrong, your job is not to now start covering up for them. It's to say, listen, it's wrong. I mean, I heard some people say, aren't we all Nigerians? Nigeria has its own value system, its own culture, its own norms and mores. We are different people. We are glad to be in the same country. Well, I am okay with being, at least for now, we are okay with being in the country. But every time I think of Nigeria, I think of EU, I think of Europe. It's like a subcontinent. How many countries do you have in there's no other country on the continent of Africa that has over 200 million people. We are huge, but we are different. We are united, but we're not the same. And like they always say when we're growing up, there's unity in diversity, all the fine things. Yes, there's unity in diversity, but that diversity is paramount. We are different. And if you mess up if you go outside and mess up, you go to South Africa, you mess up. You go to Mozambique, you mess up. Go to Bangladesh, you mess up. India, you mess up. Pakistan, you mess up. Indonesia, you mess up. Saudi Arabia, you mess up. UAE, you mess up. Ghana, you mess up. Then you tell everybody, you say everybody is xenophobic. Abba. Abba. So when you finish messing up, you now come home and say, are we not brothers? In my father's, the way I was brought up, if you mess up to a point, they will tell the person to come and do something about this issue. They'll help you announce, they'll help hand you over to the police. You can't go everywhere acting like this and say people should stand up for you because we are all in the same country called Nigeria. We are in the same country, but we are different nations, and that's fine. And if you notice, everybody who spoke from the East, whether in the comment section or those who came up, not one of them has been able to take responsibility or even say this thing is bad. By the way, it's because of people like Truth Matu that the gentleman that came in the other day who spoke and all of that. I'm not saying throw your people under the bus. I'm not saying join the world to say Igbos are bad. Of course, you can't say that. I can't even say that. I think it would be wrong for me to even say, oh, all Igbos. That's not the point. The point is you cannot even see what's wrong in what people are saying. No one is saying, oh, tell them that all Igbos are terrible so that you can look good to us. I don't want you to look good to me. It doesn't do anything for me. But I'm saying that in your own mind, how do you raise your children? How do you raise kids? It's the same place where you have someone that came last year and gave us a jam result that was not correct. That same place produced Chinedu this week. A 400 level student studying medicine, writing mechanical engineering and claiming Lagos State in 2021, but Sunday is now from Anambra State in 2025, trying to cheat the system. Kids, teenagers, kids in their 20s. Give that kind of kid some political power in the next 10 years and not see whether we want to scatter everything. How do you think they're going to get there? From not being responsible, not being accountable. So, Kendo, you are back. I noticed you are back. This is the last opportunity you are going to get, by the way. If you want to speak, say anything you want to say, but please do not assume that you are amongst clowns who will just let this thing slide. Notice gaslighting. Thank you very much. It's your turn now, and please use it well. Use the opportunity well. Oh, yeah. Mr. Kendo, it's your turn, sir.
Okay. At least you should allow me to be done before probably you feel like you've heard everything I had to. It's not just right when we just start taking everything we see online as if it is that way. Why not do some investigation to actually know what the main cause is? Because I'm not saying that Ghana actually saying that speaking out on what they want in their land is bad. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the investigators, like instigators, that come up to like put fire in what is not that high to make it like make people's hearts to be really high, put tensions and try to make it seem out of proportion more than how it's supposed to be. I told you already. I saw about 2 comments. I saw 2 comments.
Sorry. Let's chat. Where are you from?
I'm from Iboye. I'm from Iboye. Ohoza.
Okay. Do you mind? Is it Abakaliki?
No, Ohoza.
Oza. So you're from Oza. Let me ask you a simple question. Please answer as genuinely as you can. If you hear today that the Fulani group have established a sultanate or a caliphate in your hometown in Ebonyi State, what will you do?
A Fulani has,
yes.
has...
No. I'm not saying they are living there. Oh no, let me explain very well. Wait now. Don't be saying they live there. Oh.
Okay.
The Fulani, like 2,000 of them, have created a caliphate in Ebonyi. How would you feel?
This is the thing. You are saying Fulani. Why not say if I hear Yoruba created?
No, Fulani are human. Are they not human beings?
Okay,
Fulani are human beings.
You Fulani
no. No. You also have a history of being disrespectful everywhere you go in the world. That's the point. If Fulanis go to your place, and create a caliphate right now, what would you say? That's the question.
Fulani has an history with...
I don't care about their history. If Fulani go to your town, what will you say?
This is not the same thing with what we are discussing.
My brother,
if Rivers
Kendo, I'm not asking about Rivers. Wait. Maybe this is the problem. I'm going to say it slowly so I can get it. If you hear today that Fulani people have created a caliphate in your space in Ebonyi State, what will you do? I'm not talking about Rivers. I'm not talking about Yoruba people. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm talking about Fulani. They have created a caliphate in Ebonyi. What will you do? Now you can answer that question. It's simple, by the way. Oh, sorry. Okay, now I'm going to unmute you so you can unmute yourself. Please answer the question, and please answer the question. Thank you.
Yeah, Fulani has maimed people in our states prior.
Sherry Kotansoy. Do you see what is called double standard? You can go everywhere else, but no, the Fulani cannot come. Why? Because they have a history. You think you came last night? You have a history too. I have documents here that talk about what your people were saying in 1945, in 1947, in 1949, in 1950, in 1954, in 1960, in 1959, 1960, 1964, 1966, 1967, up until 1970. What you said in 1993. 83. There is no decade. What am I saying? Since the 1930s. Recorded history since 1937 that things have been said by your people. Nobody holds that against you, by the way, because that's not the point of this conversation. But the idea that Fulanis have history, you have history too. History of what your people have said, history of what leaders have said from your side of town, history of what individuals have done, what they have said. If we are going by history, you will not be welcome in any part of Nigeria. Do you know that? Is this same thing that made you hear that there's going to be IDP camp? Guys, IDP camp. In other words, internally displaced persons. IDPs from the north. Not Fulani. There could be Angas, there could be Hausa, there could be Bachama, there could be different ethnic groups. They will move IDPs to Imo State and camp them there. It was a rumor that started with a House of Reps member from that side, from an Igbo House of Reps member, said it in the House of Representatives, that, oh, maybe they should do something like this. People heard about it. Guess what they did? They heard that if they are going to do it, it would be Imo State, and they will bring them to the National Open University in Imo State. What did they do to that building? They burnt it down. You cannot even allow IDPs to come to your place without burning down a whole federal infrastructure. So how exactly are you going to allow a caliphate in your space? Listen, Yoruba will come out in condon our now. Like if you're going to burn somebody, take that fire, put them for your body, feel them small. If people are telling you cannot create kingdoms in their spaces, don't tell me that. How about, let me tell you about Rivers. Tell me about the Fulani. And if you cannot bring Fulani up, don't worry about it. Thank you very much for coming up. I think you can be up here, but I will know what to do with your space much later. Let me bring somebody else up. Meanwhile, there's someone else who hasn't spoken here. Olalekan, please go on. Olalekan, are you there? Magdo, you're saying please bring me up. You have to send requests, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Prof, Akushe takuntakun. Quickly, nǹkan méjì ni mo fẹ́ sọ. First and foremost, these people, we all know them. In fact, I really thank God anytime. In fact, it's so amazing that I got this platform. And you know me, so every day, I don't want to miss it. So Ọlọ́run á túbọ̀ máa fún yín ní okun àtagbára láti máa continue sí. Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ní fà yín wálẹ̀. So these people are just the way they are. So I don't think we have we know what they can do. So Ọlọ́run ti tú àṣírí yẹn sí wa lọ́wọ́. Àwa ni ká mọ̀ bá ṣe máa deal pẹ̀lú wọn. That's aside. Then another thing tí mo tún fẹ́ run comment lórí ẹ̀ is I think we are well brought up. We have a rich history. I mean the Yorubas. And then thank God for the history over the years that and it seems we need to even appreciate the President of the Federal Republic now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for the kind of personality tí Ọlọ́run ṣe wọ́n. One, we are now happy that this kind of personality is representing the country. We are trying to bring the country back on track. Irú àwọn tá a máa fi jọ only the likes of Babawo and then even the MKO, even though we're unable to witness what he has in stock for us, but alhamdulillah, we thank God for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu too, that is bringing the country back on track. Kọ́lọ́run túbọ̀ máa gbà fún wa. Kọ́lọ́run jẹ́ kí a máa rí àṣeyọrí ṣe dáadáa. I really appreciate you, sir. Ọlọ́run á máa fún yín ṣe.
Thank you.
Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ jẹ́ kó máa rọ̀ fún yín. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Somebody here is saying Nigeria should be divided. You don't want because people don't want you. Anybody from the East who will tell me what they will do in that scenario that I just painted, please come up and tell me. If I don't tell me, write in the comment section. Because the Bado can say just come gaslight people. If you hear that Fulanis are building a caliphate in your region, what will you do? Whatever it is, write it. If I see that, Bata when your law, I'll bring you up. Talk is going on already with the Sahel. Yes, it's you and your family that will be taken to Sahel to go and do what they do to them because you don't think. All right, next person would be Agbo Fineboy and then MD Cole. And I'll bring two more people and that will be it. So there are two more people in the trying to come up. After those, I will not be able to bring other people up so we can get to the conversation. The topic of today's session. This is just new, so the topic is Awo on State Creation. We're going to be reading the book Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and I think it's one of the best. It's one of the best materials. Guys, I'm sorry, I'm looking for the book. All right. It's one of the best materials on this topic, but we'll be looking at this. We'll be looking at his autobiography and other books as well. So very soon we'll be getting into this conversation, all right? But while we're still here, we still have some minutes on the news. So let's hear Agbo Fineboy. 2 minutes, please. Good afternoon. Agbo Fineboy. Agbo Fineboy, are you there?
Yes.
All right,
Just
please go on. 2 minutes. Okay, we'll come back to you then. Should we go to someone else?
Yeah, just give me 3 minutes. Yes.
All right, that's fine. MD Cole, please. Good afternoon. 2 minutes. Yeah. MD Cole.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah. I've been wanting to talk to you for a while now, but I don't always know the time you used to start your program. So.
1 p.m. if time, West African time.
Okay. All right. What I see in the issue that I met being discussed, you see, in this Nigeria, we just have a region that I don't like listening to the truth. I don't like listening to the truth. You see, they don't like themselves, not to talk of outsider. And it's only fair lie. But we went to I'm a contractor. In 2024, is it 2016 or 17? We went to Abia State. Umuaya, they call that town Oafia. The name of that village is Ebim in Oafia. They call it Ebim Oafia. You see, we went. The special advisor to that town built a big house for himself, because I think he's coming back home, maybe to settle down or maybe to be a governor or something. But he was the special advisor to the governor of that state that current time. So we went there. We had one that I did the interior of the house, painting, designing, and all that. So one thing to happen, later, I lost sharing for 1 week. We went to work for 1 week. So later, one born news this big mansion, what's burn it down? How manage? Tiba so yeti man yen no see ibe as at 2027.
Wait, sorry, are you saying that the building you helped to fix the interior was burnt down?
Was burnt down.
Why?
And if I tell you that the amount that person spent, oh my God, he built the house. All of them used to come to his compound to come and drink every day. That we used to, you understand? Every day, Taban Shishembe, our mama Shishe, our town members, our communities, our be, Oshiomi Fuon, Koda is the one that he brought light inside that community. He brought light. He is the one that they told me is the one that used to pay the NEPA bills of all those communities. They will come. Like
all right, please round up.
Yeah. Like me now, I don't drink alcohol. He will come. But what I'm not saying that they burned it down because they said he was against IPOB. Imagine that. So they don't like themselves, not to talk of liking another person. So I see it like they don't hear truth. They don't want to listen. If you tell them this is how it is, they won't listen. So far it's their self. There are a lot
all right, thank you very much. No, I have to move on now. Thank you very much for it.
All right, can I speak now? Can I speak now?
All right, hold on. Let me just set the timer. Go on, Agbo. 2 minutes.
All right. First of all, Professor, thank you very much. I've been following your program, and I'll say I'm very proud of you. The most important thing is the history part of it, because a lot of people were living in La La Land since with fairy tale story that were not true, that Nigeria brought the WAR to the Igbos. But when we check through the history, you could see that reverse is the case. So thank you very much for what is happening.
Yeah.
You see these people, unfortunately.
Sorry, do you want to mute yourself? Do you want to mute or end the call so that we can hear you properly? I'd like to enjoy your...
I'm not saying you should mute yourself. I'm saying mute the call. Like, I really want to enjoy your...
Oh, okay. No, I'm not saying you should mute yourself. I'm saying mute the call. Like, I really want to enjoy your submission. Okay, maybe I have to pick the call or something because I don't know why.
All right.
Okay, please continue. Yeah, I'll reset your time. Don't worry.
All right. But unfortunately, my greatest regret is unfortunately that our constitution, there is no place for secession. If not, it could have been better for these people to just go and go for good. Because they gaslight.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Agbo.
Your place is part of the place. Your place is part of the places they are taking, though.
Now God will punish them. No, it's not. They will not. They will not. We've never.
Have you not seen the 40 states of Biafra?
Now, thunder they fired them. I was born in Yoruba land. I grew up there. We've never been Igbo and we will never be. If it is because after the creation of Nigeria, whatever, we've been under Western region. From Western region, we became Midwest. We had no relationship with them. We had no business with them. Even when we were growing up, someone like me, I grew up with my great-grandparents. Oral history was told. We had no business. So they are just looking for who to coerce. But unfortunately, they came so late. Like I always tell them, when people were conquering empire, where were their ancestors? Now all land is habited already. No more vacuum, no space. They should make do with what the British and the Nigerian government gave to them. These people, they are very good in gaslighting. They will cause problem. They will start playing the blame game. Oh, they did this. Oh, they did it. Now, look at, when now election is coming, all of them will focus to vote for Obi. We want to ask people to vote for Obi. When Obi lose, now Biafra will come up again. You see that they are so unsensible that, you know, when you are dealing with wicked person, it's okay. But when you are dealing with wicked and unreasonable person, yeah, you have something big thing to deal with. These people are wicked and unreasonable. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And let me just quickly speak on the idea of secession and referendum. So in 1954, excuse me, in 1954, there was a conference in England, the UK, where Chief Obafemi Awolowo mooted the idea of a secession clause in the constitution. And he cited the example of the Soviet Republic, that would show something like that, where any constituent unit can pull out at will if they decide that maybe another group is becoming overbearing. The person who voted and who spent his time debunking Papa was Nnamdi Azikiwe. And what he did in 54, by citing Justice Chase and the case at Texas, can you imagine? What he did is the reason there's no secession clause in Nigeria's constitution, even to today. He used a phrase that has now become part of us. He got the phrase from the US, by the way, the indivisibility of the union and the perpetuity of the union. So for us, he calls it indivisibility and perpetuity of Nigeria. In Nigeria's constitution today, you see the word, the indissolubility of the federation, of the union. That indissolubility idea, that indivisibility and perpetuity ideas, those things you are hearing came from Zeke. That's the reason these people cannot get their nation. Therefore, if they want to break away, again, I'll say this several times, I'll advise again, two things that they should do. Number one, they should first have a meeting with themselves and tell themselves they want their own land, not South, not areas that are not ancestrally theirs. Take only Igbo place that you want. That's the first. So make up your mind on that one first. Number two, you have 58 representatives in Abuja, 15 senators, 43 House of Reps members. Let them push two bills. Number one, they should amend the constitution to include secession clause. Number two, they should come up with the idea of referendum. If they do those two things, based on the fact that you only want your Igbo land, maybe you get something out of this thing. But see, that era of telling people, if you don't want us, tell us to go. Nobody's telling you to go anywhere. If you really want to go, get on the next bus. There's nothing like, if you don't like us, tell us to go.
Now.
Mumbo, I don't say if you don't want us to go, if you don't want us to stay, let us go. I'm not saying you should stay. I'm not saying you should not stay. If you want to stay, have fun. I always say in Yoruba land, prosper, do well, succeed. I even want you to succeed because your success is actually proof positive that my land is fruitful. So prosper, thrive, do well. But once you come to that point of saying you want to do anything you like, and if I say no, I should tell you to go back. No, I'm not telling you to go back. I'm telling you to find the next bus stop, because when you came, you did not come with my permission. So when you are going, you don't have to seek my permission either, all right? But if you really want to go, do those two things. Mark out your own territory. Forget all these 40 states that don't have anything to do with your space ancestrally. Focus on your ancestral space, then get in touch with your representatives. And if you don't want to do those things, you will just be giving yourself a headache. Because, and by the way, let me say this, local government elections are coming in Lagos. That one on the internet, if you try that thing on the streets of Lagos, you will not like yourself. I can assure you. And the people that will deal with you, they don't care that you can use Facebook. Oh man, no, I think Facebook. I won't say more than that. Thank you. It's tomorrow. Thank you, Mayawa. Election is tomorrow. All this time we'll do something. We'll go to Lagos. Is it only you? We all own Lagos. Come and own Lagos. Come. Just enter any street. Tell them that all of us are shut. We should shut up. All these Yoruba people, shut up. It's our nation. It's our Lagos. Okay. Go and try it tomorrow. God bless you.
Thank you very
go to the
much,
next person.
Brother.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll go fine boy. Thank you, sir. All right, let's go to the next person. That will be Mr. Said.
Thanks again.
2 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks for your program and thanks for inviting me. You see, the current, the topical issue, what is trending now about the king, an Igbo king in Ghana. You see, this is just an evidence that these people will not change, and they have this idea that they can go to people. Well, I don't know who taught them that they believe they can actually go to other people's land and then impose themselves. And these people don't even have culture. So if you want to even if you want to colonize other people, you should have culture that people can say, yes, this is a superior culture. So basically, this guy, I don't know who taught them. They have this ambition. They're doing this everywhere. And he has tried it. And of course, it seems to be backfiring now, because the quest for protest by the youth is gaining momentum. They're going to protest. And and what is actually very annoying about the whole thing is like not just what this guy has done. What is annoying is I've been to a few platforms and I've spoken to a lot of different people. Oh, the Igbos I've spoken to don't seem to see anything wrong in this. That is what is most annoying and what is most scary. They're always given different excuses to justify the action of a guy that a little known guy that went to into a sovereign nation to form a parallel kingdom. They don't see anything wrong in it, and that is what is more scary. And if you have to, it's very scary in the sense that if you have to share the same country with people with that kind of mindset. So Nigeria is really sitting on a time bomb. So if the liberal Yorubas, especially other ethnic groups, if they cannot see that this is actually these people's mindset. It's actually dangerous. So I would say to everyone now that is listening, I would say to my Igbo brothers, nobody hates Igbos. You're actually causing nuisance everywhere. If some Igbos can just come out, maybe Ohainse, and issue a disclaimer, issue a disclaimer to say, well, this is public statement to say, well, this is we have no hands in this, or some Igbo coming out and issue a disclaimer. It won't be this bad. But everybody
Mr. Said, have you ever drilled water out of a rock?
No, it's not possible.
Sherry, in time, sorrow, will speak against it. Me, I will be surprised.
You see, that is what is actually infuriating people. That is what's making people, annoying people, because nobody seems to be speaking against it. If that guy is honorable enough, he will come up with a disclaimer to say, look, this is just been a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to do this. I'm withdrawing whatever thing, kingship or whatever kingdom that you think I have. This guy, we've been told that this guy has even installed his own chiefs in a sovereign nation, for Christ's sake. You see, it's very dangerous. I'm begging my Igbo brothers to please, nobody hates you. If you can just see that you're infuriating everybody with this kind of mindset. If we have people with like consensus, different fields. Okay, thank you very much. Anyway, that's just my point. It's just like some Igbos should just come out and disassociate themselves with this, thing in Ghana. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. It should be easier. It should be easier for a man to carry a baby to term, to be pregnant and carry a baby to term, than for that to happen. But if it happens, I'll be pleasantly surprised, by the way. But yeah, if all this thing of nobody hates you, I don't really care. If you think everybody hates you with what you have been hearing since, don't worry about it. Whatever you think is what it is. If you think they hate you, they hate you. If you think they don't hate you, they don't hate you. All this, nobody hates you, nobody. God bless all of us. God bless you. God bless you as you wise up. The last speaker for this section would be, or for this section of today's session, would be Banks, and after him, we'll be moving on to the books now.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the honor. Good evening, everyone. You see, these people, you see, there's an English word called empathy. You see, that empathy, I think, is lacking in these people. Yoruba people have an adage, only pay kato da omeyeloro oeka fiororo raini, meaning that before you do bad to somebody else, try to imagine yourself in that person's shoe. You see, Igbo people, they don't consider other people, how it affects them. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be seeing all Igbo people. You understand? I try not to generalize. I always try not to generalize, but unfortunately, the more you don't want to generalize with certain people, the more you find it difficult not to. Okay? So, you see, you asked a question, Prof, earlier. You said, if Fulani people are to establish a sultanate or something like that in, let's say, Abakaliki, how would they react? What would they do? It's not difficult to know what they will do. In fact, because they've done it before, they've done it several times before. They are the only group of people I know that will carry gun and start shooting cows. It's on record. In fact, they did it joyfully. They did it so joyfully that they even videoed themselves doing it and they posted it. You know, they did it gleefully. So it's not difficult. However, why doing these things to other people? They don't think of what if other people react, because they believe that other people don't have the right to react. And that's why all these defenses coming from these guys as per this Ghana issue. If you listen to them, it's like they're even making us believe that Ghanaians don't even have rights to even complain in their own land about something that is being done to them that Ghana will not do to any other person. I mean, it's ridiculous. How can you go to another man's land and you are just only pay, you have an idea, you only pay onile ate jeje, and you are there, sure. You see, you go to another man's land, you are doing anyhow. Even indigenous will not even behave like that. You go to a land, you say this land is a no man's land. You will never see an Ibadan person going to Lagos and call Lagos no man's land. But you go from another state that does not even share boundary with any Yoruba land, and you now go to a state that is completely surrounded by Yoruba land and say that place is no man's land. If anybody should even call that place no man's land, it should be a group of people that share boundary with that place, not you that even had to cross the whole river Niger to get to that place. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I just want to say this, that it's lack of empathy that is making these people to behave this way. They don't understand, like, if the script is flipped, if this thing is done to them, they don't even imagine it because they believe that other people don't have the right to do it. Anyway, that's my submission, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a very good weekend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that submission. So let's have there's a person that I've been trying to come up since. Ola. Please, quickly, 2 minutes, and then we can move on. Thank you.
Wow. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
Yeah, and good afternoon, everybody. Baba, mo máa ń listen sí program yìí dáadáa. In fact, mo máa ń kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ láti orí program yìí gan. Inú mi dẹ̀ dùn fún yín gan. That we have somebody like you. Àwọn history tẹ́ máa ń fún wa. Gbogbo orú àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Àwọn nǹkan tá mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ tá tún gbọ́ nísìnyí. Mo appreciate yín, mo lè ṣàdúrà fún yín. Ọlọ́run á máa fi kún ìmọ̀ yín yẹn. ìmọ̀ yín ò ní wálẹ̀. So about this set of people, èmi ò rò pé ó ní nǹkan tí èèyàn lè ṣe sáwọn people yìí, because wọn kì í ṣe èèyàn tó ní ẹ̀kọ́ like that. Wọn ò ní ẹ̀kọ́ like wọn ò ní ẹ̀kọ́ láti bí wọ́n ṣe ń kọ́ àwọn Yorùbá, wọn ò kọ́ wọn bẹ́ẹ̀. Báwa ṣe máa ń grow up níbi bíi tó bá fẹ́, for example ní tó bá fẹ́ kí àwọn parents wọn, wọ́n kàn máa dúró ni. Ó dẹ̀ lè dúró kó tó tẹ̀ lè dé gan kó rí parents báyìí kó má kí. That's their way of life. So wọn really gbogbo nǹkan táwa máa ń sọ yẹn, tá máa ń mú dà nìyẹn. Wọn ní history pé wọ́n ní empire àbí wọ́n ní ọba, wọ́n ní àwọn èèyàn kan tó control wọn tí wọ́n sọ fún wọn pé don't go to this side, má débí, má ṣe báyìí, wọn ní. So nǹkan tí Yorùbá dẹ̀ ní, kò sí ọ̀dọ́ tó lè fi tipátipá fún yàn ní nǹkan yẹn. That's why tó fi jẹ́ pé wọ́n lè tún kó ní Nàìjíríà bí kó tún lọ sí far away ní Ghana kó lọ máa claim land níbẹ̀. So irú èèyàn tó jẹ́ nìyẹn, mi ò dẹ̀ rò pé èèyàn kan lè change wọn. Nǹkan tí mo kàn fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn. Nǹkan tí ọkọ̀ máa ṣe ni pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ wà careful pẹ̀lú wọn. Èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ wà real careful pẹ̀lú wọn. Because nǹkan tí wọn kì í lè gbà, òun ni wọ́n máa fẹ́ ṣe fún yàn. Bí ọ̀rọ̀ tí màá yẹn sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, àwọn ilẹ̀ máa tó máa gbébọn jáde, wọ́n máa pa màálù, pa kinní kan pé these people they are Fulanis, they are this, they are that. But àwọn náà ló máa tún lọ sọ́dọ̀ ẹlòmíì ló máa lọ sọ pé we want to claim this land, want to create this one for ourselves. Nǹkan tẹ́mi kàn fẹ́ sọ sọ́dọ̀ wọn ni ẹ ṣe kú iṣẹ́, Ọlọ́run á máa fún yín ṣe.
Ẹ ṣé o, àmín. Ẹ ṣeun gan, mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Thank you so much. So some people have some questions. I'll just quickly respond to those questions, then we'll move on. So Benjamin Amo, I think from your surname, I think you're probably Ghanian. It says, not sure of what has been discussed earlier. Is this about Igbo state or Yoruba state? No, it's about Igbo kingdom in Ghana. It's about Igbo kingdom in Ghana. But there's a deeper issue here. And the issue really is about the history and the culture of a people. You see, there was a time in world history where a lot of people had kings. Some people did not have such structures. And suddenly they woke up in the 20th century. I was like, you know what? People I say, this is not a bad idea. More have kings. And since they woke up, instead of waking up and going on their own pace, it's been chaos for everybody, because the idea essentially is to do what's no longer fashionable. So there was a time it was fashionable to conquer. Now, there are a lot of people who are trying to do what folks did, and they stopped doing it. They just want to start their own. Now that they know that they can't conquer anybody by carrying guns, they want to buy the land, thinking that purchase of the land in 2025 means that you now own the entire space and you can dictate what happens. That's the reason for most of the political issues we're having in southwest Nigeria, where basically, in southwest, no, basically, sorry guys, 1 second. All right, so those times have passed. Meanwhile, in their own culture, they say Igbo Enweze. In other words, Igbos have no kings. It's in their own culture. It's in their own sayings. If you don't decide to change the culture today, it's fine. Culture is dynamic. You can change it. But change it in your corner. Once you step outside your bounds, people are going to cut you to size. It doesn't mean they hate you. There's no xenophobia. There's no hate. All these things that even the man that calls himself the king, look at the words he's using. His choice of words are words that reduce men to victims. It's hate. It's xenophobia. Not once did they mention the real issues that they talked about. So yeah, nobody cares about Igbo state or Yoruba state. That's not even the point. The point is that it's about Ghana, but it's also about us as Yoruba people. It's about this thing of people going everywhere and just throwing their weight all over the place and acting as though Yoruba all right, so that's what that's about. Let me thank everybody who came up to speak. We're about to move to the next part of today's session, which is history, but not so much history as it is a teaching based on Papa's book, Chief of Maolowo, I'll talk more about it once I take people down. So thank you very much, everybody who came up to speak. Thank you. Banks is down now. Dark Poet, Ola, Kendo. Kendo, I was even going to allow you to speak again, though. But thank you for going down because people may probably lose brain cells. But thank you for doing us that favor. God bless you. All right. Thanks everybody who came up to speak. Thanks everybody in the comment section. We're about to move to the next part. Little housekeeping. Please, if you're on TikTok, kindly click on the heart icon beside the name. Join the team. Drop a heart me, drop gift, whatever it is. And the reason, of course, is because these things help the live to get on the FYP. Also, if you're on YouTube, thank you for joining us. You can also use a gift. You can also like the live, more importantly, so that people get to see what's going on. Somebody says here on YouTube, I'm getting ready for the next section, by the way. Somebody says we are selling land to Igbo a lot in Yoruba land, and that is why they want to claim Lagos State. That's not the reason. Now, let me say something to that thing. I think there's an issue with some Yoruba people also getting carried away by propaganda. Most of the land in Lagos is owned by Yoruba people. If you grew up in Amuwodofi and you're close to Festac and you see Igbo everywhere, that doesn't mean that's the experience of everybody in Lagos. Are there many Igbos in Lagos? Yes. Do Igbos have houses in Lagos? Yes. Do Igbos have 70% like the clown was saying in the other video? No. It's like living in Ilupeju. There's a particular side of Ilupeju that is full of Indians. So when you wake up there and you sleep there, you walk there, you just wake up one day and say, Indians are taking over. It's not like that. And by the way, if what you are saying in the comment section, Alan, on YouTube, if that's the truth, why is it that the people who have, quote unquote, taken over your land and bought all the lands, how come they're the ones crying that nobody is renting houses to them? A person will be sleeping under the bridge, buy one palace phone, type on it, we've bought everywhere, we own everywhere. You believe it. Because he said it. Not because it's true, but because he said it. His uncle that he was coming to meet when he left his hometown, that one bought a quarter plot and built something that looked like a shed on that thing. And that's where he's living on. But that quarter plot is equivalent of the entire VI. Stop believing things because people say it and repeat it over and over again on social media. Do they have properties? Yes. Is it good? Yes. There's something bad. See, Ogao, I think it's full of Hausa people. We've been having Kanuri people come to Lagos for how many years now? Before the Oyibo even got here, before the British got here, I mean. What's with all this, we bought land, what did you even buy? When we put everything together, I don't even pass it. Have you ever thought about it? Do you know the size of Eko Atlantic? Eko Atlantic is twice the size of Victoria Island. It's owned by Chaguri. Do you know the size of Dangote refinery? It's in the same Lagos. If you put together all this, we have bought everything together. It don't even reach I don't even know whether I reach VI. Let's say reach VI. It don't even reach Eko Atlantic. We don't buy everywhere for Lagos. If you put all your land together, it don't reach Eko Atlantic, but you don't buy everywhere. Stop getting carried away by propaganda. And you are listening to clowns who are just lying. We bought everywhere. Then the next day, the Yoruba people are discriminating. They don't want to rent houses to us. You bought everywhere yesterday now. Oh, serious. So don't listen to them. People should live in peace, right? Enjoy Yoruba land, do well, thrive, succeed, make your money, progress and everything. But every sane person who is from a well-developed culture knows that everywhere they go, there are boundaries. They don't have to tell you. And if they have to tell you, maybe because you're not so smart, even if they tell you, now listen to what they are saying. Stop telling us that it's not, it must be somebody else using my name that's just pushing this thing like Kendo came to gaslight, I don't know who he thought he was talking to. That's not how it works. Take responsibility, fix up. Nobody is perfect. Fix up and you make progress. Stop pushing this crazy agenda like I can never be wrong. They're lying. I can never be wrong. They are saying it is not me. You're not going to grow up. You're not going to grow. You're going to grow old. You have gray hair on your head, but you'll not grow up. There'll be no maturity, and I'm not sure I want to have that. I only submitted my observation. We don't care about your observation. If you observe, if a person comes now and say, I observe that the sun rises in the west, just because that's your observation doesn't mean I should care about it. You guys don't understand. You don't have a right. One second. You have a right to share your opinion, but you don't have a right to be heard if what you are saying is a lie. Or even if you are heard, you don't have a right for people to believe what you are saying. You don't have a right to be believed. You have proof. I don't want proof of what you are saying. You did not answer my question. If you answer in the comment section right now, I promise, before I get into the books, I will bring you back up. If Fulani people have a sort, if you wake up today and discover that Fulani people have a sultanate or a caliphate in Ebonyi State, what will you do? You see how he was rambling? That's because what you think about is yourself. It's a cultural thing, and it goes all the way back. It's just that this Nigeria, we don't tell ourselves the truth. But I think we should start now with respect, apparently. Does Nigeria have clean cities? Come to Nigeria and come and see it now. That's because you're using Arabic to write. You're probably one clown inside one bush in Onitsha. If it doesn't have clean cities, come, travel to Nigeria. Not your part of Nigeria, because that one is full of ESN. Go to the same part of Nigeria. You have the answer to your question. God bless you. Eh? It is well with you. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. HRH on fire. You forgot that Kwara is where it is because of Fulani, and you're asking me such questions. Kwara happened before Nigeria happened. Nigeria has happened right now. Fulani are citizens. Why can you not allow them lead something in your space? You don't know that you have the exact same mindset as Fulani. They've not told you before, have you? You insult them because they are doing what they did what you wished you could have done. One day, one day, I'll bring out a report of conversations that were had by Igbo leaders in the 1940s. And you compare it with what everybody, insults the Fulani with, and tell me if there's any difference. But it's not today. If you don't know it and you're an Igbo person, it's not your fault. I'm not saying you are at fault. I'm saying that there's an ideology. Maybe you don't even know, but you're acting based on it. Sometimes you can just be acting anyhow, but you don't know that that thing has been put inside you. The day you wake up and you question that thing, that's when you get your deliverance. But as long as you're telling me that something happened in Kwara, so what? By the way, what happened in Kwara? Kwara is not synonymous with Ilorin. I should even stop you. Kwara is not the same thing as... Kwara did not even happen. It was Ilorin. There's Kwara, there's Ilorin. Ilorin is a town in Kwara. There are many towns in Kwara. One of them, interestingly, is a town where the president of Ghana lived. So there's Ofa, there's Ilofa, there's Omuaran. There are many towns in in Kwara State. So Ilorin is not Kwara. And what happened in Ilorin happened. And there's no big deal about it. It happened. Right? But you would love for that to be you. And since you can't, then you go around the place just throwing tantrums. Just grow up. God bless everybody. God bless Nigeria. God bless all the ethnic groups in Nigeria. God bless Ghana as well. There's a kid in Kwara State. Yes, Wash. You're right. You're right. There's a kid in Kwara as well. There's a Gomino in Kwara. And there are Lupes in Kwara. And there are Bariba in... So we're discussing how one state creation. So part... God bless you. Don't... God bless you. I love you with the love of the Lord. This part up. We're about to move to the next part. So we're discussing our one state creation. We're starting a new series today. We're talking about the history of states creation in Nigeria. We're going to visit the Willings Commission report. The commission happened between 1957 and 1958. The report was submitted in 1958. It's one of the things that determined the number of states we had at independence in 1960. We'll get to that perhaps next week. But for today, I'm going to be reading this book. I'll be doing a lot of reading, and then we'll be explaining as we go along. All right? So this book again is called Thought on the Nigerian Constitution by Obafemi Awolowo. If you're interested in this book, you can check Read Books on Telegram. You should be able to find the book there. All right. So I'm going to be reading. There's so many things he said before this point, but I don't want to go back to all of those things. We're just going to focus on the bit about state creation. So here goes. Please, Epatapo, because if I'm looking at the books, I'm not able to see what we are doing. 1 second, guys. All right. Professor Olawale. Are you a prof, or are you a prof as in Inogije? Prof Olawale. Are you a prof as in prof, or are you prof as in Inogije? Good afternoon. All right, let's get into the book. We now come to the most difficult and the most controversial part of this exercise. Guys, this reading is going to be very fantastic. You're going to enjoy it, so no dulling. All right? I'll start again. We now come to the most difficult and the most controversial part of this exercise. Having reached the conclusion that federalism is imperative for Nigeria, we find ourselves face to face with the question, on what basis should the country be organized into states? Professor of Data Engineering. Oh, wow. Nice. Because you have some people on this TikTok, I've seen all kind of prof. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. See, this TikTok, I already just wrote one for you. That one. I don't even know if you finish secondary school. Say be prof. So, 1 second. We have seen professors. We can't they wonder whether not prof, or a professor, or a prophet. But, I mean, glad to know that now. Thank you for joining us. Real prof. Kendo, you are here to learn. You don't have to type it now. Abba. It is well. Let's get into this. Having reached the conclusion that federalism is imperative for Nigeria, we find ourselves face to face with the question, on what basis should the country be organized into states? On this question, the Federalists are sharply divided amongst themselves. They have as many formula as there are active groups within their ranks. They have, for instance, variously suggested that the basis should be 1, linguistic or ethnic, 2, partly linguistic and partly geographical, 3, provincial, that is to say that the new states should be exactly the same as the old provincial units or a combination of 2 such units if necessary. 4, I'll explain all these things. 4, related to the principal agricultural occupations of the people. That is to say that adjoining states where the main agricultural products are identical should be grouped together to form, say, a cocoa state, kola nut state, or cassava state. Number 5, the grouping together of all the contiguous minority linguistic units in each of the 3 original regions. This is in fact the basis on which the Midwestern region was created out of the former Western region. So let's quickly explain the 5 things that Papa was saying that people were suggesting to be the basis of state creation back then. So number 1, by the way, this book was published in 1966, so it's quite an old stuff, but the thing with the idea is as recent as tomorrow. All right, linguistic or ethnic. So it means basically, which by the way is the one that I favor, which is what Papa favored as well. So you have an Igbo state, a Yoruba state, a TV state, an Idoma state. That's what linguistic or ethnic means. Partly linguistic, partly geographical means that yeah, they speak the same, maybe they speak the same language, but you could also spill into other spaces like, okay, so we can have Western Nigeria. Yeah, they speak all those Yoruba here, but it's exactly what we had, by the way, before independence. So you had the West, but there are Yoruba people concentrated in the Western region. So it was based on geography, not so much linguistics, although linguistics was also there. So for instance, you have the Igbos in the southeast, but the eastern region, but the eastern region was not Igbo land. There were other people. So it was based on geography and not so much linguistics. Number 3, provincial. That is to say that the new units should be exactly the same as the old provincial units or a combination of 2 such units if necessary. What that means basically is this. Now let's use Midwest because we use Midwest a lot. Midwest had 2 provinces, the Delta province and the Benin province. So the idea is that Benin should be a state, Delta should be a state, or Benin and Delta should be one state. So that would be based on provincial units or provinces that we had then. Number 4, related to the principal agricultural occupations of the people. That is to say that adjoining areas where the main agricultural products are identical should be grouped together to form, say, a cocoa state, kola nut state, or cassava state. This one is the idea of Zik. So let me quickly say something about Zik. Zik originally wanted a unitary system. Then later it changed to wanting federal system. Then when they were going to create state, he said, you can break every other place apart, but you're not going to break Eastern region. And I want to read something to you from Papa's autobiography. Give me 1 second. I want to read to you what his own bright idea was. But essentially what he was doing basically is that if people around a particular place are involved in, let's say, cassava, they produce cassava, then they'll call them cassava states. So it could be different people groups, but they have a particular agricultural product that's unique to that area. Then that would be the basis of that stuff. Let me quickly find that. 1 second, please. All right. 1 second. Okay, so let me read something to you from Papa's autobiography. It's called Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. It says, as for the NCNC, it was keen on seeing the Midwest created. It also, I will explain all this much later. It also wanted the rest of the Western region to be carved into 3 states, Lagos and Colony States, consisting of Colony Province of Western region. And by the way, this happened in 1957. This was also in London, was the 1957 London Conference. And this is the bright idea that Zika and NCNC people had at the time. So they were, let me just give you a background so that you can understand, we all understand what they're trying to say. Around 1952, the Midwest started clamoring for their own region because of something that happened in Ibadan. We'll talk about that when the time comes. Now, 55 was when the COR and the Middle Belt became very loud. But there was another group that became very loud also earlier on. That was the folks in Southern Cameroon. All of them were agitating, right? Excuse me. By the way, the Southern Cameroonian guys started agitating before the Midwest started in 52. The Southern Cameroonian guys were able to get, what they wanted in 1953, but then they got it officially in 1961. Anyway, the crazy part is that by 57, everybody was talking about state creation. So you're going to create Midwest out of the Western region, create Middle Belt out of the Northern region, then create the COR out of the Eastern region. COR will be Calabar, Ogoja, and Rivers provinces. Before they went, there was a meeting between the AG and NPC. AG is Action Group, that's the Western region. NPC is Northern People's Congress, that's Northern region. There's a meeting in Ikorodu that was attended by Samuel Oladoke Akintola on behalf of AG and then Tafa Balewa on behalf of NPC. Let me read some things to you about that meeting and then we'll move swiftly from there. Essentially what they discussed was the idea of state creation. Let me just go back a little. Okay. I'm trying to open the page. Just stay with me, please. Almost there. All right, so they had a meeting in Ikorodu talking about state creation, and they agreed that they're going to set up like an inquiry, a committee to discuss that thing, in details. After that meeting at Ikorodu, the Sadauna, that's Ahmadu Bello, met with Chief Obafemi Awolowo in Ibadan and proposed to have that same conversation, but with Zik present in Lagos. So in Lagos, they had a meeting, and Zik was there, Ahmadu Bello was there, Papa was there, and then they agreed on what they were going to say in the London Constitutional Conference that they were going to have in 1957. But when they got there, this is what happened. The tactics which the action group employed up to the commencement of the 1957 London Conference on Nigeria's constitution concerning the demands of the creation of the Midwest state, the COR state, and the Middle Belt state led to all sorts of compromises, complications, and disappointments, all of which I frankly admit are concomitants of political life. Early in 1957, when preparations for the 1957 Constitutional Conference were being made, the lineup of each of the three major political parties, Action Group, National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, and the Northern People's Congress, on the issue of new states was separate and distinct. The Action Group, please take a listen to, please pay attention, please. The Action Group wanted the creation of the Midwest and COR states, provided the two were created simultaneously. Let me say something. When you speak about state and what happened in Nigeria, folks from the southeast especially will say things like, but the Midwest was cut out of your region and Awolowo did not want them to go. It is not true. As we go on in these sessions, I'm going to read to you what Awolowo's stance was originally and how his stance never changed. The only group whose stance changed was actually Action Group. And let me explain what makes it different. So in the beginning, when they started talking about having Midwest, what Awolowo said was that as long as it is financially viable, they could have their region. The Action Group said no. It's not about that. We are the smallest in terms of landmass, right? The Eastern region was not, again, remember, it's not Igbo land though. So you're having all these areas, including parts of southern Cameroon, all right? And then, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, River State, all of those places with then of course with the southeast itself. So they were bigger. So of course the biggest was the north, then the east, then the west. So the west was like, if you now cut the smallest into two, that's going to even harm us the more. Meanwhile, at the time, you see, the Action Group had the majority in Ibadan, in the parliament, Western Region Parliament. However, the Midwest region, that's the Delta and Edo and Delta and Benin provinces, they had about 27 representatives in the parliament. Of those 27 representatives, 21 were in NCNC, only 6 were in AG. So it would be a minus now that you now call these small people off, call that area off and then give it. It's as if you are ceding it to NCNC because they are the dominant force in that place anyway. So eventually, when the COR began to agitate in 1955, the Action Group now said, okay, you know what? The Midwest wants to go. COR also wanted to go. So provided these two regions are going to live at the same time, no problem. So that was the only condition that the Western region had in 1957. This, by the way, was before the Willings Commission, which we're going to get to next week. So what they said was, listen, if you want to have Midwest and you want to have, as long as you're having COR, it's fine. The Middle Belt was getting louder at the time, but it wasn't so much a what's it called now? A condition for the Western region to support the creation of the Midwest in 1957. Let's continue. So that's the stance of Action Group and Western region. So it says the Action Group wanted the creation of the Midwest and COR states, provided the two were created simultaneously. Now, from what I'm about to read now, you're going to also decide what the ideology of the different groups in Nigeria what has always been. You can tell from this. Let's continue. It was also willing, who is the Action Group, was also willing to support the demand for the creation of the Middle Belt, but was at the same time anxious not to offend the NPC, which was deadly opposed to the creation of any state, and in particular the Middle Belt state. Why? Was because Action Group and NPC were in alliance at the time. And that's why I mentioned earlier that there was a meeting between Samuel Adoke Akintola and Tafawa Balewa on this matter, and they had the memorandum after the meeting, before they then invited the man from the East, who frankly scattered everything they planned when they got to London. Let me read to you what Oga said. I don't think it's even fair that I'm just rushing this thing, because what's the essence if I don't explain? Let me read some to you guys from this same book. It won't take long at all. When the review of the Richard's Constitution commenced, Some of the leaders of the people of Benin and Warri, now Delta provinces, in the western region, demanded that these two provinces should be created into a separate region under the proposed constitution. I wholeheartedly supported this demand in principle. Who is the I? The I will be Chief Obafemi Awolowo. I wholeheartedly supported this demand in principle, but I doubted the viability of the proposed state. I did not at that time know enough about the finances of the Benin Delta provinces, commonly referred to as the Midwest, to be able to express a categorical opinion in support of the demand. This was, by the way, it was in 52. It was not in, they were just getting in the business of government. It was not the premier at the time. Again, there was no premier in Nigeria until 1954. This was in 52 when he eventually became the leader of government business. So he says, I did not at that time know enough about the finances of the Benin Delta provinces, commonly referred to as the Midwest, to be able to express a categorical opinion in support of the demand. I was the first speaker at the Western Regional Conference for the review of the Richards Constitution, and I gave clear and unequivocal expression to the view which I have just stated. I did make it clear also that as soon as the revenue of the area was judged adequate to sustain it, the proposed Midwest state should be created. Some of the representatives from the Midwest argued strenuously at the conference in support of their demand, but it did not receive any sympathy, even in principle, from the majority of the members of the conference. The Midwestern representatives assumed, without giving any facts or figures in support, that the new region would be viable. I was not prepared to go the whole hog with them on a mere assumption, which might afterwards prove to have been gravely misconceived. As the review proceeded from stage to stage, this demand received less and less attention until it finally faded out completely at the General Conference. But the agitation for the creation of the Midwest state was by no means dead. It gathered momentum after the McPherson Constitution came into operation in 1952 and had as its mighty advocates the Oba of Benin, His Highness Akenzua II, and Dr. Azikiwe. We'll discuss all these things in details much later. Today is just introduction. What Azikiwe did to them, they never saw it coming. But let's continue. It gathered momentum after the McPherson Constitution came into operation in 1952 and had as its mighty advocates the Oba of Benin, His Highness Akenzua II, and Dr. Azikiwe. I was now the Minister of Local Government as well as the leader of the party in power in the Western region. On 1st October 1954, I became the Premier, also holding the portfolio of finance in the Western region. My support in principle for the creation of the Midwest state had never flagged. If there's any reason you should like Awo, it's because it could also be one of his major weaknesses, was his major strength. He was very principled. He would think about it very well. Then once it's decided, Ojito. But let's again continue. By virtue of my position in government, I had access. Sorry, guys. Anytime you see me pause like that, most times it's because we have retards who just wandered in and we have to mute them. And again, they are retards. And I did not say that. Ohaneze Ndigbo actually said it. Miss Kathrina on YouTube, please send me a message on Telegram. My handle is Busui Oris. I'll give you the details. But then, of course, later in the evening as well, I'm going to put it up as well. But if you send me a personal message, I could send it to you. Thank you. But then later in the evening, we usually put up bank details and all of that. Thank you very much for that thought. All right. So he says here, this is Papa, he says, by virtue of my position in the government, I had access to information which was not hitherto available to me about the finances of the region. And in due course, I was able to satisfy myself that the Midwest, if constituted into a separate state, would be viable. I therefore made up my mind finally that the Midwest should be allowed to go. But there were formidable forces within the action group which did not support my stand. The creation of the state, they argued, would mean the sacrifice of the people of the Midwest to the domination of the Edo-speaking group. Let me quickly say something. In 1957, in 1952, they were thinking of the domination of the Edo people. By 1957, they discovered that they were wrong. In 5 years, they discovered that the threat in the Midwest was not Edo. The threat was actually Igbo. And they won them. We'll discuss all of those things next week. or today if we get to that point. But let's continue. So they talked about the threat of the Edo-speaking people because they would dominate that group or that region. In any case, such a state would be ruled, at least for some years to come, by the NCNC. Why should we gratuitously widen the area of our opponents' influence by offering them another state, practically on a platter? Why should the Western region alone, and the smallest region at that time, of all the 3 regions in the Federation, be dismembered? The arguments went forwards and backwards, and I was always in the minority within the party until 1955, when the agitation for the creation of the COR state, consisting of Calabar, Ogoja, and Rivers provinces of the Eastern region, became very intense. In that year, the party agreed to support the creation of the Midwest, provided Dr. Azikiwe was prepared to agree to the creation of COR, Calabar, Ogoja, and Rivers State. It was argued that it would be most impolitic for the action group to surrender to the protagonists of the Midwest, who were mostly NCNC. I mentioned earlier, out of 27 representatives, 26 were from NCNC. By the way, I should say this, despite the fact that the vast majority of the representatives of the Midwest were in NCNC, folks in the Midwest got what folks in other places got, which is one of the things we should remember. I should harp on it for a bit. You see, a lot of young people from the Midwest, of course, that's present-day Edo State, Delta, and parts of Bayelsa, a lot of them talk as though there's something that they are owed, maybe because they don't get the details. The truth is this: based on elections, they rarely voted Papa. But when it came to the booties, the benefits of having Awolowo as our premier, they got the same thing. They had schools, they had health services, every single thing that other provinces had. Although when we get to the Williams Commission report, you read one of the things they said. For instance, they said that they didn't have what Ibadan had, which I would say was preposterous and really ridiculous. No other city in Western region could have had what your Ibadan had. Why? It was the capital. Just like today, right now, there is no city in Edo State that has what Benin has. Why? It's the capital. It's just common sense, right? But when it comes to free education, they got it, even though majority of the representatives were not an action group. But it wasn't about party, it was about ideology, of Papa's ideology, and the idea that they were part of the region, so they benefited as well, all right? So they are saying here that why should we then give them stuff, knowing full well that most of the people from that side are also already in NCNC. So he says it was argued that it would be most impolitic for the action group to surrender to the protagonists of the Midwest, who were mostly NCNC, whilst the NCNC refused to make a similar concession in the Eastern region. It would be a triumph for the NCNC over the action group if the Midwest state was created, or if the Midwest state were created and the COR state were not. My view was that such a triumph could only be temporary. The creation of the Midwest state was bound to have the effect of sustaining the agitation for and bringing about the creation of the COR state. Minority elements in the other regions of the country would sooner or later say to themselves, if it can be done in the Western region, why can't it be done here too? About the same time as the demand for the COR state was made, the demand for the creation of a middle belt state consisting of the non-Fulani, non-Kanuri, and non-Hausa ethnic groups of the northern region was also made. By the end of 1955, the demand by the minority ethnic groups in each region to be constituted into a separate state had become very clamorous. I was an ardent supporter of all of them. Who is the I, Chief Awolowo? Not anybody gaslight you in this country. Say you don't like them to go. Western region was the only region in this country that wanted the minorities to have separate regions or states of their own from the word go, even before the Williams Commission, which we're going to get to later. So he says, I was an ardent supporter of all of them. First, because I was now convinced that each of the proposed new states, Midwest, COR, and the Middle Belt, would be viable. Secondly, because I felt the time had come when the North should be broken into at least 2 separate states. But whilst I succeeded in carrying the party with me on the issue of the Midwest and COR states, on condition that the 2 were created simultaneously, I did not succeed in regard to the Middle Belt state. There was at that time a good deal of friendship between the action group and the NPC. For myself, I nursed this friendship, but not out of conviction. There was, in my considered opinion, a yawning gulf of fundamental principles which lay between the action group and the NPC, but prudence dictated that I should toe the party line, and I did. Now, to what I read earlier, what happened in 57. I won't go through everything. This is 1957 London Conference. What the action group wanted to have was, let me read it again. It says, early 1957, when preparations for the 1957 Constitutional Conference were being made, the lineup of each of the three major political parties, Action Group, National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, and the Northern People's Congress, on the issue of new states was separate and distinct. So this is what I think you should, let's pay attention to this, because this determines exactly how we still think today in Nigeria. So please take a listen to this. It says here, the action group wanted the creation of the Midwest and COR states, provided the two were created simultaneously. It was also willing to support the demand for the creation of the Middle Belt state, but was at the same time anxious not to offend the NPC, which was deadly opposed to the creation of any state, and in particular the Middle Belt state. As for the NCNC, it was keen on seeing the Midwest created. What do we see here? The West doesn't mind creating Midwest. Cut Midwest out as long as you're cutting COR out, so that we're not the only ones who will now suffer from, that kind of situation where we're now the smallest of the former big. We're already the smallest. Now going to cut what again? Coco cut others as well, at least one other. The North says they don't want anybody to cut at all. In other words, they don't even want any state to be created, particularly Middle Belt, because that will reduce their own numbers in the North. So what do you see here? You see magnanimity from the West. You see protection of self-interest from the North. Now, if you think that was bad, that they are protecting their self-interest and they were selfish, if you think that was bad, wait till you hear what the East had planned for us. Let me read that to you. As for the NCNC, it was keen on seeing the Midwest state created. It also wanted the rest of the Western region to be carved into 3 states. Lagos and the colony state, consisting of colony province of Western region and the Federal Territory of Lagos. Central Yoruba state, consisting of Oyo, Ibadan, and Ondo provinces of the Western region. And Kola North and Cassava state, consisting of Abeokuta and Ijebu provinces. It was, however, opposed to the creation of COR state and silent on the demand of the creation of the Middle Belt state. What does this mean? While the West was saying, you can get the Midwest can leave if they want, but at least make sure that you do that same thing to another region. The North was saying, don't break anybody, all of us must be like this. The East stood up and said, number one, see that Western region that you're looking at, break it into 4. You're going to have the Midwest. You're going to have Lagos. There was no Lagos state until 1960. By the way, there was no Lagos state until 1967. So at this point, there was no Lagos state. There was a capital in Lagos, the island, Lagos, the town, but not the state. So he says, let's have Lagos state. The Lagos colony, all those parts will be Lagos state. We'll cut out Midwest as well. Give that one to the Delta and Benin people. Then the remaining part, cut it into 2 again. We'll have the Central Yoruba state, which will be present day Oyo, Ogun, and Ondo. Sorry, Oyo, Ibadan, and Ondo. Then you see that Ijebu Abeokuta province, we're going to call it Kola North and Cassava state. But they now said, okay, how about your own region, the Eastern region? No, you can't cut it. How about the North? No, don't worry about that one. But that West, break it into 4. When I tell you that the way we behave in Nigeria in different regions is exactly based on the ideologies of the leaders in the First Republic, this is what I mean. And this is not the only time this happened, by the way. We're going to get into some of those things later. So when we read from Papa's book here, where he talked about certain people talking about creating states based on principal agricultural occupations of the people, he's talking about what Zeke was saying. He was the one who came up with the idea of Kola North and Cassava state. But that is his own region, Eastern region, nobody should touch it. It's not only selfish, it's devilish, because what you want is, you know, some people will say, okay, don't give me, but don't take from me. That's what the North was saying. The West was saying altruism, magnanimity, you can have this, you can have that. What the East was saying is that don't take from me, but destroy that one. It's a mindset. The NPC and its leader, the Sardauna of Sokoto, made certain moves before the night. Listen to this part before I go back to the other book. The NPC and its leader, the Sardauna of Sokoto, made certain moves before the 1957 conference by means of which the action group was rendered almost all the combat and splendidly outmaneuvered when the question of new states came up for discussion at the conference. On its own motion, the NPC suggested to the action group that a meeting between the leaders of the two parties was desirable in order that both of them might exchange ideas in regard to proposals to be made by the NPC and the action group at the coming constitutional conference. It was thought that such an exchange of ideas would facilitate proceedings at the conference and might lead to closer collaboration between the two parties. In order to ensure secrecy for the proposed meeting, the venue chosen was the house of Alhaji Eso Gbadamosi, one of the outstanding leaders of the action group, in his hometown, Ikorodu, some 20 miles from Lagos. I want to pause on that for a second. They're going to have the meeting at Alhaji Gbadamosi's house in his hometown, Ikorodu, some 20 miles from Lagos. In case you think, let me stop to say something, it's important. See, that mindset of everywhere in Lagos is Lagos, that mindset did not start until 1999. As a matter of fact, it did not become really grand until about 2006-07. The idea that everywhere you go in Lagos is Lagos was just and that idea was birthed by President Tinubu with his mega city project. It was a mental thing, and that's why I called him a city builder. What he did was to convert a state into a city. Lagos was not always like this. For the folks who came in yesterday who are shouting Lagos was the capital of Nigeria, the Lagos that was the capital of Nigeria is not the same thing as the state that you're looking at today. As a matter of fact, there was no Lagos state until 1967. Back then, if you lived at Ikorodu, you are going to Lagos from Ikorodu, not that you're in Lagos. Lagos is a place in the state. Just like you have Kaduna and you have Kaduna. There's Kaduna State, there's Kaduna Town. For instance, there's Oyo State, there's Oyo Town. The capital of Oyo State is Ibadan, but Oyo Town is a separate city. The same way, Lagos, the capital of Lagos is Ikeja, but Lagos Town is separate from the state. Why am I saying this? Because when you hear that they're in Ikorodu, but it's 20 miles from Lagos, what they are saying is that it's 20 miles from the island. Held on 3, 10, and 17th March 1957. Neither, yes, Ondo State, thank you. You're from Oyo Atiba, and Leo, and Aroyo. I just be a lot. By the way, that I was listening to Baba Biafra years ago. He said it originally was Ajisebio Yolari, Yoki Shebie Nikakan. Before some people to man saw Alufansa, Baba Kum. But let's continue. The meeting was held on 3, 10, and 17 March 1957. Neither the Sardauna nor I attended, but agreed to be bound by the conclusions reached there. Consequently, the action group and the MPC teams at the meeting were respectively led by Chief S.L. Akintola and Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. Each of them is the deputy leader of his party. On the issues of creating new states and revising regional boundaries, the following conclusions, which were recorded in the minutes of the meeting, were reached. Creation of states. It was agreed that all claims for the creation of new states should be referred to a commission of independent men who would be appointed by the Secretary of State. The commission would consider in the first instance whether the proposed new state is viable on the basis of existing services provided in the area, If the commission is satisfied that the proposed state is viable, then it would hold a plebiscite in the area in order to determine whether the majority of the people want the new state. If the majority of any ethnic group within the area votes against the creation of the state, it will not be included, provided that its separation from the new state is geographically possible. But if it is an island within the proposed new state, then it must form part of the new state. Number 2, I'm not going to explain this because that's not where we're going. Number 2, revision of regional boundaries. It was agreed by both sides. Who are the both sides? AG and MPC. So that's West and North. It was agreed by both sides. I really wish Papa worked with NPC after independence. Isha wanted to work with the East, not knowing. I think he didn't really study the East, Isha. Olamafa was saying. To be fair, they were trying to catch up, but on was sorry, but competition is a budget. Everything to the Easterner is a competition. Everything. They loathe collaboration unless they're going to be the ones in charge. I'm talking about politics, so in the 50s and 60s. The East hated the idea of collaboration. They have only two ideas. And guys, let me stop and say it. In the political history of Nigeria, in the 50s and 60s, the East had only two agendas. Number one is to compete. Number two is to dominate. It's competition and domination, no collaboration. And if we are good to go deep into that, we'll get into that later. But it's what you find every time you have to work with the East. And all this idea that we all go to school, we all speak in English, and the North did not go to school as much, doesn't really matter. At the core of, let me tell you what I've come to learn from the mistakes of the elders. At the core of working together is culture, not schooling. I don't care if you have degrees. What's your culture? What's your value system? That is what should determine if we're ever going to collaborate, because if your value system abhors the idea of collaboration, even our collaboration will become competition. But of course, hindsight is 2020, we learn from the errors. Let's continue. Division of regional boundaries. It was agreed by both sides after some discussion that any ethnic group within an existing region can join a neighboring region if the majority of such ethnic group desired it, and provided that the region which seeks to join is willing to accept it. That is the one that would have helped us get Kaba and Ilori provinces to the western region. Because if they were willing to join, we were willing to accept. Shortly after this Ikorodu meeting between the Action Group and the NPC, the Sardauna of Sokoto, Premier of the Northern Region, personally visited me at Ibadan. I already said this earlier. I'm just reading it so that we can understand it better. The Sardauna of Sokoto, Premier of the Northern Region, personally visited me at Ibadan. Now that the Action Group and the NPC had reached agreement on a wide variety of vital issues, it would be an excellent thing, the Sardauna suggested, if the concurrence of the NCNC could be secured to as many points as possible. Great mistake. He thought the best approach would be for him to convene a summit meeting of the three premiers, that is himself, myself, and Dr. Azikiwe, together with their advisors. I supported the Sardauna's proposed summit meeting because I saw in it the potential instruments by means of which Dr. Azikiwe and the NCNC might be brought to heel on a number of tricky issues. I also thought that if the three of us who were leaders of our respective delegations to the conference could reach agreement on any matter, we would be able to present a united front on such a matter to the Secretary of State for the Colonies and the United Kingdom delegation. The Premier Summit meeting was duly convened and it was held in Lagos on 16 and 17 April 1957. On April 15, that was the day before the commencement of the summit meeting, there was a preliminary meeting of the Premier's advisors. The purpose of this meeting of advisors was to recommend to the Premiers subjects to be discussed and the procedures to be followed at their meeting. Those present at the preliminary meetings of the advisors were Dr. K.O. Mbadiwe, the same Ozumba Mbadiwe, Chief Kola Balogun for the NCNC, Chief S.L. Akintola for the Action Group, and Alhaji Aliyu Makaman Bida and Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa for the NPC. One of the procedures recommended and which was accepted by the Premier Summit meeting reads as follows: that it was the view of the advisors that the Premier's Conference should try to reach agreement on all matters to be discussed, and that the agreement reached should be binding on the parties concerned. Of the agreed decisions taken at the meeting of 16th April 1957, the one on the creation of new states. I didn't get what you typed there. Of the agreed decisions taken at the meeting of 16th April 1957, the one on the creation of new states is of great importance. Please stay with me. It's of great importance and relevance. What book am I reading from? Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. If you want that book, please check Redomi Books. By the way, let me type this thing so in case somebody is interested, you can just check it. So if you want to, Redomi Books. Yeah, that's it on Telegram. How do we have it here now? Sorry, that's it on YouTube. It's on Telegram, by the way. Sorry, there's an issue here. One ball. No, it's not Redomi Realm. Redomi Realm is the handle. Redomi Books is where you find the books. Redomi Global is where we gather. One second, guys. I'm just trying to type something so that we can move on. All right, so if you want to join the community, that will be Redomi Global on Telegram. But if you want to get any of the books, that will be Redomi Books also on Telegram. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Those present at the preliminary meeting of advisors were Dr. K.O. Mbadiwe and Chief Okola Balogun for the NCNC, Chief Esela Akintola for the Action Group, and Alhaji Aliyu Makamambida and Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa for the NPC. One of the procedures recommended and which was accepted by the Premier Summit meeting reads as follows: that it was the view of the advisors that the Premier's Conference should try to reach agreement on all the matters to be discussed, and that the agreement reached should be binding on the parties concerned. Of the agreed decisions taken at the meeting of 16 April 1957, the one on the creation of new states is of great importance and relevance. I am quoting from the minutes of the meeting, which were duly signed by the three premiers in confirmation of the accuracy of the records contained in them. Creation of new states. The conference agreed that the creation of new states should be based on the following principles. A, the wishes of the people of the area should be determined by a plebiscite or a referendum. B, the creation of the new states should be consistent with the principles of viability. In other words, you go work, they get money, they will stand on their own. C, the component units of the new states should be geographically contiguous. So it will make sense to have from Yoruba, from Western region all the way to Ilorin because it's geographically contiguous. You can't jump from Ibadan and say you want to join maybe somewhere that's not geographical. There's an example in my head, but I don't want to give it because there's some agenda people here. I don't want to give them weapon. Let's continue. D, no ethnic group should be split into new states except with the wishes of a two-thirds majority of the people in the ethnic group determined by a plebiscite. It was further agreed that a state boundary commission should be appointed by the Secretary of State in the first instance and by the government of the Federation after independence to determine the creation of new states. Three decisions, among others, were also taken at the meeting of 17th April 1957, which I think ought to be reproduced in order that some of the events, which I think ought to be reproduced in order that some of the events which followed and some of the comments and observations which I make later may be correctly appraised. They are: 1. It was agreed that a joint memorandum or memoranda on all the points on which agreement had been reached should be prepared by me for signature or initialing by the three premiers. Number 2, it was agreed that while in London, the premiers, who are these premiers? Papa, that's Awolowo, Azikiwe, and Ahmadu Bello. The premiers should meet leaders of minority groups and try to infuse in them the spirit of unity and independence of Nigeria, which was the keynote of the premiers' conference. Number 3, it was agreed that the premiers should hold further meetings after their arrival in the United Kingdom. After we had all arrived in London, please shift your, let's adjust our seats because both drama. After we had all arrived in London, the Sardauna convened a further meeting of the premiers, to which Dr. E.M.L. Endley, who is Endley, is a very, very important person because he was the one who was the premier of the Southern Cameroons, the ones who eventually broke out of Eastern region in 1961. So he says they met with Dr. Endley, former premier of the Southern Cameroons, who was invited for the first time. At some inconvenience to myself, I saw to it that memoranda on the decisions taken at the premiers meeting in Lagos were prepared ready for signature at the London meeting, if approved. Now, the drama. To the utter astonishment, I'll take it again, to the utter astonishment of my colleagues, and me, to the utter astonishment of my colleagues and me, and quite contrary to the agreement reached at the summit meeting in Nigeria, the NPC declared that they would not support any of the decisions taken at the summit meeting, save the one on independence of Nigeria in 1959. They remarked that they had adopted this attitude in clear and uncompromising resentment that the NCNC had submitted a welter of memoranda on the creation of new states, the contents of which were diametrically opposed to the principles agreed to at the Premiers' Conference in Lagos. Throughout the resumed Premiers' meeting in London, the NPC remained adamant and the NCNC uncommunicative. What did I just read? All that Turenchi about the meeting they had in Lagos. Oh, there was a meeting in Ikorodu, you know, NPC people were there, AG people were there, they agreed on certain things. Then Papa was in Ibadan, Sardauna traveled all the way from Kaduna, met Papa and said, listen, Oga, let's get the NCNC guys on board. Let's have Azikiwe also come. So we agreed on these things. So when we get to London, we're going to present a united front. Let me first say something. There's a reason this is important. I've asked myself several times reading this thing, why on earth did they even bring in Azikiwe? And the answer is actually quite simple. This was in 1957. Something happened in 1954. I mentioned it earlier, but I think it's important for me to read it out. What happened in 1954 was that they also went there What happened in 1954 was that they had an idea. At least Awo had an idea. And he presented that idea to the Sardauna, and he agreed with the idea, which was to include secession clause in the constitution. By the way, Azikiwe granted an interview in 1985 where he talked about what he did in 1954. And in 41 years, it seemed like he didn't even understand how terrible the things he did were. Or the things it, yes. Let me see if I can find, I'll come back to this book. I can find it, it's just the time. But I hope I can quickly find it. That's the better way to say it. I want to read to you what he said about that meeting. We've had a session on it before, so I'm not going to, I want to read his own words. And the reason I'm doing this, I think I'm preempting guys, because people say, and it's what we do here, people do it every time. So why did they do it? When they know that this was going to happen, why did they not allow it to happen? The reason they did that was because they had, there was precedence. Mambo. Sorry, let's say 85. I meant 75. Sorry, I mixed that up. So this interview was granted in 1975. Let me read to you what Azikiwe said. By the way, this interview was granted in 75, but it was discussing something that happened 21 years prior to 75. Okay, so that would be 1954. When the 1954 Constitution Conference started, my good friend, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, tabled a motion to the effect that in the new constitution, provision should be made that any state which feels like seceding should do so. I was opposed to it and said no. And said that once we have a federation, we are indivisible and perpetual. That was when we began to use that expression, the indivisibility and the perpetuity of the federation, and that to secede would amount to treason, and so a debate ensued. The Secretary of State was Oliver Littleton, later Lord Chandos, and was very much interested, and that was his first time in saying that the people of African descent were people actually debating at a high level. So a full day was given to Chief Awolowo to make his point. He spoke brilliantly as a lawyer. He made his point why secession should be incorporated in the Constitution. He cited the case of the Soviet Union, which is a federation, and that secession is written there so that any state in the Soviet Union can secede at will. He also cited the case of Western Australia, and eventually he finished his case and was applauded. Lord Chandos said that on the face of the arguments before him, it would be suicidal to incorporate secession in our Constitution, and that is why we have Section 86 in our Constitution, that if any region or state should secede, then to be an act of treason. We adjourned. The next day, I had to reply. I availed myself of the opportunity to, well, demolish the arguments of my friend. Like I said, this is the future of a nation at stake, and the only thing that Azikiwe was interested in was to demolish arguments. By the way, he got what he wanted, though, but these people are the one crying now. So he says, the next day I had to reply. I availed myself of the opportunity to, well, demolish the arguments of my friend, and I cited the case of the United States, which based its constitution on that of the Swiss Confederation. That is Switzerland. Actually, it was based on that earlier, but it changed later. But let's continue. I pointed out a case, I think that of Texas versus White, where Mr. Salmon Chase, the Chief Justice, laid down the principle, he was really an arbiter, that the Union was intended to be perpetual and indivisible, and that any attempt to divide the Union by secession was treasonable. The North, NPC, supported Action Group. The question was then, should we have secession? The Colonial Office came to our rescue. You know the usual principle of Britain, divide and rule, but this time it was in our favor. Who is the our? Not Nigeria, the East. So the Colonial Office backed us. Lord Chandos said that on the face of the arguments before him, it would be suicidal to incorporate secession in our Constitution, and that is why we have Section 86 in our Constitution, that if any region or state should secede, then it will be an act of treason. This was in 1975, 21 years after. Baba has not learned anything wrong in what he did. Everybody is trying to build a country. He was trying to win an argument. Oh yes, he won the argument, by the way. But his people lost, and they are still losing. Why? Because of one man's ego. Now, why did I go through all of this? Because if this happened in 1954, in order to make sure that they're not going to have the same experience, I believe that would be the reason Sardauna decided to call on Papa that let's have a meeting with this same man so that we can all agree on the same thing before we even go to London. So they had a conference in Lagos. Let's go back to the book now. Yep. Well, yeah. So they had a meeting in Lagos in April of 57, and at least this time, it will be like 3 years ago when Papa talked something, somebody agree, but this one didn't agree, it can't affect everything. Oyinbo can't support the East. Why? Because then see, by the way, did you also notice what Azikiwe did in that interview? He said, you know the usual British tactics of divide and rule. It was not, they were not dividing and rule. You already divided everybody before the British even said anything. You are three. Two said go this way. You said go that way. It's not the British that divided you. The British only supported you because it would further their own goals in the country. They didn't want what they built to be broken into in pieces. And since you are on their side, then they decided to say, oh, we are on your side. So the idea of, oh, it was divide and rule, which is why I don't like it when we're having conversations and people just go straight to imperialism. Imperialism. It's the fault of the Oyinbo. That's the issue. It's not, before you talk about what Oyinbo, and I'm not saying Oyimbos are saying so, but because before you talk about what the Oyimbos did, it's important to acknowledge what we have done to ourselves. Someone on YouTube says, so why did Azikiwe agree to be Biafra's roving ambassador then, if the indivisibility of Nigeria under any circumstance was his idea? Let me answer that question very quickly. You see, as of 1967, when Biafra was declared, Azikiwe was already cornered in Nsukka. After he returned from his guys, I don't want, something came to my mind. You know, he lied that he was going on one health vacation. He was going on a cruise. He did, by the way. He went to the Caribbean, then he went to London. And when it was done, he went to Surrey. Not London, England. He went to Surrey. And he was there when the coup happened. After the coup, and he also took over in January of 66. Excuse me. Azikiwe eventually returned to Nigeria, but then he moved to Nsukka. Why? That's where he built the university. Eventually, I think he became the chancellor or something like that. Before, of course, this man, Ojukwu, removed him. I'm going somewhere with this. Azikiwe was in Nsukka at the time Ojukwu declared Biafra. By the way, you can get this information from a book by Kesaruiwa. The book is called On a Darkling Plain. So, Baba, no, not Papa. Azikiwe was there, and then Ojukwu declared the republic. Now, before Ojukwu declared republic, Azikiwe was already becoming a persona non grata because Ojukwu cut him to size a lot. I don't want to open that book now, but just to quickly answer you. Anything that had is, let me read it, because I can't answer you without, if I start talking, I'm going to spend more time. Let me just read it. On a Darkling Plain by somebody says here that, one second though, it says, I will destroy Zik ambitions of his Igbo plans to dominate others and Zik intentions to be a god in Nigeria. The British intelligence who were monitoring Azikiwe said he was in good health and they contacted his London doctor. It's true. Azikiwe was not sick. Azikiwe ran away. He wasn't sick. Sick Bawo. After he finished the tour of his Caribbean whatever, his own doctor was like, oh God, let's go home. He said no. Doctor left Azikiwe and traveled back to Nigeria. His own aide-de-camp, ADC, left him and traveled. Have you ever heard of a PA leaving Oga? Azikiwe knew what he was doing. But that's talk for another day. Anyway, let me quickly read something to you about the question you asked. Dr. Azikiwe was in his country home at Nsukka. One hardly saw him. By the way, the man who wrote this thing was in Nsukka at the time. Ken Saro-Wiwa, the same Ken Saro-Wiwa. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was in his country house at Nsukka. One hardly saw him. He was meant, I believe, to be in disgrace. Since Ojukwu's arrival in Enugu, he had made an unmistakable attempt to disgrace Azikiwe, whose popularity definitely stood in the way of that's Ojukwu's political ambitions. First, he had him moved from the chancellorship of the university. Then he attacked the Simi side of Azikiwe's connections with the university. Next, he organized a systematic harassment of Azikiwe's finances, attempting the collection of debt owed by Dr. Azikiwe to agencies of the Eastern Nigerian government. Let me also say the truth, to be honest. Nitilento long, Azikiwe stole £877,000 of Eastern region. Well, not stole, but took, but did not return. £877,000. So Ojukwu was trying to collect. These actions were not calculated to endear him to Dr. Azikiwe, who, as all men, valued not only his personal property and wealth, but also his contribution to Nsukka University. The climax of the disagreement came when Ojukwu declared publicly apropos the university that he was not going to be deterred by the bleating of an old goat in respect of certain innovations he had proposed for the institution. In other words, Zik was saying what he would like to have in Nsukka, and then Azikiwe said, I will not be deterred by the bleating of an old goat. The goat is a symbol of foolishness in eastern Nigeria. The insult in the remark was stinging. With the events of July 1966, some had hoped that the breach between Ojukwu and some politicians might be healed. Dr. Okwara had been released from detention, where his beard had turned grey, and Dr. Azikiwe appointed into the Consultative Assembly. Dr. Okwara returned to favor and was often seen in public by the side of Ojukwu. Listen to this part. Dr. Azikiwe, however, probably made his final mistake when, at the crucial October meeting of the Consultative Assembly, he argued that the East might well accept the creation of states in the region. When was this? 1967. 10 years after he was against it in London. At the root of some of our major problems, structural problems in Nigeria, is Azikiwe and NCNC. Or are Azikiwe and NCNC. And I'm not saying others have not contributed to the wildlife. I'm just saying when it comes to where we are in Nigeria, some say, oh, why not just change it? Why are you always saying that you did something? Just change it. If let's say something was good though, let me use the unitary system thing, for example. Everyone was regional. UNC came, banded everybody together, took money from all the regions for the federal. You know, back then, there was no FAC allocation. You didn't have to go capping to Abuja or to Lagos at the time. Everybody was developing at his own pace. Now you banded everybody together and collected every money from everywhere. The North now came. Now said, these Fulani people are bad people. They are taking money from the South. All these are also bad people. They are, okay. Let them change it. Change what? They did not destroy it. You destroyed it. They found that now what you have created with your destruction pays them. So they are selfish, just like you. So maybe you should not have destroyed it. It's not an excuse not to build. Of course, it's not an excuse. It's just to tell you that it's going to now take a lot of work to convince the person who benefits from the dysfunction that it's important to make it functional. It's important to make it right. That's the work we've been trying to do all these years. That's why when people are going, you know, just talking, we're going to destroy everything, we're going to start everything, we're going to have revolution, we're going to have revolution. That thing you're talking about, all you know is what you're going to destroy. You don't know how you're going to rebuild it. Which is why I always say, young people, all this gra-gra, Emma, calm down. Anyway, so in 67, Azikiwe is now saying, let them have state creation 10 years after the fact. As we continue in this session, you will see the different timelines and what Azikiwe did in those 10 years. How he will say, we'll allow it, then he'll say, we'll not allow it. We'll allow it, we'll not allow it. By the way, everybody who worked with him or who was around in that period, whose books I have read, everybody maintains that Azikiwe was not a decisive person. Let's continue. So he says here, Dr. Azikiwe, however, probably made his final mistake when the crucial October meeting of the Consultative Assembly, he argued, when at the crucial October meeting of the Consultative Assembly, he argued that the East might well accept the creation of states in the region. He was loudly booed and is said to have left the assembly in disgrace. This is what I think. He had lost relevance, and the only way Azikiwe could mean anything to them was to support what they were doing at the time, which was why he supported Biafra. And yes, you're right, Kubo. He traveled around as a roving ambassador for, what was this man? For Biafra. Ojukwu was correct on Zik. Zik opposed it during his tenure, but wanted it during the Ojukwu tenure. Yes. Ojukwu was also wrong. Listen, both of them are birds of the same feather. Anyway, just answer that question. He had lost relevance. Ojukwu had already reduced him. The only way it could be useful to his people was to support the agenda of Biafra. And when he found, for whatever reason, that his usefulness was never going to make him as relevant as he used to be, I think that must be his reason, because there's no other reason I can find. And also that Ojukwu also taunted this man. Let me read one thing to you from this thing. Ojukwu told him to leave Nsukka before the Nigerian forces entered Nsukka. He didn't want to leave. And because of that, Ojukwu said, oh, is it because, are you staying here because you want to like become a hero? So eventually he persuaded him, however, whether it was through insult or whatever, to leave. When the man now wanted to leave, the problem was now that his books, his library, everything, they're like 8 trucks to move those things. They never got the inventory. I mean, they had the inventory, but they never got the books back. He got some, his property was just scattered everywhere. I think those things probably hurt him more. And then the fact that he had already lost relevance, then he decided to defect to Nigeria. But yes, he did work for Biafra. Maybe that was his way of gaining relevance after he had lost, all of that at the time. All right, let us get back to our stuff. But I'm going to crave your indulgence. I need a minute. Right, please, 1 minute. I'll be back in a jiffy. Thank you for staying tuned. Somebody says your post-state creation when it was premier advocated for it when it was out of power. Do you know one of the reasons also would be that that's the only way he could endear himself to folks who were not Igbos, because the people who actually wanted state creation were the non-Igbos, and he also knew what they thought of Ojukwu's antics. And so if he supported what they wanted, then even if his Igbo people don't like him, at least those people would like him, which was a little too late, to be honest, considering what he had done in the past. But yeah, let's get back to that stuff before we now go back to our thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. Please, if you're on TikTok, don't stop power tapping. So I'm going back to the book, Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So he said, okay, I was explaining something from 1957, that the reason I believe they had to have that meeting in 57 was because in 54, 2 were against 1, and the British supported 1. Do you get it? In 1954, 2 regions had a plan. 1 region was against that plan, but the British supported the minority. In other words, the North and the West wanted secession clause included. The East said no. The British supported the East. Right? By the way, let me tell you one funny thing in Nigeria's history. And I think I've said this before. 1950, the North threatened secession because they wanted 50% of the parliament, of the seats in parliament. 1953, just a year before this meeting in London. The West threatened secession because of Lagos. Not Lagos State, Lagos the island, the capital. Said they should move the capital somewhere else because Lagos was supposed to be part of Yoruba land. We threatened secession in 53. 54, Papa asked for the secession clause to be included. Do you know that 10 years after Azikiwe said no, the region that said it must not be included, 1964, was when the East said they wanted to secede. This was before Ojukwu and his Biafra. 64, 10 years after Zik said no, the East was the next people that wanted to secede. And then 66, it was the son of Niger Delta, Adakaboro. And then by July of 66, it was North again. And then by 67, it was on the East. That's how everybody has been agitating since that time. So they felt, in their own wisdom, that if two out of three agreed to secession clause in 1954, and the British still supported the minority, how about if the three of us agreed that, listen, we're going to have state creation? And then they came up with a memorandum. They agreed everything. They wrote it down. They signed it too. All the three premiers signed it. Let's go to London. When we get there, we'll go and we'll have the same, we'll speak with one voice. I read it earlier. I'm going to read it again. By the way, when they got to London, they also invited Ndeli, who was the one leading, who was the premier of the Southern Cameroons at the time. It was leader because they voted against NCNC in the 1953 elections. So this happened in 54. Let me read something before I read that one. It says, at some inconvenience to myself. Who is myself, Papa? That's Chief Awolowo. At some inconvenience to myself, I sought to eat that memoranda on the decisions taken at the Premier's meeting in Lagos were prepared ready for signature at the London meeting if approved. To the utter astonishment, astonishment of my colleagues and me, and quite contrary to the agreement reached at the summit meeting in Nigeria, the NPC declared they would not support any of the decisions taken. Why? Because the NCNC has submitted a different memorandum. In fact, we called it a welter of memoranda on creation of new states. And one of the things that it says here, they remarked that they had adopted this attitude in clear and uncompromising resentment that the NCNC has submitted a welter of memoranda on the creation of new states, the contents of which were diametrically opposed to the principles agreed to at the Premier's Conference in Lagos. Why? Competition. Everybody agreed to these things. Everybody agreed to it until they got to London. And what did he say when they got to London? That they wanted to have different states carved out. Let me read a bit more of this before I go on. Just read a bit more, just to see what happened at that meeting before we go back to the other book. After this meeting, the action group, by the way, they tried to reach NCNC, they were uncommunicated, they were not talking to anybody in London. And then the NPC said, because the NCNC has done what they have done, NPC will only vote for independence, nothing about state creation anymore. NCNC, by the way, had become an Igbo party by this time. After this meeting, the action group party line on the issue became rather jagged and disconcerted. In a series of meetings which followed, there was a long debate as to whether we should, as a party, press the issue at the conference table or not. The majority view which prevailed was that the delegates of the action group from the minority areas should submit memoranda to the conference on the subject, strictly in their capacity as members of their respective minority groups. I was, however, totally dissatisfied with this arrangement. There was a struggle within me between what I, as an individual, believed and cherished, and what the delegation which I led decided upon as the correct line of conduct in the prevailing circumstances. I thought that if the action group as a party was precluded from submitting a memorandum on the subject in order not to offend the NPC, I, as a delegate and as a Nigerian, should be permitted to make my contributions to the discussions on the subject. I convened a meeting of the action group delegates and told them my mind. I assured them that whilst I was prepared to argue as forcefully as I could a case for the creation of the 3 proposed states, I would try to be objective and not say anything that would be offensive to the NPC. I was given unanimous approval to do this on condition that an advance of my speech was given to the NPC at least a day before I delivered it at the conference. As a matter of fact, I was able to let the Sadowna have a copy 3 days before I delivered it. At the conference table, the NPC insisted on the 3 regions remaining as they were and opposed the incorporation in the constitution of any provisions which would make possible the creation of more states at any future time. Such provisions in our constitution, the NPC argued, would only help to encourage and keep alive the agitation for more states and more states, which is kind of true considering what we see right now. The NCNC adopted a more devious approach. They demanded that right there in the conference room, the country should be divided into 17 states, which were named by them. The argument of the NCNC was that the smaller states, the argument of the NCNC was that the smaller the states, the better for the federal unity of Nigeria. It was my view that in the existing economic, financial, and administrative conditions of Nigeria, the creation of 17 states would make nonsense of federalism, and indeed would amount to a backdoor reversion to a unitary system. Each of the 17 states would be so weak that it would perforce be subordinated to the federal government in practically all the major functions which the regions now performed. In that event, the so-called states would be nothing more and nothing less than glorified local government authorities. The bright idea from the East was that, listen, you wanted 6 states. There were 3 regions. Let's make them 6, 1 from each of the 3 regions. Knowing full well that we did our homework, we know they are viable. In other words, if we create those states, they are strong enough to take care of themselves. Everybody agreed before leaving Nigeria. They got to London. East Kokodagberu. When they now finally got them to speak, they said, if we are going to get us to work with you, create 17 states. When? 1957. Papa is saying when you create 17 states, do you know it's almost similar to it's actually what is happening right now. Why do most states in Nigeria require the help or the aid of the federal government to be able to pay salaries? Because most states in Nigeria are not viable. This is what Papa was saying in 1957. How many years ago would that be? In 2 years, that would be 80 or 70? How many would that be? Right now, my head is thinking all kinds of things. 70. It can't be 58 now. Abba. Wait, what's happening to my mathematics? 1957. That would be 78. So wait, what am I doing with my mathematics? This is 2025, right? 15 minus 8 is 7. So 1, that would be 68. So it will be 70 years in 2 years' time. Lester, 38 it's 68. Thank you all for your mathematics and your funny answers in the comment section. It's 68 now. It will be 70 in 2 years' time. What Papa said 68 years ago is our experience today. The idea of the non-viability of many of the states. And they still want more, which is what the North was saying, by the way. Once you start, you'll be creating more and more. And what I do with that argument, I think it wasn't even enough reason to not even create anything. But what the East wanted was to have 17. Why? Because they knew it was stupid. And everybody would say no. Therefore, they would say, at least we gave you an offer. You said no. And Papa said, if you have that many states, they'll become so weak that what the East wanted originally, which was a unitary system, then they would get it. And what is a unitary system? Look at Nigeria. That's a unitary system. Everybody looks up to the center. You have to go with your bowl of Bambiala every month to go and collect allocation. That's the unitary system for you. This, and that's why I said to you, the unitary system that we practice right now, this is the dream of Azikiwe, this is the dream of Iransi, this is the dream of the Igbo State Union in the 1940s. It is written, like it's written, we have the documents. This is the dream. The only thing that is not part of that dream is that they're supposed to be the one at the top. Why? Because if they are at the top, then they can use the resources of everybody to develop their space, and then they can also have the audacity to get into anybody's business, just like what Iransi did in 66. This is the dream of Azikiwe. Your elder sister was born in 1958. Elder sister? I mean that I told my elder, okay. Elder sister, wow. Wow. 68 this year. Ẹ̀yin àgbà ẹ̀yin àgbà tẹ́ bá rí pé àṣẹyìn. Ẹ má rojọ́ wá síbi tó ṣòro, ọmọ yín la jẹ́ ọgbọ́n òde ibì kan. Ẹnlẹ́, ẹkún àgbà. All right. Where were we? So it says at the conference, Imani, you're laughing. At the conference table, the NPC insisted on the 3 regions remaining as they were and opposed the incorporation in the constitution of any provisions which would make possible the creation of more states at any future time. Such provisions in our constitution, the NPC argued, would only help to encourage and keep alive the agitation for more states and more states. The NCNC adopted a more devious approach. They demanded that right there in the conference room, the country should be divided into 17 states, which were named by them. The argument of the NCNC was that the smaller the states, the better for the federal unity of Nigeria. Unity, any stupid argument they have, they will tell you about unity. It's not about unity. It's about stealing. As you saw in what happened in the Eastern region, which we'll talk about much later again. So when they bring that federal unity of Nigeria, is a lie. It was my view, that's our. It was my view that in the existing economic, financial, and administrative conditions of Nigeria, the creation of 17 states would make nonsense of federalism, and indeed would amount to a backdoor reversion to a unitary system. Each of the 17 states would be so weak that it would perforce be subordinated to the federal government in practically all the major functions which the regions now performed. In that event, the so-called states will be nothing more and nothing less than glorified local government authorities. Speaking for myself and for the Action Group delegation, I advocated the incorporation in our constitution of provisions for the creation of states in the future and the immediate creation of the COR state, the Midwest state, and the Middle Belt state. I'm going to repeat it again. I'm going to repeat it, repeat it again, tautology, but you get the point. Speaking for myself and for the Action Group delegation, I, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, advocated when, in 1957, the incorporation in our constitution of provisions for the creation of states in the future and the immediate creation of the COR state, the Midwest state, and the Middle Belt state. So I think somebody's giving you problems in the comment section. I haven't seen the person now. I preferred 4 principles which I thought should govern constitutional provisions for the creation of states in the future. They are: number 1, new states may be created in the Federation of Nigeria, but no new state shall be created within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be created by the junction of 2 or more states or parts of states without the consent signified by a 2/3 majority of the legislatures of the states concerned as well as of the federal parliament. What it means basically is this: if you have your state and you have Ogun State, or let's use Lagos State and Ogun State. Lagos State and Ogun State. You don't want to create a state in Mowe. You must have 2/3 majority of the legislature of Lagos and that of Mowe in order to be able to create that. Okay? No ethnic or racial grouping in any of the existing regions should be split in the process of creating new states. In other words, don't come and break Yoruba people into two because you want to create your own new state. Number 3, any ethnic group which does not elect to join a proposed state should be permitted to stay out and remain with the original state unless such a group is not geographically contiguous to the original state. So if we have a state, let's say for instance we have Oyo, Ogun, let's say Lagos, Ogun and Oyo together, and somebody in Oyo wants to be part of Ogun State, right? But it's not contiguous. So it wants to be part of Lagos State. In other words, since it's not contiguous, you can't create that state. You can't create a state that way, right? And then it says there's something he said before that one. If let's say the people in that Oyo are not Yoruba, let's say they are Ibira. If they decide not to go to any other state, they want to join their own, they want to stay with Yoruba people, then they should be allowed to stay with Yoruba people. If you also notice from everything you are seeing from Papa, is thinking ethnic, linguistic basis for creation of states. I really wish Nigeria listened to him. Let's continue. Number 4, the creation of a new state should satisfy the test of viability. We've talked about that already. Can the state exist on its own without depending on any other? Is it viable enough, especially financially? In regard to the proposed TOR, Midwest and Middle Belt states, I argue that these 3 and only these 3 should, after due inquiry, be created immediately for reasons which I gave. First, the demand for the 3 was much older in order of time than that for the new ones, and had formed part of election issues in the areas concerned. We're going to talk about that later. With a measure of success at the polls for the protagonists, in other words, in 1953, one of the reasons Ndeli in southern Cameroon was able to get his people to vote for him was that he promised them to have a different state for southern Cameroon outside the eastern region. Why? Because the eastern region ensured that every minority saw where. No, I made a mistake. The Igbos in the eastern region made sure that every minority saw where, and all of them had things to complain about. When you read what they went through and you read what the Midwest people were talking about, you will just be rolling on the floor, laughing. The Midwest was like, you know what they call the problems of the first world? You know the problems of the first world? Like what people say in England, in the UK, in the US, all those things they complain about, that you will say it in Africa, we're like, are you okay? I'm talking about it, if you see them like, because we should no, it's part of this session, Felix. It's part of this session. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. So it's part of this series. Perhaps next week we're going to get there. We'll tell you what the Midwest was complaining about. I'll read everything out. And in some cases, they had a point. In many of the cases, they had absolutely no point. And to make it worse, they were also warned by the West, who, by the way, supported the Midwest from the very beginning. Let me say something to you guys. In the history of Nigeria, it's only Yoruba, the western region, that said, if you want to go, it is fine. No other region did it in the history of Nigeria. Not the north, definitely not the east. As a matter of fact, even when they not eventually agreed to do it, the east was still holding on to their own minorities. Even today, the east still wants the minority to be part of them. It's only the west that allows people. So next week, we're going to get to the document, Willing Submission. You'll see what the Midwest was talking about. Some of it is actually, I mean, they have a right to want what they want, but some of it is actually quite childish. Very, very childish. When you weigh it beside the real issues of the time. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. We have inactivity. Please power tap. Thank you very much. And while you do that, please let me change the audio source because this one is about to go off. Hello? Hope you can hear me. All right. I can hear myself, but I'll just confirm. I hope you can hear me. Everyone, please let me know if you can. You should be able to, actually. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you. All right, let's go on. In regard to the proposed COR, Midwest and Middle Belt states, I argued that these three, and only these three, should, after due inquiry, be created immediately for reasons which I gave. First, the demand for the three was much older in order of time than that for the new ones, and had formed part of election issues in the areas concerned, with a measure of success at the polls for the protagonists. By the way, at this time you had Joseph Tucker in the Middle Belt. Let me also say this. The Western region supported the minorities to have their action group supported the minorities with money. In the Middle Belt, especially, and in the COR state as well. So at the Middle Belt had something called the UMBC, United Middle Belt Congress, something like that. They were supported by the action group. And the COR also had their own, they were supported by the action group. Guys, if you're Yoruba, you flex. Your fathers gave you something to be proud of, and then you can build on it. We are not the same in this country alone. But let's continue. All right, so he said first, they've been asking for this thing before the other groups. Then he says secondly, the demand for the three states appeared to be more in accordance with what was practicable, having regard in particular to the fact that we wanted each state in the federation to be viable, both financially and administratively. No, Olori, they've changed though. With what happened in Southern Kaduna, the Middle Belt vote is split now. It's not even what Obi cannot get what he got from the Middle Belt if he decides to run in 2027. What the president did in Southern Kaduna has changed the dynamics of the Middle Belt, of Middle Belts, generally speaking. The things that happen in Southern Kaduna through the president, what to change our Kenya. I want to enjoy from Tinubu saying. All right, let's continue. So he says, I emphasize that in regard to the three proposed states, the first principle enunciated by me should not be applicable. The reason for this was obvious. If the three states were to be created immediately, their creation must not be made subject to the consent of the regional governments, two of whom, the northern and the eastern, were unyielding and unconditionally opposed to the carving out of new states from their respective jurisdictions. Furthermore, I thought it was ridiculous to suggest, as the NCNC had done, that the question of creating new states, whether 3 or 17, could and should be tackled at all, much less settled with finality at the conference table. In other words, we're talking about it right now, and you're saying we must say 17 and we must decide now. And you already have a document for those 17 states. You know, I watched a video earlier today of a Yoruba man who was saying, and the East doesn't have president, and it's not fair. I'm like, many of us, we went to school. You have no idea what has happened in the past, and you have no idea why Nigeria is like this, and you have no idea that what happened in the past seems to be what is still happening today. And I've said it several times, what makes Nigeria history scary is that it's essentially the same thing as the news. I mean, think about what we do every day. We read the news and we get into the history. If you look at the way people act in the news and in history, it's the same. That's what's scary about Nigeria's history. The news is just about the same thing as the history. It shouldn't be so. It shouldn't be so, to be honest, especially if it's negative, but it is what it is. All right, so it says here, I thought it was ridiculous to suggest that, as the NCNC had done, that the question of creating new states, whether 3 or 17, could and should be tackled at all, much less settled with finality at the conference table. The delimitation of the boundaries of the new states, the determination of the viability of each of them, the ascertainment of the wishes of the people, and so on and so forth, were matters which only a high-powered commission could investigate and report upon. I'm wondering if I should finish this reading or I should just go on. I think we'll continue this thing when we want to read the Links Commission report, but I think you have an idea what this is now. At least you have an idea what happened. But this is not the end of it though, but we're going to go back to the book we started with originally. You know what? I'm going to continue from here when we get to the Links Commission report. But for now, let's go back to that book. Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So he was talking about the 5 different ways that people have given, to actualize the idea of federalism in Nigeria or state creation. So he said, number 1, linguistic or ethnic. Number 2, partly linguistic and partly geographical. Number 3, provincial, based on the provinces at the time. Number 4, related to principal agricultural occupations of the people, like Cocoa State, Kola Nut State, which of course is the bright idea of Azikiwe. Number 5, the grouping together of all the contiguous minority linguistic units. I'll take that again. I didn't read that earlier. The grouping together of all the contiguous minority linguistic units in each of the 3 regional, in each of the 3 original regions. What that means basically is this: when you look at the Western region, the minorities were gathered in the Benin Delta provinces. When you look at the Northern region, the minorities were gathered in that Plateau, Nasarawa, Southern Kaduna, Taraba, that side. When you look at the Eastern region, you find the minorities in the Calabar or Goja provinces. So apparently he's saying that the minorities in those areas should be given a state each. So you still have the majority, the Yoruba in the east, in the west, the Igbos in the east, and then the north will basically be mostly Fulani, Hausa, and Kanuri. But all those other groups, the Dangtan, Angas, Bachama, Idoma, Tiv, Igala, and some of the Yoruba people that were also there, caught into the north, all those ones will now form a new state. So to be the state for the minorities in the north, a state for the minorities in the west, a state for the minorities in the east. Now, many federalists run away from the linguistic formula. Now, please, I'm going to stay with this book for a while because, again, it's just like the news. Many federalists run away from the linguistic formula and embrace other formula, partly because of the difficulties which the application of the former involves, and partly because of the opprobrious charges of regionalism and tribalism, which the espousal of this formula earns for them from their opponents. Presently, we will deal with the difficulties Presently, we will deal with the difficulties which the linguistic principle imports. But meanwhile, we would like to dispose of the charges of regionalism and tribalism, which over the years have been presently leveled at the federalists. Let me first say something before I read what I'm about to read. In Nigeria's history, the true federalist amongst all the first republic leaders was Awo. I'm not going to go into it, but his very first book was published in 1947. That book is called The Path to Nigerian Freedom. From that very first book that he published at the age of 38, he had always advocated for federalism. And he had always made it about ethnicity and linguistics. And the reason really was that, see, in the early 1930s, Papa was, even in the 1920s, Papa would read materials from India, and he was using that to understand how to govern a multi-ethnic space. India became a template for him, which is why I looked up to many of the leaders in that era. And so he was already forming his thought in the 30s, when he was in his 20s. So in the 1930s, he was already forming his thoughts on the best structure for Nigeria. So by the time he went to England, in 45, they created Egbe Modudua. 47, he published the book, The Path to Nigerian Freedom. By the way, just saying, The woman that wrote that stuff I read that day about the Igbos and the fact that they needed unity, she wrote that stuff in 1960. She was one who wrote the forewords to Papa's book in 1947. And she was also the one who supported Biafra until she traveled to Nigeria and saw the wahala. And then she said everybody should stop supporting Biafra. Dame Marjorie Parham. Anyway, when you look at Papa's ideology as far as structure of Nigeria is concerned, the federal approach has always been his stance and it's always consistent. So whether it's in 47 when he wrote that first book, or in 66 when he wrote the one I'm reading right now, or in 60 when he wrote the one we just read, you always see the consistency in his thoughts. Not the same for the others, especially for Zeke. Zeke vacillated more than a pendulum. Was always going back and forth. He's always here today, there tomorrow, here today. And that the reason was really because they wanted what belonged to others. That's the reason. With due respect, but it is what it is. Now, one other thing they usually say is that those people, the Yoruba, were always saying that let's do this thing based on language. Now, Papa was saying that because, sincerely, that's the best way you can run Nigeria. You know why I know that is the best way? Every other way that all of them are talking about has been tried. We've tried partly linguistic and partly regional. We've tried provincial. We've tried grouping together all the minority linguistic units. We've tried it. You see it in Taraba. You see it in the Midwest, in Delta State. The only one we've not done, which we should never do, is grouping them based on agricultural occupation. In other words, cassava state, palm oil state, Kolano state, which again is just nonsense. And not just because of the person who came up with the idea, but because he didn't even come up with the idea to help anybody. He came up with the idea to destroy the Western region. Who is that person? Zeke and his people, NCNC. And Igbo State Union is the idea, because Igbo State Union became the piper who dictated the NCNC tunes. And if you also notice, you hear Cocoa State, Kolano State, Cassava State, everything they are saying is about Western region, which was why they wanted the West broken into 4. But the East should not be touched and the North should not be touched. The evil that men do, that thing, even if it doesn't live with, even if people are dead, it should live with their children. Anyway, let's get back to it. Unless, of course, the children don't tow that path, which sadly they are towing in Nigeria. It says, meanwhile, we would like to dispose of the charges of regionalism and tribalism, which over the years have been persistently leveled at the federalists. In other words, the people were always talking about federalism in Nigeria were Western, the Yoruba people. But every time they speak of this, folks from the East will say they are tribalist. Listen, this tribalism accusation did not start in 2023. I see some is it just because of the elections. It wasn't elections. They've been saying that since the 1940s. It was so bad, and maybe we'll get to that after this series on state creation. It was so bad that it led to something called the Lagos Press War in 1948. And the only person who keeps, or the only group that keeps calling everybody else tribalists, are folks from the East. You know what? I have to tell you, it's not just the East. So I won't go and count Ijo and Kalabari more. It's the Igbos. We are going to discover something in this book about why they actually say that. As derogatory epithets, regionalism and tribalism mean, in our own understanding, number 1, morbid adherence or loyalty to one's region or tribe to the exclusion, prejudice, and detriment of other regions or tribes. Number 2, discriminatory practices designed to favor one's region or tribe at the expense of or to the prejudice or detriment of the other regions or tribes. Number 3, inciting one's region or tribe against the other regions or tribes. And number 4, exploiting one's popularity or standing in one's region or tribe for unworthy ends. In these senses, regionalism and tribalism are evil and are inimical. They are inimical to the unity and overall interests of Nigeria. In these senses, again, remember the clause. So, in this sense, if you say regionalism or tribalism means a morbid adherence or loyalty to your ethnic group or your region to the exclusion, prejudice, detriment of every other region, then that's bad. If when you say tribalism, if you're saying that you're going to have discriminatory practices towards other groups or towards other ethnic groups in Nigeria, that will be bad. If what you mean by tribalism and regionalism means that you're going to incite your region or your tribe against other people's ethnic group, then that is bad. Number 4, if it means that you are going to exploit your popularity or standing in your region for unworthy ends, it's bad. Let me ask you, all these 4 things, where do you really find it in Nigeria? Number 1, the morbid adherence or loyalty to your region to the exclusion and prejudice of every other person. You find it in where? The discriminatory practices designed to favor your region or your tribe above at the expense of every other group. Where do you find it in Nigeria? The fact that you incite your own people against other people's region or other people's ethnic groups in Nigeria, where do you find it? The fact that you exploit your popularity with your group and get 80% of or 90% of the votes of your people, where do you find it? The people who call other people tribalists are the real tribalists in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying basically. But let me continue reading. I will still say what I want to say later, but for now, more just to go. If you let them gaslight you, it's your fault though. It says, in these senses, regionalism and tribalism are evil and are inimical to the unity and overall interests of Nigeria. In these senses, we condemn and denounce them without reservation. Those who practice or encourage these evils should be given ruthless combat wherever they are found, and those who intend to embark on them should be loudly and openly inveighed against before their enterprise ever gets underway. After all this has been said, there is an unfortunate habit on the part of practically all the protagonists of unitary constitution for Nigeria. Who are the protagonists of unitary constitution for Nigeria? Please write in the comment section if you know. Oh, we're going to get into some sweet stuff in this conversation. All I'm just telling you is that whatever they're telling you today did not start in 2023. It was not election of 2023 that caused anything. This has been happening since the 1940s. It says, there is an unfortunate habit on the part of practically all the protagonists of unitary constitution for Nigeria, which must be deplored and roundly reprehended. They always apply regionalism and tribalism. This book was written in 66, far. Be like said they talk about waiting they happen for Twitter today. Sincerely, it's the saddest part, but it's also the most beautiful part of Nigeria's history because you can literally predict people. Let me just read again. It says these folks who are always talking about unitary system, they always apply regionalism and tribalism in the derogatory senses which we have just defined to advocacy for federalism per se and the consequent demand for the organization of the country into states. To them, every federalist is a regionalist in the derogatory sense, and anyone who advocates the organization of the country into states on linguistic basis is dubbed a tribalist. To apply regionalism and tribalism in this way, that is, in their derogatory senses, is in our candid opinion an enormous misuse of words. When was this written? 1966. What are the children calling you today? Tribalists and bigots. Why? For the exact same reason their parents were shouting nonsense. And yes, it was nonsense. It is indeed an aberration conceived by unrestrained emotion and born of blind passion. In all their writings and utterances, there is paradoxically a combined display of ignorance, cant, plain mischief, and sense of superior patriotism on the part of the Unitarians, which in the interest of the fatherland must be kept firmly in check. This part of ignorance, they are very ignorant people. Cant, plain mischief, but the one I'm really looking forward to is the superior patriotism. Don't you want a better Nigeria? Do you like the way Nigeria is right now? Do you not know that we can fix Nigeria and everything is possible? They make it look like they're the ones who went to meet the Queen of England in her bedroom to say, give us independence. That superior patriotism nonsense that you see on Twitter, that thing started in the 50s. As though there's a particular group that is more Nigerian than others. Meanwhile, in truth, They are more tribalistic than any other group. By there, you can fill in the gap. Anybody that belongs in those organizations where they're always shouting, everything, you know, and they always gaslight you by saying, don't you want a better Nigeria? You don't have a better region, no. You don't have a better state, though. Is that Nigeria that you're looking for that is better? Stay with me, please. In all their writings and utterances, there is paradoxically a combined display of ignorance, cant, play mischief, and sense of superior patriotism on the part of the Unitarians, which in the interest of the fatherland must be kept firmly in check. If federalism means regionalism in the derogatory senses, and if the organization of a multilingual country into states on a linguistic basis is tantamount to tribalism in the opprobrious senses, then listen to this, all the great and immortal leaders, oh boy, I wish I was alone right now, I'm about to jump. I like it when people talk like this. Papa was brilliant. It says, if federalism means regionalism in the derogatory senses, and if the organization of a multilingual country into states on a linguistic basis is tantamount to tribalism in the opprobrious senses, then all the great and immortal leaders, dead or alive, of some of the most advanced countries of the world with federal constitutions and with constituent states organized on a linguistic basis must be condemned and denounced as irredeemable regionalists and tribalists in respect of their own countries, and as the odious harbingers and exemplars of regionalism and tribalism for other countries. What is this saying? If the idea of federalism, if the idea of regionalism was so bad, if thinking of regionalism based on ethnic, ethno-linguistic divides was such a tribalistic endeavor, then every leader of any federal, every leader of any country that practices federal system must be denounced. So he says, I'll read this again, if federalism means regionalism in the derogatory senses, and if the organization of a multilingual country into states on a linguistic basis is tantamount to tribalism in the opprobrious senses, then all the great and immortal leaders, dead or alive, of some of the most advanced countries of the world with federal constitutions and with constituent states organized on a linguistic basis must be condemned and denounced as irredeemable regionalists and tribalists in respect of their own countries, and as the odious harbingers and exemplars of regionalism and tribalism for other countries. Then he goes on to mention some of these leaders. By this reasoning, George Washington, Vladimir Lenin, Jawaharlal Nehru, Mao Zedong, and Joseph Tito, to name only 5, must bear the permanent stigma of being regionalists and tribalists of the worst order. But it must be generally agreed that anyone who dared to accuse these great and famous men of regionalism and tribalism in the senses in which they are used in Nigeria would instantly expose his sanity to grave doubts. In other words, Oti Yawere. If you think that these people, what they did was tribalism in the sense of they are terrible people, it means Oti Yawere. In books, journals, newspapers, and on the radio, many otherwise knowledgeable people, Nigerians and non-Nigerians alike, use the word tribe in reference to the Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Ibibio, Edo, or Tiv people, for instance. Some Nigerian anthropologists and ethnographers who have a duty to enlighten the public on the matter have themselves, for reasons of partisan or is it tribal politics or allegiance, and in astonishing and shameless betrayal of academic mores, lent their support to this monstrous misuse of the word tribe. In other words, even those who went to school, anthropologists, ethnographers also use the word tribes, or the word tribe. Fortunately, one does not need to be an anthropologist or ethnographer to be able to assert categorically and confidently that the Hausas, Yorubas, Igbos, and other linguistic groups in Nigeria are not tribes. There is more than enough of empirical evidence On the point, I'll take that again. One does not need to be an anthropologist or ethnographer to be able to assert categorically and confidently that the Hausas, Yorubas, Igbos, and other linguistic groups in Nigeria are not tribes. There is more than enough of empirical evidence on the point. Who in his senses, in and outside Britain, Canada, India, and the USSR, to confine ourselves to only four countries, has ever dared or will ever dare to refer seriously to the English, Scottish, Welsh, French Canadian, English Canadian, Telugu, Bengali, Ukrainian, or Tatar peoples as tribes? In other words, what we call ourselves, can we do the same thing? Let's say we're in the UK. Do we call the Scottish tribes, or do we call the Scottish a tribe, or belonging to a tribe? Do we say the Welsh, that's a tribe? French Canadian is a tribe. We don't use those words. And I think, to be honest, our usage of words also sometimes determine the way we understand how life works. I hate passionately, I hate when people say Yoruba is a tribe. I think, and it's forgivable, well, it's forgivable to everybody, but it's understandable if you are not educated. It's worse when you have a degree or more. To refer to Yoruba as tribe is actually ridiculous. It's a nation. The difference between Yoruba and Nigeria, the only difference between Yoruba and Nigeria is sovereignty. As a matter of fact, Yoruba is more a nation than Nigeria. And by the way, in the UK, England doesn't have sovereignty either. Scotland has no sovereignty, but they are seen as countries and nations. Google right now, how many nations are in the UK? Google now, you will see it. You will see 4. You're not going to go there and say how many tribes are in the UK. You know why? Each of those nations has its own tribes. Yoruba has tribes. Yoruba is not a tribe. There are tribes within Yoruba. And that's why you hear Yoruba, but you hear Ijesha, you hear Ekiti. Within Ijesha, there are also now subgroups or towns. And this might be a very good point to even explain that. Sorry, guys. Somebody's asking a ridiculous question. So what do I have against Peter Obi? I want to know. Ask me when I'm speaking on that matter. Keep up. Where was I? So you have Yoruba land. You know Yoruba, you have Ife, you have Oyo, you have Ekiti, you have Igbomina, you have Awori, you have Ijesha, you have Okun. These are tribes of people within Yoruba nation. And you know what? When you get to Ijesha, for instance, there's no place called Ijesha. You have Ijebu. There's no place called Ijebu. There's Ijebu. Ijebu is, you hear Ijebu land, is a collection of many places. That's why the Awujale is not the Awujale of Ijebu. Actually, Awujale of Ijebu. Ijebu is the capital of Ijebu subgroup of the Yoruba people. The same goes for Ijesha. Same thing goes for Ekiti. You don't have a king of Ekiti. You have a king of Aramoko Ekiti, or Inye Ekiti, or Ado Ekiti. But then, of course, you have the paramount king of Ekiti. The same thing in Ilesha. In Ijesha land, Obokun is Ijesha land. Ilesha is Ijesha land, right? Iloko is Ijesha land. Remo is not a tribe in Ijebu. Remo is not a tribe in Ijebu. Remo is a standalone group under Yoruba. Under Remo, you have Shagam, you have Ekperu, you have Ekpe. They are different. Then you have Ijebu. Under Ijebu, you have Ijebu De, you have Itagbulu, you have Ijebu Mushin, all those ones under Ijebu. Then you have Igbomino. You have Ila, You have Omoaran, Ilofa, all those places. Now, in each of each of these places are standalone, no. In Okun, no, you have Kaba, you have Jumu, you have different. If you look at inside Okun, if you go to Ife, there are different groups inside Ife. There's a Petu, there's look at Bibi, no, Edouanbon. All those places are on Akpomo. All those places are under Ife. Each of those groups are standalones, but they are together under Yoruba. Yoruba is the nation. You don't need sovereignty to get the concept of nationality or nationhood. England is a nation today, but it has no sovereignty. England also has different groups within it. You have the Manchurians, the Liverpudlians, the Cockney. Everybody has, Cockney is an accent though, but you have the different people with different ways of speaking. The Liverpudlian speaks differently from the Manchurian, who is it Mancunian rather? No, Manchurian is a movie. He's a Manchurian candidate. That's a movie. Mancunian, that's one from Manchester. Liverpudlians from Liverpool. Now, they have different ways. Just because you don't have sovereignty does not mean you are not a nation. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. And if in the UK, thank you, Ayodeji, and if in the UK you have it even written that there are 4 nations within the UK, why is it difficult for people to believe that there are many nations in Nigeria? Why do you look at yourself as tribes? Why do you look at yourself and you say, okay, Yoruba tribe? The people who call you that, they don't even call themselves that. That's why if you notice the way they talk about, even the folks guys, is it Manchurian? Oh, so I was correct in the first time. I was correct with Manchurians. Thank you. You know, that movie usually affects sometimes. Once I say but they call him Mancunian too now. 1 second, guys. Sorry, guys. Today, let me search it just to be sure. It's Mancunian. Hey, thank you, Dark Poet. I knew I was wrong. That's why I corrected myself that it's Mancunian. It's not Manchurian. Is the movie. The movie with Denzel Washington. Mumbo, we're going to confirm. But I'm sure Manchester is Mancunian, not Manchurians. I was right. So there is Manchurian. It's a movie. It's Mancunian. I'm not confused with me. It's already bad now. Yeah, Mancunian is someone or something from Manchester, England. Yeah. So Liverpudlian is from Liverpool. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that really is the difference between all of 1 second, guys. The point I'm trying to make is that even within England, you have several groups. But England on its own is a nation, Scotland is a nation, Wales is a nation, Northern Ireland is a nation. Brom is Birmingham, like Picky Thank you, Ayodeji. 1 second, guys. Like one share one can there are some clowns who just seem to like the idea of coming here to disturb me. Judges Newcastle, Olay of South London, judges of Newcastle. Anyway, say the same thing for Yoruba land. Let's leave England for instance. Let's do an exercise, right? Let's do an exercise for Yoruba land. Let's leave the UK. Give us the towns in Okun. Leave Sunderland, leave Oyinbo. Give us the towns in Okun. Abeokuta is actually quite interesting. Abeokuta has 4 kings. And they will sound differently in some cases from the Ake. Okay, let's start with Abeokuta. Abeokuta is a bit easier. Since we already mentioned, okay, so people are giving us Magongo. Yes, Ogori Magongo is in Okun. Yeah, it's not 5 kings, it's 4. I've said it, I will make sure I keep saying it. Abeokuta has 4 kings. The 5th king is a Yewa king, not an Egba king. Abeokuta does not have 5 kings, it has 4. I will explain that later. Let's just quickly do this one. Leave Abeokuta for a second. Let's finish with Okun. So Okun, I'm seeing Kapa, Ifeolukotun, Ogorimagongo, yes, Yagba. So let's go to Abeokuta. Yeah, Kaba Isanlu. That's Okun. Thank you very much. Now let's go to. We're taking a break, so we're all involved now. So let's go to Abeokuta. Somebody said there are 5. So let me quickly explain something about this whole 5 thing. Abeokuta is made of 4 groups. It's 4. It's Ake. So you have Alake, Oshile of Okiono. That's Okiono. Agura, Tigbagura. And then you have Olowo. Those are the 4 kings. Olubara is Yewa. Is not Egba. Don't be carried away by Shebi is in Abeokuta now. It's actually originally his what's the word now? His sovereignty is in Yewa land, not in Abeokuta. So there are 4. Ibara is not part of the kingdoms that formed Egba. I don't know how else to explain it. You are writing, I'm telling you as you are seeing it. Bagura, Okiono, Owu, Ake, àwọn mẹ́rin tó ń jẹ́ Ẹ̀gbá nìyẹn. Ibara, geographically, is there, but politically and culturally, it is Yewa. No, it's not allowed. This platform is supposed to be to help us understand stuff. So if people are just writing things, which of course they may believe to be right, and I'm not saying, but it's important for us to make it very clear. And I'm using Yewa, of course. Somebody said Yewa is Egbado. Yes, it used to be called Egbado, but Egbado. So is Yewa. Ibara is not under Owo. Ibara is Yewa. What sovereignty was under Owo? Guys, I don't want to get into that rabbit hole, but for even in even in all the documents or the colonial documents is 4. They've always been 4. All right. So let's move away from Abeokuta quickly. Let's go to Igbona. Let's go to Igbomina. I already mentioned them anyway, but so that at least you can all be part of this. So let's talk about towns in Igbomina. Oh yeah, Omuaran. No, we'll come to Okeogun later. Omuaran, Oro, Shakibawo. Igbona, Kwara State. Although Igbomina not one of your states, near Osun State, no. It lies Igbomina, for instance, but it's in Osun State. Ere. Iwoisi. Àwọn kan ti yí lórí kan wọlé ńsìn yẹn má bínú jẹ́ kí n bá wọn kí n fi wọn ránṣẹ́ sáwọn òbí tó bí wọn. Ìsànlú is in is it Igbomina? I thought it was Ìsànlú is the one that is Okun. My customers are plenty, my brother. Call on Shano. Ajase Ekpo, thank you. Ajase Ekpo. Oh, thank you, Mr. Babatunde. Oh, okay. Idofia, thank you. Àwọn àdúgbò tí Àfọ̀njá fẹ́ sopọ̀ kó fi sọ di new ó lọ kó wọn láti fẹ́ kó fi sọ new capital ní wọ́n ti ń pè ní Ìlọrin gbà yẹn. Ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ ṣeun ẹ ká kúrò ní ẹ ká lọ sí Èkìtì. Ẹ já lọ Èkìtì. Ìgbàjà ẹ ṣe Ọ̀fà Ìsìbólò, really? I didn't know that. Ẹ ká lọ Èkìtì. Ọ̀yẹ́ Adó Èkìtì pé 1,000 wọ́n pọ̀ bí. Arámọkọ Ìlọ́rọ̀, I think you were trying to write. Ìkẹrẹ Ìlúpéjú Ìfàkì Èkìtì, Ìlúpéjú Èkìtì, Ìlọ́rọ̀ Èkìtì, Ìkẹrẹ Èkìtì. Aramoko Ekiti, Otun Ekiti, Iyin Ekiti, Ijero Ekiti, Efanla, yes, Ikere Ekiti, Omo. Okay, merci. You guys, more saluting. All right. Okay, so let's do two more before we move on. Ikole, thank you, ma. Ekiti, Yeye, Aye, Ilawe, Osun, Ewo Osun. Abi Osun, Osi, Omo Osi Ekiti. Okay. Ijero Ikole, Emure. Every one of them have sub-towns. I mean, many of them have sub-towns, Abi. When you say kingdoms, all of them are kingdoms now. All of them have kings now. So they are, if you have kings, you have kingdom. All right. All right, Eka Kuro Dekiti, Eka Wasi Itosi Omi, Eka Sora Wori. Adarúkọ àwọn ìlú Àwórì. And not all of them have kingdom. If you have a king, how are you know a kingdom? Maybe what you are saying is that not all of them have other towns under them. But you can't say not all of them have kingdoms. They are kings. If they are kings, it's a kingdom now. Let's talk about Àwórì. Ẹ̀pẹ́ is Ìjẹ̀bú. Ọ̀tà, yes. Ìṣẹ́rí, yes. See human beings in our comment section. They are mentioning different areas in Lagos. This one have to go so that let me clap for you. Alagbari Pogo in the comment section. I'm clapping for just the Alagbari people. Just gonna be writing. You are correct, by the way. Just write Ojo. It's all you gotta be picking what you like. Iba. Just be looking for Igondo. Say in the local government, buy. Someone say Àwórì are one. Nobody is dividing anybody. We are saying how many towns are they? Please stop, Mr. Said. Don't write that thing. It's if people are not talking about division, you are thinking it. Just think it to yourself, please. When you write it, you are the one introducing that is division you are talking about. So you have Àwórì in Ado-Odo, you have Àwórì in all over Lagos mainland, Lagos Island as well. All right, let's do one more and then we'll go back to the book. Interestingly, these are towns, by the way, and you are right. You are right. Gorilla, Agbalagba Mani, any. Shangotedo are part of what group? Ijebu Shangotedo now. Abi? Ijebu Shangotedo. I Shangotedo no Ekpeko. Oh, okay. I was going to end with Ijebu, but somebody said Okeogun. So we're going to do Okeogun and then Ijebu. So let's do Okeogun. You're waiting for first tag. First tag is on Àwórì land apparently. So let's do Okeogun. By the way, Oyo State has different groups. There's the Barakwa Mejeje. But let's do Okeogun first. Tede, Shaki, Igboho. Iwo is not Okeogun. Shaki, Tede, Igboho. Okeogun is not Igbomi now. Igangan, thank you. Okaka Mimoyeo. Boatik Mioju Secretary, yes. And I'm not putting secretary, but secretary. He's saying Agua Moju. Igbora, thank you. Igbora. Igbora is the capital of twins in the world. Igbora is the capital of twins. We have more twins per capita. By the way, Yoruba people have the most twins per capita. Like, as far as in this world, Yoruba has the most. And they have a twins festival they do there every year. Like is Ijebu, yes. Okay, so let's do. Oh, I wasn't counting YouTube. Sorry, yes, they're saying Otunsi Igede. Yes, you're also right. Owu is in Abeokuta, but Owu is a different people from it. But we've already moved past that. But thank you. I'm just seeing it right now. Kishi, Eruwa, thank you. Who knows about the Ìbàràpá méjèèjì? Where Ilaje is a different group, just like Ekiti. Ilaje also has people under it. In Ilaje, you have the Ugbo, you have the Mahi. So Ilaje is also just like you have Egba, you have Ekiti, you also have Ilaje. Owu pọ̀. Ìbàràpá méjì kọ́ méjèèjì 7. There are 7 Ìbàràpá towns. Interesting, you have mentioned some of them when we're talking about Okiogun. So Erua is part of Ìbàràpá. Lalate is Ìbàràpá, but I will stop with those 2. Others can help us in the comment section. Igbora. Takpa Bao. How about Ijesha? Ijesha is, we're already ready. We talked about Ijesha already now. In Ijesha, you have, we'll talk about it. Igbodu is in Ilaje, is not in, we are in Klotingpe. Ìbàràpá. Ìṣẹ̀yìn Lalate. Takpa is part of Ìbàràpá méjèèjì. Really? I did not know. I'll go and check. All right. Erua, yes. All right. Let's do a few more. It's a couple more. I was going to do just one more. Somebody now mentioned. I don't want, but please don't mention anything apart from this one. So let's do Ijesha, not Ilesha. Ijesha. Wait, maybe it's Adebola. Maybe it's the pronunciation. Can you put Ami on the TAPA you are writing? Is it the same? Yes, there is. I remember. Onjoba Laipe. You are right. You are right. I just had that flash. They had the king installed not too long ago. You are right. You are right. You are right. Let's talk Ilesha. No, sorry. I keep mixing it. Let's talk Ijesha. By the way, does everybody know the difference between Ijesha and Ilesha? Let's start with that one. What is the difference between Ijesha and Ilesha? What's Ijesha? What's Ilesha? Please think about that. Give me one very brief minute. I'll be back.
Roy, let me get food. I'm hungry. Very, very. All right, somebody was saying that I was thinking the same thing. So, Ijesha is the identity.
All right, somebody was saying that I was thinking the same thing. So, Ijesha is the identity. Ilesha is the capital of the Ijesha people. Ijesha is an identity. Ilesha is the capital of the Ijeshas. So Ijesha would be Ilesha itself, Obokun, Ilashe, Oshu, Esaoke. All those, they are all Ijesha people, but their capital is Ilesha. Like Ijebu people are all over the place, but the capital is Ijebu. And lastly, Ijebu. Let's do Ijebu and then we can go. Oh, sorry, somebody wrote some really nice stuff here. Ikpetu Ijesha, Ijebu Jesha, Oshu, Ibokun. Ibokun, not Ibokun. Ibokun, Esaoke, Esaodo, Ikperindo. Yes, those are Ijesha towns. So lastly. Ibokun, thank you, Great Ashi. Is Ibokun, not Obokun. There's a local government called Obokun. Is it Obokun Riade or Kinikan local government? I'm angry for that one. But thank you. Erimo. Ṣé ló ń jẹ́ bí àbókè? Òkè ló máa ń jẹ́ rìnmọ́. Àbí? Ṣé ló ń jẹ́ rìnmọ́ ni? Ìjọ àpọ̀ mi ò mọ̀. Whatever they say they are is what they are, FFT. Anything they say, anything Ìjọ àpọ̀ say they are, that's what they are. It's a town, really. I always connected it to the but okay ńlá kan wà bí àbí òkè ẹ̀rìmọ̀ torí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn ọmọ along gbàdúrà ń bẹ. All right, the last one. Thank you for that. Now I have added that one to Kotimomo. Let's do Ijebu. Ondo. We didn't even do anything on those states. Now, I don't want to be accused of marginalization. Let's do Ijebu first. So Ijebu, there is the capital is Ijebu Ode. Thank you, Johnson. The OK is Erimo. Okay, but the time is also Erimo. So let's do Ijebu. Ondo are not from Oyo or Rewaju, please. No, let's not start. Let me just erase that thing. I don't want to start any controversial, please. When are they from Oyo? How are they from Oyo? Do you know how long Ondo has been existing? Do you know when Oyo started existing? They are not from Oyo. Anyway, Ishara, Ijebu Mushin, Ijebu Ife. We are coming to Ondo State before we go. Imodimosan, Imogbanyerio. Ijebu Igbo, yes, Ososa, Ilu Baba Ogunde. Ìpara, no, Ìpara Remo, àbí? Ṣé èwo ló ń jẹ́ Ìpara? Mi mọ̀ yẹn o. Ìṣàrà is Remo o. Ògbèrè is Remo. Odogbolu is Ìjẹ̀bú. Ṣàgámù is Remo. Ìkẹnẹ is Remo. Ẹ̀pẹ́ is Ìjẹ̀bú. Odogbolu is Ìjẹ̀bú. Ọ̀ṣọ́ṣà, Ọ̀mù. Those ones are Remo. Ìgbẹ̀sà is Àwórì o. Ìpara is also Remo. Yes. All right. Believe it or not, it's 1 minute to 7. Is Remo and Ijebu different? That's not today's topic, but there's Ijebu, then there's Ijebu Remo. See, let me tell you something about I see the questions. Let me tell you something about myself. Whatever people call themselves is what I call them. I don't impose on them what I think their identity is. So if they say to me, this is who we are. By the way, and you can also look at the history. How do you know all this now? When I was a child, I was in the brigade. Let's go to Igbajo too. Boy. We used to go, God, Oma Fagogo Memu. I do shaking control me, I do have been covering. All right, let's finish with Ondo State, and then we can get back to this. Let's do Ondo State. You know, Ondo State has different people groups within it. So there are Ondo people. Then, Seriki, you're from Igbajo. Wow, I've been to your town. Your town, let me tell you something. 1990, was it 96 or 7? Because I remember I skipped the class. We went to your hometown. Our boss was going like this. We had to get down around Sokale Jeje, and then the boss we now went to meet the boss. That's how steep the hill was. Or the militia brigade, Sacred CNS. No, the road was good then as well. It was good. It's just that all right, so I was going to say that Ondo State has different people. So in Ondo State, you have Akoko, you have Ondo, you have Ilaje. Not limited to those three. So let's do Ondo first. Who are the people that can call Ondo people? Of course, Ondo town. No, I'm not saying the towns in the, I'm not saying the town in Ondo State. We're not using state, we're using the people. So Ondo people. Ileoluji. Yes, DJTY. That's true. Ileoluji will be Ondo. Yes, Ondo is Ondo. Igbokoda. Araromi is Ilaje. Okay, Igbo, I think is Ondo. I'm not sure. Akungba is Akoko. Akungba is not Ondo. Akure is Ekiti. Akure is not Ondo. Akure is the capital of Ondo State, but it's actually an Ekiti town. Idanre, yes. Idanre is Ondo. All right, let's move away from there. Let's go to Akoko. Akoko is easy now. Just like Akure. It's just like Ekiti. Ibadan is a collection of different people groups. So there are Oyo people in Ibadan, there are Ife people in Ibadan, there is Egba in Ibadan. So it's mixed. So yeah, so Akoko, we have Ikare Akoko. Ikale is different, another group. You see, as you're talking now, it be like say they talk state and capital. I'm doing this intentionally, by the way. I just want us to appreciate how wide, because we say these things is in the abstract, but as we are saying, Arigide Akoko, thank you. As you are writing it and typing it, you two start having like, oh boy, Akpo, no, Ishu Akoko. Wow, Akure Ekiti, why put on those states? Because all the Ekiti towns, or most of the Ekiti towns and Ondo towns and Ikare and Ikale and Ilaje, they were all in Ondo State. And Akure was a big town, so they made Akure the capital of Ondo State. But Akure itself is an Ekiti town. So what could have happened would be that Akure could have been the new capital of Ekiti, could have been the capital of the new Ekiti State, and they now make another town in Ondo State, but they didn't move the capital. That's why it's the way it is. Ekpimi Akoko Migbori. Akungba Akoko Miti Egba Akungba. All right. So Akungba. So then of course you have Ilaje. Ilaje, I already mentioned, the towns. There are Ekiti towns yes, you are right. There are Ekiti towns in Ekiti State, in Ondo State, and in Kwara State. You have Ekiti towns in those states, just like you have Igbomino towns in Osun State and in Kwara State. Of Akoko, I've not heard that before. I've not heard. What's no way? No, it's true. There are Ekiti towns in different states. That's why we say that state creation is not what determines our identity as Yoruba people. And Awori person, for instance, in Ado-Odo, is in Ogun State. You'll be surprised that the person's uncle is from Oshodi, which is also Awori land. So, and by the way, all these things we're discussing, we're just talking about Nigeria. If you go to a people group like K2, Iduani will be under Ondo now. If you go to a people group like K2, Shoshogbo, I think so, but I'm not sure. Oshogbo is an interesting thing because Elisha also says some things about Oshogbo, but that's not the point of today's conversation. If you talk about K2, for instance, there's K2 in Nigeria, there's K2 in Benin Republic, but the capital of K2 is in Benin Republic. The same way Ijebu-Ode is the capital, and Ijebu-Ode is the seat of Aujale. The Ala K2 also is in K2 Ile. I think that's what they call it. K2 is in Benin Republic. But Imeko is a K2 town. Thank you, DJ2, you are correct. Imeko is a K2 town, but Imeko is in Nigeria. But the capital of that subgroup is in Benin Republic. So that's the capital. So every of these groups, all of them have capitals. When you think about it the way we just did now we can stop now. There's Ikoyi. Yeah, Ikoyi also has lots of towns. So one of the things that you also see about certain towns where you have the name seen everywhere, in many cases, is about migration. So you see Ikoyi in Oyo, you see Oyo State, Ikoyi is in Osun State, Ikoyi is in Lagos State, Ikoyi is in Kwara State, Ejigbo is in Osun State, Ejigbo is in Lagos State. Isolo is in Ondo State, Isolo is in Lagos State. A lot of these things also shows. Yeah, I'm seeing on YouTube as well. Okakoko, Ileoluji, yes. Sabe is in Lagos and Benin Republic. K2, you see Ikoyi, it's all over the place. All right, so let's get back to the topic now. Well done. We've had a great run. Let me clap for everybody. Thank you for engaging. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yes, Ikoyi, yes, Owu too. You have Owu in different places. There's Owu in Oyo State, there's Owu in Ogun State, there's Owu all over the place. Ishekiri is a town. It's not how do I explain? Let's just stay with what I'm saying. Let's just stay with what I am saying. All right. No, Iwere ile yàtọ̀ sí Ìwẹ̀rẹ̀ o. Ìṣẹ̀kírì is not Ìwẹ̀rẹ̀ o, it's Ìwẹ̀rẹ̀. They are not, it's different from Ìwẹ̀rẹ̀ ile. But they are Yoruba people, but they are not, it's not the same. I also discovered a while back. Oh yes, Jaye. Jaye Kurumi. There's Jaye in Oyo, there's Jaye in Lagos. If I call Jaye. Yes, you are right. All right, let's get back to the topic. Thank you very much. Let's get back to the topic. Where were we? I'm going to have to unfollow everybody on the radio, me too. Some people's lives are getting in the stream. All right. And Ogun is not under Ake. Ogun is is in Kwara now. You know a lot of places in South. I know a lot of places in Nigeria. It is well. Ojú ti rí ẹsẹ̀ ti dáhùn bí kan látijọ́. Whether when I was a kid or when I was, different parts of the country and others. All right. Ijaya in Abeokuta. The point I'm trying to make is not so much the political aspect of who belongs to what. It's just the point that now we can stop. Now, thank you very much. When we think about it, when you see how broad and how huge this we just did now, one thing that I think it should leave with you is that when we talk Yoruba, we're not just talking towns. We have Yoruba land, but within Yoruba land, there's a Ekiti land, there's a Jesha land, there's Jebu land, and all, but they're all part of Yoruba. Therefore, it will be disrespectful to you. You'll be disrespecting yourself to call Yoruba a tribe. That's what Papa was trying to get. All this thing we did in the last few minutes, many minutes actually, is to establish that point. On its own, it's a nation. It's the same thing like I always say, and I use England because, colonial or whatever. If you go, the same thing in England, many of those towns also are like people groups, right? But you don't have to have sovereignty to be a nation. Okay, please let's move on from these towns and Kurumi. Please let's move on. You don't have to have sovereignty to be a nation. So let me just read some of the things that were past said, and then we'll round up. It's past 7, but it's Friday, right? So let me read some of these things. It says, in books, journals, newspapers, and on the radio, many otherwise knowledgeable people, Nigerians and non-Nigerians alike, use the word tribe in reference to the Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Ibibio, Edo, or Tiv people. For instance, some Nigerian anthropologists and ethnographers who have a duty to enlighten the public on the matter have themselves, for reasons of partisan or is it tribal politics or allegiance, and in astonishing and shameless betrayal of academic mores, lent their support to this monstrous misuse of the word tribe. Fortunately, one does not need to be an anthropologist or ethnographer to be able to assert categorically and confidently that the Hausas, Yorubas, Igbos, and other linguistic groups in Nigeria are not tribes. There is more than enough empirical evidence on the point. Who in his senses and outside, I'll take that again, who in his senses in and outside Britain, Canada, India, and the USSR to confine ourselves to only 4 countries has ever dared or will ever dare to refer seriously to the English, Scottish, Welsh, French Canadian, English Canadian, Telugu, Bengali, Ukrainian, and Tatar peoples as tribes? Of course, none. Instead, the British people and their government speak of the Scottish nation, the Welsh nation, and not of Scottish or Welsh tribe, or of Scottish or Welsh tribalist. I did a session here once when I talked about nationalism and tribalism, and trying to explain the difference between those two, and also bigotry. So, if you really think about it, even this tribalism itself is also disrespectful to, apparently, to who we are as far as identity is concerned. Yoruba is a nation. and I'll say that thing. I'll say something one more time because I know that sometimes it might take a while. You do not need sovereignty to be a nation. Scotland doesn't have sovereignty, yet it is a nation. England has no sovereignty. Wales has no sovereignty. Northern Ireland has no sovereignty, but those four are known as nations or countries within the United Kingdom. So when I say nation, I know some people say nation, and when they say nation, they're thinking of break up Nigeria. The truth is you must even have the understanding of your nationhood or statehood, if I could use that word, within the context of where you are right now. It's not something you get when you have sovereignty. It's what gives you sovereignty. You already have it, therefore you can get what you want. But in reality, you must already possess it. Okay? And the same way you don't call, although yes, we know that, you know the funny, and I've said it, I think I've said it here before. You know that there's no British football team. There's no British football team. You only have British Olympic team. You don't have British football team. There's English, there's Scottish, there's Welsh, and there's Northern Ireland. All those four nations have separate football teams representing them at the World Cup. If that happens in Nigeria, you'll be hearing, hey, it is, now I'm talking about the World Cup, not Olympic. I've already mentioned Olympic. When they're going to Olympic, there is British. But in the World Cup, each of them has a football team, apart from the Olympics. Please tell listen, I already added that caveat. They have Olympic team, but there's no national team called the British football team in the World Cup. Say it's in Nigeria, Yoruba team. Oh, tribalism. Why? Because the person is not developed mentally. And I don't care if they have a PhD or not. It just shows that people have relegated themselves to the way they were taught to think as tribal people. We want to have a Yoruba team. You must be a tribalist. But why not? But the Scottish team is not tribalism more. Why? Because the white man is superior to you. Maybe to some people in Nigeria, to be honest, but to Yoruba people, definitely not. So you have the English football team at the World Cup, the Scottish football team at the World Cup. Northern Ireland has their own, and then of course you have the Welsh football team. But of course, if you now want to go to Olympics, so we'll now do it as Britain together. I think that most of us are not secure in who we are. That's the reason I'm not talking about Yoruba people, I'm talking generally in Nigeria. Most of us are not secure in our ethnic identity. Therefore, we are trying to hide under Nigeria in order to get some form of relevance. And that's the reason I told us to count all those towns. Now, think about it. All the towns that you counted right now, these towns have kings. So the structure that we discussed a few days, I think it was yesterday, right? The structure we discussed yesterday in Ife, it exists in all these towns. So So, if you're Yoruba, you should be proud. And Nigeria is a blessing, but you don't need Nigeria to have an identity. Your identity was secured centuries before anybody thought, in fact, millennia before anybody thought of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessing. We can be a blessing to Nigeria. Nigeria can bless us, but don't get carried away with, identity is just Nigeria. It's those who don't have anything to look back to that have to be shouting, you are a tribalist for talking about Yoruba. By the way, I don't use Yoruba nation because I know what it means to many. But in actual fact, Yoruba nation is not necessarily about a sovereign nation. It's about a people group. That's why in Yoruba land, kí la máa pè nation, kí la máa pè country ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ẹ jẹ́ kó lẹ̀. Kí la máa pè country or nation? Kí ni Yoruba country or nation? The Omojola says we don't even have to have separate. Remember, orílẹ̀-èdè. Èdè. If you think about nǹkan tá a kọ sílẹ̀ nsìn yìí, ṣé Nàìjíríà jẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè? Èdè wo ni èdè orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà? Ẹgbàá o, gbogbo alàgbà, orílẹ̀-èdè. Nàìjíríà ń ṣe orílẹ̀-èdè. Nigeria ń ṣorílẹ̀ èdè. Pidgin wo? Ọlọ́run máa ṣe wá. Ẹ tó máa lo ṣẹ́rí ẹ kí n sọ kọ̀ọ̀kan fún yín pa nǹkan pidgin tẹ̀yàn kọ̀ọ̀kan síbẹ̀ yẹn. Ṣẹ́rí àwọn tó yẹ kó máa sọ̀rọ̀ pidgin with all due respect ni àwọn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n wà displaced. Bóyá wọ́n kó mi fẹ́ sọ lóyìnbó sọ kó má dàbí èbú sáwọn tí ó bá gbọ́ ó lè má yé wọn. Àwọn tó ń kó lọ tó ń kó tí wọ́n jẹ́ kán wọ́n gbàgbé èdè wọn. Gbogbo wọn gbàgbé èdè wọn. Wọ́n á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì sí wọn. Nínú èdè tí wọ́n á sọ wọ́n wá èdè tí wọ́n jáde nínú èdè wọn náà fi ní patois or creole or pidgin. Ẹni tó bá wà tó ní èdè tiẹ̀ tí ò sọnù, why would you want to call pidgin the language of the nation when you know it's like saying that, okay, let me ask you a question. It's like when you go to, I mean, to be fair, you can say it in Britain, in the UK, and say English is the language. Because for the most part, I not pọ̀jù. I know that dominates one people here come to the country or to the sovereign state. But in Nigeria, there's no one kinito to be there. So you can't say that all of us must. Swahili is pidgin, yes. Swahili is pidgin. And if they like it, they should like it. That means those ones had to lose their own in order to take Swahili. Swahili is Arabic plus their own native language mixed together. But for us, I mean, all more grease with their elbow. But for Yoruba people, you have a language. I can't use pidgin. By the way, Yoruba is structured. Pidgin is not. You can talk about Aromukbe, Afeteferigikbe. All those things coexist in pidgin. Welsh language is almost dead, which is why they are very, very protective of it. The same thing is happening to Gaelic. Everybody is trying to preserve what's theirs. But in Nigeria, when you try, they say, "Oh, you're a tribalist." If you're a Nigerian and people say that to you, it doesn't mean anything. Pidgin so that we can communicate in Nigeria because all other ethnicities cannot understand. No. Let me tell you something. When I was growing up, my mom, especially, my dad, of course, everybody spoke Yoruba in the house, that mom, but my mom did not allow pidgin. She spoke English sometimes, but it was always Yoruba for the most part. And to be honest, I prefer that. I didn't start speaking pidgin until I went to serve. Because I thought people were looking at me like one, so I had to learn it quite quickly. But the truth is, if I go to your space and you can't speak English, of course I will speak pidgin to you if it's just for communication. But I'm saying amongst our people, we can't say, let's look for a national language for Nigeria, now call it pidgin. Why? I'll give you an example. India has many languages. Let me put it this way. Nationally, it's Hindi and English. But regionally, every state has it's 26. Every state has its own language. You can't go to Bengali and then tell them that they must be able to speak the language of another region, or even English. If they speak English, that's good for you. If not, you learn their language. Or like go to Tamil Nadu, you speak their own language. And that's the language they use in school. Which is, meanwhile, that's why India has 19 different film industries. At least. There's Tollywood. We all know about the, what's that one they call it? Bollywood. But there's Tollywood, there's Telugu wood, there's Kiniko wood, there's Tamil wood. Which is why when there was a day they interviewed a very respected actor who said there's no need for Yoruba separate, English separate. I was like, what are you guys looking for? You're not looking for, this is not unity. You are erasing yourself. Why would I want not to, why would I say let's leave Yoruba film industry and just focus on Nollywood? What is Nollywood? Why should you collapse yourself? I don't get it. One of the reasons I like the Hausa people, Kannywood, if they like, watch. If you like, don't watch. They are selling in Kano, they are selling in Sokoto, they are selling in Zaria. They already cornered that market for themselves. Yoruba also, we have our own. And by the way, the Yoruba film industry is older than anything else in Nigeria. The first movie in Nigeria was produced by a white man, and it was done in the Middle Belt area. This was in the 1920s, thereabout. I think it was called Palava. A lot of things happened. But when it came to indigenous stuff, the first movie that was made in this country, by indigenous, so by when you're to job is Yoruba, is Ade Afolayan. That's Kunle Afolayan's dad. And it was directed by Ola Balogun. And he was the first one that brought his movie out. That was in the 70s. And then from him, about Hubert Ogunde, and then on and on, everybody started coming in. No, Taxi Driver was in the 80s, though. What's the title of the film? Ija Ominira was the second one. What's the title of the first film? Let me quickly find it. Ija Ominira was the one he directed, I think. No, Baba Salah was... So, again, Baba Salah was on... This is in the 70s, so remember, timelines. It was on stage, then it was on TV. So at this time, Baba Salah was in magazine. They are talker. They have magazine, we were Bagebu. Then they had TV. All of them were... You should go to Ibadan. But the first films, remember, Ija Ominira came later. Ajani Ogun, 1976. Yes, Ija Ominira was in 79. Ajani Ogun was the first movie. It was one that was directed by Ola Balogun. And then, of course, that's Ija Ominira, Ija Orogun. Taxi Driver was in 83. But the first movie was in 76. And then you had Baba Ososa. By the way, he also was the first person to build a studio in Nigeria, Hubert Ogunde. So the studio that everybody is doing right now, which is fantastic. By the way, now in Nigeria, there are 3 studios, all owned by Yoruba people. There's Kunle Afolayan studio in Komu. There's Ibrahim by the way, Ibrahim Chata his mother is Yoruba, but his father is Nope. But that guy is Yoruba. Unless he says otherwise. But of course his father is Nope. And he's proud Nope as well. So there's Ibrahim Chata's studio is in Oyo. And then Bolanle Osin Peters is in Ekpe. But the first person to have a studio in Nigeria was Hubert Ogunde, and that was in Ososa. Ijebuland. So when you talk about movie production, that's why when somebody did want to interview one person, say, when we talk about stage, give it to Yoruba, but movie, it wasn't okay. Movie, the one that you started in 19, even the VHS they're talking about, 2 people did VHS. One was in 88, the other was in 89. The one in 88 did not release first. That's Arao song. The one in 89 was the first person to release, and that's Alade Aromire. You see Yoruba film industry. Arao song has shot his own VHS in 88. Aromire shot and released his own in 89. So Aromire was the first person to release on VHS. All this time, there was nothing like living in bondage or bondage in living. And all this, everybody just changes history because they want to feel. That's why all this your Nigeria thing. It makes you just lose who you are because you are trying to be kiniko. Be proud. I rarely watch Nigerian films. Don't say Yoruba. I watch films. I watch films that are not Yoruba films. So. Yeah, my lover is in the 90s now. I'm talking way back. Come to us, so by the time you have people like what's Baba's name? Uncle Tike. Uncle Tike also worked with Adelove. Before we now have the new move. By the way, you know, I finished this book. We're going to continue this book tomorrow. Sorry, on Monday. You know when? Let me just tell you some stories. When TK eventually decided to start Mainframe, Baba Woro was not so much movie as it was TV. Yokonyori, Arelu. It was TV now. I mean, who watched Yokonyori here? I mean, many of you are in your 70s. Because I saw somebody say that the sister was born in 1958. So, back in Baba. And what to my say, I go mada, paro, everywhere will be quiet. Right? Excite batteries, Loma say, Onigbo, Okaje came later. Okwaji now came much. I think Okwaji was after Yokpoyonrin. I don't even know which one, how he came, but Agbeleku, Yokpoyonrin, Okwaji, not Okwaji, Okwaji. Then later on, you now have Kotorun, Kotoai. All those ones are TV. I'm still in movies. So TV, if you're talking TV, you have to go back to 1959. When will you start that one? Ibadan. So even if you're talking TV, Arelu, thank you. This was in the 80s, 90s. You still have to go to 59. Feyikokwan is not drama now. Feyikokwan is TV program. When do you usually have your live? 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time, Mondays to Fridays. Deborah. 1 p.m. Ajimaja Son, Jima Liu. Àwọn yẹn ló ń ṣe Yánpọnyánrin, Arelu. Then Ajile, àwọn náà ṣe Kòtò Ayé Kòtò Ọ̀run. Then Chemokotu Ashipa, Baba Oyandejobi. Oyandejobi. Kí ló kọ bàbá tó ṣe wọ́n ṣe fíìmù mẹ́ta pẹ̀lú Uncle Tike. Wọ́n ṣì wà láyé. It's actually quite funny, I can't remember. I still saw a skit of him a couple of days ago. No, Ake Okungbe. He worked with Baba. No, Ashwepe is different. He worked with Oyandejobi. Baba Wande, thank you. Are Agilete, Baba Wande. Baba Karim. Yes, Baba Wande. He was with Oyandejobi in Oshogbo. Very Paimo, Baba Niye. You know, when these people were doing, there was a time in Yoruba industry in the early 80s, I think it's the 90s, when all of them were doing movies. So you have people like Olofana, they did Timiede, Baba Lere Paimo did Shon Ogunlola, that's Shon Ogomosho. And then by the time Uncle TK now started Mainframe, oh boy, they first did that one with Kiloko film, you know. Tony JP wa mbe kin so le ku before le ku there's one ton o now so le ku na ko se ni o na ko se tawon kini now 3 parts movie with Baba Wande. It's not Oleku. Oleku is with Professor Akinwumi Shola. Ti Oluwa nile, God bless you. Ti Oluwa nile. Oh boy, man, people have done some fantastic work. Ti Oluwa nile. Then that's where you have Ilesha, JP, you know. I'll be paying this. Then you now had, of course, Oleku, Koshegbe, Shaoro there, Agogwe War, Thunderbolt with Adebayo Faleti. Then by the time we're just talking movies. If you go to TV, that's totally different. TV, you now have Idamo Padi Mikailu. By the way, you guys, let me advertise TK's work. Please, if you have not watched Efosheton before, please go on YouTube. Efosheton is on YouTube. TK did the want to say. Yes, Abidjan, thank you. Feyi Kogbon. There's one that Baba used to do, Baba Elewibon. If you look on Sorodayo. No, I'm going to on here. Watch so if you, especially if you're abroad, you can see, I think you can find Oleku on YouTube. With the use lines in Oleku to toast. Well done. Ekuse, Ekpele. Want to be more big dozen for anybody and say. Oleku, you know, Oleku was a book, was written in the 70s. Fantastic things. So what I'm trying to say is that, so imagine Owo Blow, that's Stadio Ogidon. Yes. Imagine how throw all of these things out because you don't want to hear the word Yoruba film industry because Nigeria is more prestigious. What are you talking about? And we have never mentioned productions by Kunle Afolayan. I don't know this Urology. The only Urology I know is a TV show on LTV8. Now come to look at what people are doing right now. Toya Emaku, what Funke Akindele, Kunle Afolayan, Femi Adebayo, Lateef Adedimeji, a lot of this, Ideological, a lot of these people are doing stuff. Ibrahim Chatta, we can't just throw everything away because we want to be Nigerian. And you can be Nigerian and still be this. Make we not forget why I didn't get. Thank you. KB super story. A lot of, and then you can't talk comedy without going back to Baba Salah, Baba Mero, all those Ajimajas, no. And then you have the three guys, Papi Luwe, Jacob, and Adero Poko. You remember Jacob is cool? Yes, Papa Jasko. Man, listen, I'm just saying that. And then, of course, you have the movies. Orumoru, Baba Salah. You have Taxi Driver by Ade Love. You have all this. You can't. Sure, that's in a super story. No, we're not losing anything. We're just making sure that we don't lose anything. Because we started traveling theater, and the traveling theater moved into stage production. I'm sorry, it was stage production, moved into TV and photo plays, and then celluloid, and then VHS, and then Netflix and cinema and Prime and YouTube and so on and so forth. So, and by the way, we didn't start with the stage productions. We started with Alarinjo. No, but sorry, Alarinjo is the stage production. We started with Egun, and that goes all the way back. So it's not Nigeria that started in 1960 that will now become the defining moment or the defining place for my identity. When I can literally trace the history of theater and film in Nigeria to the 14th century in Yoruba land. So I'm saying that to say that, yes, the same way a Scottish would think of themselves within the UK, is the same way you should think of yourself even though you're in Nigeria. Without even, do you know how many theater troupes we had between the 40s and the 80s? I know it's past 7. Don't worry, you don't have to go. All of us are already talking together now because we'll have to close soon. Shoot. Yeah, so, somebody's writing on that below. That came later. I think it was in the 80s. Was it 70s or 80s? I think 70s. I'm not sure. I think it must be 70s. Must be 70s. It was still working with Lagos State government at the time, I think. By the way, some of these people work with the government, though. Even if we go work with the government, and want to far, go all the way back to theater. You are talking Kola Gumola, Durola Dipo. Of course, Yubato Gunde, Baba Mero, Oyande Jobi, Baba Salah. This one I just writing for Ikokmo Lataro. Ikokmo is just it's not the name of a troupe. It's a program on TV. Yes, Baba Gunde was a police. Yes, he was. Jimo Aliu, not Jimo Belu. Jimo Aliu, and his wife, Orishabumi. Awo Tori, Ashori Re Toro Magbe, Ashori Re. Oga. God bless Nigeria, but as a Yoruba person, you don't have to lose that. Like, you can be both. You can be both. Right? And when it gets to Kunle, for instance, from that figurine, Kunle's, I think he did Ijao. No, not Ijao. That's his dad's film. There's one he did. Let me look for the name of the movie. He did one that was not very popular like that. I don't know if anybody here will remember, Sha. It's not very popular, but it's very good. It's very first movie after. No. Figurine was the one that was good. There was one that was popular. There was one before Figurine, Irapada. Figurine was in 2009, Irapada was in 2006. But Irapada is not as popular. But Figurine became a decisive moment in the Nigerian movie industry. You have Figurine, you have a Phone Swap, October 1, which there's this one that he did that was actually quite nice. I mean, everything is nice, to be honest, but there's one that had like a thriller. The CEO. The CEO was good. Mokalik was also okay. And there's one with the Emir Kolawan. And this girl, Toma Corin, Swallow. And then, of course, I think Kulakbo. And then you see, what I'm saying is, Bridge, I've not seen that one. I've not seen Bridge. It's just amazing, like the things that we have. Ghost Statue was not by Kunle Afolayan. That would be by, I think it's by Tadio Gindon. That would be by Tadio Gindon. What about music? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Fantastic stuff, music, right? Where do we begin? That's what you say about music. Like, where do we begin? Now you can't date that one. You have to go back to original pile. Your very language is musical. Your very language is musical. You've got loads of things to be proud of. Yes. I mean, the very first person that recorded music in this country was a Yoruba man, Fela's grandfather, Reverend Ransom Kuti. By the way, he sang Ishe Oluwa. Yeah, Fela's granddad. And then, of course, you have, what is the one that's indigenous to us by way of our orin tiwa Gogota and Co. Àbí àwọn orin Juju. Juju is ours with heavy Christian influence. I think I mentioned this yesterday. Fuji is also ours with heavy Islamic influence. Fuji was preceded by Were Lomafin Jisari. So during Ramadan, they will sing Were. So you have Were, you have Sakara, you have Fuji, you have you have Apala, thank you. Waka. High Life. High Life is not indigenously ours. High Life is actually from Ghana. High Life, yeah. But it became like our ballroom music, especially for the elites in the 60s. Dadakwada. What was Zoni Yaladuke? What was that thing called? That one's from Ilorin. That side. Shenwele. There's Dadakwada, Apala, Juju. Juju in different types. And that's, so when you hear, by the way, when you hear about, oh, they are getting BT, Yoruba people are getting Grammy. Since the 70s, Yoruba troops have been having stage productions abroad. No, since the 60s. I said this yesterday, right? Papa Ogunde was in Scotland. It was in the UK in 68 for a festival. That's where his son, who acted in Anikulapo as Bashorun, Owobo Ogunde, that's where he was born. They went for a festival in 68. 8 years after independence. It's even 67 to 68, but I know they were there in 68. And then with music, Awon Baba Obi have been going to London since 70s. Even Shina Peters was very young, Sha. KSA, been traveling. All these parking out arenas. Have you seen the video of Sonny? I think it was in the 1980s in Japan. The entire place. There's no Adamo Ejeshao, there's Adamo. I don't want to go about Adamo Ejeshao because Adamo is actually fell. But it's fine. But they're all in central Yoruba land anyway. We're going to continue from Bolumukwari, no? everything I need to read today, I actually read it before coming. It was just a few pages, but it's hard to read Baba's book outside without having to explain and just, go into stuff. So Sunday was in a Hollywood movie performing on a ship. Really, I'm not sure I've seen that before. So all these things, one of my son, everything you are seeing has been done before. They've played in front of. I mean, Sunday was in the US playing with packed. I think it was a festival. See the same thing in Japan. This was in the 80s. So Nadia also toured America. Yes, Fela toured America in the 70s. Yes, it was even there in the 60s. Fela used to play jazz. Then from jazz, he started playing high life. His most famous high life music that I can remember is Onidodo. Onidodo, Onimoimo. And there's a book, let me even recommend. Please, in case you find this book anywhere, we're looking for this book. I read it, but I don't have it anymore. The book is titled This Fela Self. This as in D-I-S. This Fela Self. It was written by Benson Idonije, who is Burna Boy's grandfather. He was Fela's manager in 1964. That book is actually quite good. It's actually quite well to me personally. I learned some things from that book. I've checked everywhere. Now that I'm saying it, I think I should now check if they have it on this particular platform. We don't have it on Redomi Books. By the way, the man celebrated his birthday. Was it last month or this month? I was going to say something. So in that book, Benson Donije talked about how they met Mama, and she now told him that this music you are playing, he had gone to Trinity, had returned to Nigeria, was playing jazz, all those, chromatic chords, all those crazy stuff. And I told him that, Oga, people are not going to understand this thing, no. That should make it more local. So he started doing folk music. Then everybody used to travel to Ibadan. Ibadan was the place. It was the happening place. There was no Lagos State like that. So everybody would go to Ibadan and play, And then he worked with someone like Orlando Julius. You remember Orlando Julius? Emura, Sishe o, Ishe. Baba rẹ lè lówó lọ́wọ́ kí ààrẹ lẹ́sìn lè kọ̀. I'm going to play. Once I'm done, that's the music I'm going to play. I'll even watch it on TV. I'll watch Orlando Julius' song. We used to watch it on BCOS when I was a little younger. Orlando Julius, they'll play. We are blessed. All right. So, reminiscing at reminisce. Where did we stop? We're not going to continue reading, by the way. So we're talking about the tribes and why we should not be called tribes. So we're going to continue from there tomorrow. Yes, Orlando Julius Ekemode. Fantastic man. He was bigger than Fela at the point, though. Big. And his music is... That man somehow combined jazz, high life, and folk music, and it worked. Man, people are good. And then just like Olaya too, Olaya was mostly high life, Sha. Sir Victor Olaya. When we talked of the cinemas too, oh yes, Queen Cinema in Ibadan, Scala in Ibadan, Casino in Lagos, in Yaba, Odeon. Orlando Julius sang Columbia Moferon, and that was when Baba was coming back. And that was towards the end. But not towards the end, no, that was like early 2000s. Some of these men, when I think of them, I think of the 80s. I think of the old ones I remember, like Emura Shisha would do something for me more than Columbia Moferon because it's older. I don't know if you get. Don't worry, it's just the way I appreciate certain people. But maybe also because there's a flavor. I think it was after I traveled, then now did Colombia, that was what he did with his that lady from the diaspora. Great. All of these things we're discussing just to let us know that you can't throw this in the bin because, and this doesn't stop you from being Nigerian, by the way, but you can't throw this in the bin because you want to be Nigerian. And let's have a Nigerian music industry. Well, you can have that, but you don't have to lose what you have. Somebody wrote fashion. Yes. The Lijadu sisters, thank you. Those ones, I think that family, they need to do some study. You know, the Lijadu sisters are related to Fela. Lijadu sisters, Fela, Shrenka. Those people are Egba people. Somebody wrote fashion. Yes. Bumi Olabuju, Eko Darapupo. Amen. Fumi Adams. It is well. And by the way, the fashion thing, it's always been like this in Nigeria. It will always be like this. You had the first runway stuff. I became with fashion show. What's this man's name? Folashade Thomas. She went to the UK, studied. And this weekend, we're just gisting. All right. It's been a fantastic session. But may not be like say nobody came up. Let me bring some people up. It's almost 8 o'clock, but because today is Friday, I said let's just chill a bit. We'll continue this tomorrow. We'll continue this on Monday, not tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday. So Monday, 1 p.m. if it's time, West African time. If you want to come up, please quickly send your request. We'll do 2 minutes and then we'll call it a day. All right. I know we're discussing state creation, but you'll be amazed that within Yoruba land itself, you have like the structure, you have a structure similar to states and provinces, Ijesha land, Ijebu land, and then so that's why we took time to talk about these things. I hope you enjoyed it. And someone said I enjoyed it. Thank you very much for that feedback. Even before I asked itself, you already said thank you. All right, so we're going to bring people up, 2 minutes each, and then we're going to close, and we'll continue on Monday at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Thank you very much for listening. So Tiashi, please go on. 2 minutes, please. I'm going to bring everybody up. As soon as you get up, please mute, and then when it's your turn, you go. Tiashi, are you there? You sent a request to, I'm not sure you remember. Tiashi.
Hello.
All right, 2 minutes, please. Hello, yeah. Yeah, Missy, do you want to go? Hello, yeah, Missy.
Hello, me.
Angbo.
Oh, okay. Just like we've been saying all this while about the other people in Nigeria, what I see about them, because I think most of us, we have different experience with them, because I have a lot of experience with them. So, and experience the money, or mi wá ń dùn pé ó dà ń pa àwọn èèyàn náà ti wá ń rí, because tẹ́lẹ̀ mo máa ń wò pé ṣé mi nìkan ni. Well, there are times where tí n bá wà nílé gan mi ò réyàn bá sọ pé ìyàwó mi ni máa ń pé àwọn pípì yìí kí ló máa ń ṣe wọ́n náà. So àwọn ó dà ń pé bí àwa ṣe máa ń rí nǹkan, or bí ordinary normal people ṣe máa ń rí nǹkan, to them ó dàbí rocket science, and that is why I jẹ́ pé wọn ò ń lè go against ara wọn. Mi mọ̀ wí against nǹkan tí mo ń try láti sọ. Ó máa ń dàbí rocket science ní fún wọn, because ẹ̀wọ̀ issue ti Ghana ò ṣe Ghana ń sìn náà. Nígbà táwọn èèyàn ń rí from another point of view pé you can't just go to other people's places and try to dominate them. They are not even seeing it that way. So I don't know why. So I want that John shaking with my experiences tí mo ti ní pẹ̀lú wọn. There was a man ìgbà tí mo wà ní Nàìjíríà tí mo ń ṣiṣẹ́. He came to our office, ọ̀gá mi gbà yẹn. So ẹ mọ̀ pé máa yín láti máa sọ fún mi pé tí òun bá fẹ́ attend sáwọn èèyàn pé táwọn èèyàn tó bá jẹ́ pé Yorùbá ó pé first 20 káwọ́sá náà tẹ̀lé pé kí ó jẹ́ pé Igbo ló last, ó ní Igbo yẹn ló máa kọ́kọ́ dá lóhùn. Mo ní why? Ó ní kí ni mo mean? Ó ní yeah, they are my people. Kí ni kankan mo ní what do you mean they are my people? Are we not all Nigerians? Ó ní they are my people pé wọ́n ní bó ṣe wà nìyẹn. So ìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe rí ọ̀rọ̀ competition ó ti wà nílẹ̀ láti tipẹ́ níjọ́ kan mo ń travel lọ sí Abuja.
Time ti pé o.
Ṣé o ti pé báyẹn?
But round up. Ẹ parí nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ yẹn.
Mo lọ sí Abuja so mọ́tò wa wá ní problem after Ìbàdàn bọ́n ṣe kóra wọn jọ nìyẹn tẹ́ bá rí wọn ní méjì mẹ́ta tán jẹ́ kí n báyìí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá náà sọ ẹgbàá mi ṣe sọ fún yín the next thing most of them tó máa rí mi wọ́n máa rò pé Yíbò ni mí because ẹni tó bá ti pupa wọ́n máa rò pé Yíbò ni bọ́n ṣe wá náà bọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kóra jọ bọ́n ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ ní pé we will catch up with them we will make sure that they don't go ahead of us kíní kan we will catch up mo kàn ń gbà lórí fóònù ṣàbò ṣe pé mi gbọ́ nǹkan tí wọ́n wá bá mi ní o wọ́n fi pé Yíbò lèmi náà well we will do this we will catch up but lẹ́nu kí ló ń ṣàwọn people pẹ̀lú competition kankan mẹ́ so àwọn nǹkan tí à ń rí ń sìn nǹkan tí àwọn Ìgbò tán ti ń ṣe àwọn ti ń ṣe underground work wọn tipẹ́tipẹ́ pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ wọn as per all this competition pé kíni kan pé tí ò bá ń ṣe pé torí Biafra ni tí àwọn èèyàn kú kíni kan àwọn Yorùbá ní àlè wà head wọn kankan bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn discussion tí wọ́n ń sọ níjọ́ yẹn nìyẹn so it's not just this thing so àwa ni amayára wa ń brain ká mọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń ṣe Nàìjíríà ẹ ṣé gan.
Ẹ ṣeun, thank you very much. Let me just sorry that my brother Lord Neo. Sorry, please mute Tiashe. So Lord Neo, you are right. You are right to an extent that, let me read what you said, and I agree to an extent. Say Yoruba developed with city-states instead of a central empire. You are right, but there's also a central empire. So Oyo was a central empire, and Oyo was not. You wrote something else. You said the empires were as a result of reach, not central authority over vast geography. Ife was as a result of reach. Oyo was actually as a result of central authority. That's why you had Ajeles. Ajeles were the representative of the Alaafin in those territories. They were like governors in those places. And then you had the Laris who were collecting taxes all over the empire. So it's both. But so you are right to an extent. We had the other one too. But that doesn't mean that Oyo was able to conquer everybody in Yoruba land. No. The entire Yoruba was never under Oyo. But majority, when it comes to reach and influence, that would be fair. But that also happened. But generally speaking, you are correct. We are more city-states than the other one, but we are both. All right, thank you very much. So let's go to the next person. That would be, okay, Raj is on call, I think. So Dark Poet, please, if you want to support what we're doing, by the way, thanks to everybody who has been giving gifts. Give more, please, because it's good. We're almost done. I would have said give because of FYP, but we're almost done anyway. But if you want to give, please use the bank details. Thank you very much. But thank you, Lord Neo. Thank you for that. I like the way you even crafted it, city-states, because that's actually what you see, in all honesty, across Yoruba land. You see city-states, and each of them could stand on their own. And I like your use of words. Thank you for that. All right, Dark Poet, please.
Prof, you see, I just liked today's today's discussion. It looked like freestyle after the whole reading. The freestyle at the end makes it a little bit interesting. We are able to let loose a bit by mentioning the towns and the cities and the everything in this. Yeah, like I said, Yoruba is a complete. Motuman so there's Kosia to complete it too. Like other people will come from other distance, from other maybe tribes or the ethnicity or people. They will come and they will be using Yoruba to sing, and they will be making waves. Example, I mentioned Monafini. Monafini sang Enima Bimo Dodoni Dodon.
Wait, that person is not Yoruba.
Baba Koshi Yoruba. South àti Yorùbá ní àwọn kíní kan dábàá ṣe Christian ẹsẹ ní gbogbo pé ọmọ mi ṣe ọmọ rí.
Mo mọ̀ yẹn wọ́n pé bíbí ẹni ọmọbó ni ẹ tó kọ ẹni máa bímọ.
Monafini is South.
Wow, I'm just knowing that for the wow, that's nice.
So and like in fashion, to example, Folashade Thomas Pham is the first fashionista in Nigeria, fashion person in Nigeria she even travel abroad, make waves. So, and to believe pé gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí, òun ṣì nídìí kọ́ sì fi ọ̀rẹ́ náà òun lórí kó tó jí. Ẹni èmi ò mọ nǹkan tí máa sọ fún ẹni yẹn mọ́. But kọ́lọ́n ṣàbà gbogbo àwọn tó ṣán lọ náà kọ́lọ́n bá pè wọ́n padà. So that's my own submission.
Ọlọ́run àlọ́wọ́ ṣẹ́rí ìgbà míì ẹlòmíì I think the approach, to be honest, is the approach of a tutor, of a teacher. Ẹlòmíì ò ẹ kì í sọ ọkọ fún yín. Ṣẹ́rí, years ago when I left secondary school, I said for personal reasons, because I just thought that it was a waste of time to sit at home. Before JAM finished whatever JAM was doing, I started to teach. This was years ago, of course. I was very young. One of the schools I taught art, I had a class of 40 kids. I was a teenager, but I had 2 assistants. One was in her 30s, the other one, I think, so anyway, this is where I'm going. I noticed a pattern when I would teach those kids. I had these children who, by the way, those kids now are married. They were like 4 or 5 at the time. Some of them, I mean, some of them, if you write something on the board and you just explain it, that's it. They get it. Those ones, once I finish writing on the board, teaching them, I don't have to bother to do anything. They get it. Then there's some people that those ones, the assistant have to be there with them, you know, for them to even understand, to be able to do their classwork. Then there's another group, those ones. So I devised a means. The ones who could get it straight up, I stopped. I didn't bother about coaching them after explaining it on the board. Like, once I'm done, I'm done. The second group, right, those ones I would have my assistants work with them because they just need a little push. But there's a third group, those ones, and the funny thing is believe, I'm sure you know this, somehow, not a man joke on class. I want to man say so you have to go and sit down with them. Now be teaching them one by one. That experience from that time, I think is the same thing when it comes to Yoruba politics that you just mentioned. There are some people, if you mention it once, they get it. Some people, you have to persuade them. Some people are so far gone. Those ones, it will take a lot of patience, which is why I say that I know sometimes we get like tired, like, so already daughter and get it. See the politics, see obedience, see what they are doing. Don't you get it? They need to be persuaded and helped and pulled out, and you know. So I'm just saying that to say this. Some of us who got it the first time also have to, maybe you may have to now do the job of a teacher and see how you can get some things across. Like, you need tough love, shall, but the goal should be to teach rather than to shame. And I think a lot of the time, like those, I'm not talking about people who spoke here, but I'm saying generally speaking, those who know, of course, because they are tired of trying to persuade the people who would not change. Sometimes they begin to want to shame those people by saying, the point is that it may not help that much, especially because the people you are talking to are also adults who feel that they have the mind of their own, although they are very ignorant. So I'm just saying that we have to, they often come off as deliberately delusional. You see, when you talk to them, you are talking about a topic. What we don't realize sometimes is that a lot of the opinions that people hold is not the opinion itself. There are other things. I'll give an example. There's a clown whose nonsense was trending yesterday on Twitter. Somebody sent it to me. I decided not to read it here, but I'm not even going to give him any benefit of exposure. The guy was insulting Yoruba people for what? And it's Yoruba. only for people to now go and discover that his wife is Igbo. So when he's talking, what you are hearing is his opinion. What he is thinking is his bed. You know your bed is that you explain to me and we are so segbe because so some people don't, no matter what you say, some people is their friends, is their peer group, is the fact that in the choir with some people, all those things. Like me, for instance, I think some people from the east also had issues with the things I'm saying, but guess what? Like you've got to really understand it's not about you that as much as it is about the truth. So a lot of times, some people we are going to have to dare. Some people are far gone, they need tough love. But I'm saying that even when you show that tough love of being firm and of being hard, it's important that you are doing it from a place of, I want to teach this person, not I want to insult the person. All those things. For the most part, one. Nǹkan tó máa ń dùn mí jù lélẹ̀ tó máa ti wá gbọ́ tán tí wọ́n máa ń burú ju àwọn tó ti mọ̀ kán tó mọ̀ lọ. And let me also say this, if you are a recovering obedient, like recovering addict, if you're a recovering obedient, please, it's the same thing we tell people in religious circles. Don't be quick to want to teach. There's no, seriously. You know when people get born again, you are passionate, you want to talk, you want to teach. It's good as you're able to draw people to Christ. But the crazy part is that if you go and collect microphone on your social media, you're talking, you think you know what you're saying. For the most part, you don't know jack. You're just excited about it. It's the same thing with people who used to be obedient. Once they now stop, they now doing conservative. They're like, kill and conserve gun, because you're just angry and cursing, and when they ask you a question, you can't answer, you curse them back. No. Let's relax and try and understand stuff so that when you also speak, you'll not be speaking from and understand the anger. The anger usually is to make up for, if we go through what they show him, I show him pepe. I get it. But you also want to speak so that others who are there will see you as an example. And by the way, obedience is the last movement any sensible Yoruba person should join. That's my opinion. We'll have the last speaker and then we'll end the live. Riwaju will be the last speaker. 2 minutes, please.
See, this is where me and you used to disagree. We need more of them there, so that a lot of people will still be seeing them, and they need to experience it. Just like I usually say that experience is always the best teacher.
No, I disagree. Experience is not the best teacher.
Those guys, like those one we were talking to in 2020. I think I remember in 2022 when we were telling people that this is what it is. They will insult us. But anyways, it's good. I also wanted to say that I think I've skipped my mind that our culture, the thing about our culture that people took advantage of is the Omoluabi ethos, and that is one factor that has continually haunted us as a people. But I think, in my own sense of reasoning, what I think Yoruba people should do mostly now is to do self-introspection and always know when to extend that moral grandstanding, because this set of people do not, and they cannot even, that energy to exchange it for you, they don't have it. And it's very important for our people to understand that our cultures are quite different. They are opposite. So you get to see that we talk about some of the things that are humanly driven and moral standard in the same sense. But the other side is probably they do have, but not to that extent. And at the verge, in this conversation of state creation, right, what I find as a problem where people gaslight others. I mean, I studied sociology for more than 10 years. I did it in my first degree. I had a master's degree in it. In fact, I even had a PhD admission, which I later didn't do. That word, tribalism, is one of those words that I hate most in my life. And I came to realize, people will call you a tribalist so that you feel little about yourself. Let's assume maybe somebody from a minority group that do not the person's culture or tradition do not give them that liberty of that kind of Yoruba-centric dominance, right? They would want to call you by that name so that you feel ashamed of yourself and you feel like, okay, let us Kukuma come down to their standard. And you will see people that have PhD making this argument. And I think a lot of Nigerians think they are educated. They are really not. And it is not everybody that should have an opinion on some various subject matter that they have no knowledge in.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Fantastic submissions from everyone. I really appreciate you coming up. By the way, someone wrote something. So, Dark Poet, I just found something. I think it was Mr. Johnson who wrote in the comment section, so I went to check. Apparently, Mona Fini's father is Bolaji Fini, and the mother was the daughter of Sir Adeyemo Alakija. So, I think Bolaji Fini is also from Eko, so apparently they are Yoruba. But it doesn't change the fact that what you said about a lot of people who are not Yoruba singing Yoruba actually are able to make it, e.g. Christy SN Igbokwe, or Momission Reretia Darao. She's from Akwa Ibom. But, you know, so that your point is still very, very valid. Right. But thank you very much for coming up, everyone. I want to appreciate everyone for a fantastic week. We've had a great run. We'll be again on Monday. We're going to continue with Awo on state creation. And then from there, we'll go into the Willings Commission report and other things. Okay. But we're using Awo as the main character because we want to see through his eyes and think through his mind, not to understand it. And the reason, of course, is because he's the primary person when you discuss the concept of federalism or regionalism in Nigeria. Therefore, it makes better sense to study things through his perspective rather than those who were always vacillating like pendulum. It's better to just look at it from a person who was consistent, you know, all through his life, talking about the same thing. The only thing he did was to tweak the application of the principle, but the principle was the same. Let me end by saying this. I've noticed a lot of people, I mean, people even reach out to me and stuff. If I notice that your ideology is always changing, I don't think you should be leading a group of people. My opinion. If the ideology remains the same, but your tactics change, then we can work. I mean, I've been invited to certain groups. I can't even join because if I hear you say something today, then tomorrow you're saying something totally different. You're not different from Zeke. Zeke was always vacillating. And the problem with that is that nobody can really hold you to anything. You'll be like, don't change my mind now. Why is it? So what that means basically is that the people you are leading, after a while, they will notice. And it's a very dangerous thing for leaders. So it's important that, no, I'm not talking about the urge. I'm not talking about people that are following. I'm talking about the person leading. You've got to be able to say, this is the point. Now, can you change your stance sometimes? Of course, maybe you find, you know, greater ideas and what? Repeat that word. No, I said vacillate. Unstable. Unlombo, be like Eddie. Kill that visual. All right. So the idea basically is that our one lays doju kan. So it's important to. The reason I would take Papa's word on anything federalism and things like that is because it was consistent from the 30s until the 80s, till he died in 87. For more than 50 years, we're saying exactly the same thing. Of course, the application changed based on prevailing circumstances. The arguments also changed based on prevailing circumstances, but the principle was essentially the same. Okay, and I think those are people that it's important to study. So we're going to continue stuff on Monday, talking about the state creation, and we're going to be reading a lot of stuff. So I like it that today is Friday, so I can read some other stuff to prepare before Monday, and then I'll introduce us. And for some of you, I'm not introducing anything. I'm just reminding you what you already know, but it will be nice. Who is visualizing like a... I said kill the visual, you're not writing in the comment section. let me just keep quiet on the Lekedi matter. But by the way, I think it can be sexy in the right person, but it can be nauseating if it's not properly done. Anyway, that's not today's topic. Thank you very much for a fantastic week. We're not going to have conversation on that thing, Mr. Johnson. All right. Thank you very much for a fantastic week. Thank you, everybody in the comment section. Thank you for liking and sharing. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for tapping. Thank you for your engagement. We're on 255K today on TikTok, 255K likes. That means we tapped a lot. Thank you. Thank you. And those of us who are on YouTube and Facebook as well, thank you very much for joining us. And thank you for liking the live. Please feel free to interact with the videos on the channel, on YouTube, and also on TikTok. And yes, we are also on Twitter. Busui Oris works on Twitter. There are some shorter videos on Twitter. I mean, videos are shorter on Twitter than on TikTok in some instances. But just feel free to use any platform, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and of course, X, formerly Twitter. We're going to end live now. And for those of us on YouTube and Facebook, thank you so much for being here. So we're about to have... Oh, the thing about Morayo. What did she say?
Because she said, this charlatan that was going around serving people food. So she now made an opinion like, it's even giving too much that they should, as you argue, should go for 6 months leave. They should give him the position. Let us see what he can do.
But to be fair though, it's not
just joking though.
Yeah, I get. But to be fair, it wasn't the only one that was serving food. I found it later that other people were also serving food. Like, we don't think...
But the problem people had is that, when Sanwo-Olu was doing the same thing, right?
Oh, okay.
Kind of saying a lot of... they always... Their own hypocrisy always... their hypocrisy always understand that.
All right. So this is what she said. She said, "Dear official Asiwaju Bat, please allow him become..." It didn't even mention anybody. She didn't mention anybody's name. "Please allow him become president for 6 months while you take a leave of absence. Let's even see what magic he wants to do. This desperation is rather sickening." She didn't even mention anybody's name.
She didn't know that, because the obedient are always insecure. And she just did that. See, those people, they are very predictable. I went to a page. I just went to her page. She just celebrated her 45th year birthday. You come and see what these children of perdition wrote on her page.
It is well. Thank you very much. We're going to, number one, that man will never become president in Nigeria, because there's nothing he has to give. Nothing. I've heard him speak. Unless maybe God has it. Oga, this man, it should go and it is well with him and his, but no, not after Tinubu has done all the things that he's doing right now. You're going to bring somebody who doesn't know his left from the right. Nah. But may God bless him and keep him and make his way prosperous, apart from if that way is to become Nigeria's president, because we cannot go through that level of... You ask somebody questions, telling you China went to China. So the point with the foreign exchange of Nigeria right now is foreign exchange. Somebody says they don't have answers to your videos on X. They are unrebuttable. I do well alone. But some people will curse me out, shall. But I hope people are learning, to be honest. Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, Idoma. I hope Nigerians are learning. Our history. Also, I'm hoping that this also drives us to even study hard, study more. So we know these things. So nobody will gaslighting anybody. Anyway, on YouTube, initially Zombidians presented Peter Obi serving food as him being compassionate until the images of other politicians doing it exactly. So the reason I did not...
That's what I wanted
Sorry, Raju, please hold on. Please. the reason I didn't speak about that at all, even during the time we were reading the news, is because I read the second part and I saw other politicians doing the same thing. But based on that first part, where if he's the only one trying to do it, it's just desperation, to be honest. But if it's other politicians, but when they were pushing the pictures, they were making it look as if it was compassionate. But if anybody is tripped by somebody serving food, we see how we all grow and get there in Jesus' name. Anyway, Facebook, YouTube, we're going to have to let you go because we're going to play the national anthem and, of course, the Yoruba anthem. But because of copyright issues, we're not going to play it on while we're on YouTube and Facebook. But thank you very much for being here. Please let's make it a date again on Monday at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Every gifter, thank you so much.